Hi, I'm Aiko and this is Amaya. As you can see, me and my sister Amaya are Siamese sisters. We were born attached from the waist down, but we are not the same. When we were born, our parents freaked out completely when they saw us for the first time. Why won't these babies come apart?
The doctors glued our babies together. I'm gonna sue them.
Mom and Dad lost their senses after they found out we couldn't be taken apart, and they left us at the hospital and ran away, literally. So we grew up in an orphanage, but it wasn't the best place for Siamese girls to be in. The beds we slept in and the clothes we wore were too uncomfortable, and everyone looked at us like we were some magical creatures. Hey, can I touch you? Sure, if you want to lose your arm, go ahead. Amaya? Well, yeah, one of the reasons we never had friends was because Amaya would chase all of them away with her bad temper. And I would have to convince her to do things with me to get along with the rest of the kids. Hey, look everyone! The magic girls are doing their magic tricks again! We would do small little tricks to attract donations and people into our orphanage on the weekends, and all the kids would love it. But in spite of all the efforts we put in, no one would pick us for adoption. Why do you think no one wants to adopt us, Aiko? Well, maybe it's because they just want one girl and it's the two of us? No, it's because you're freaks. Face it, losers. Maria was the bully at the orphanage and messed with us whenever she got a chance. Well, no one wants you either, Maria. How does that make you any different from us? She jumped onto me and started pulling my hair off when Amaya planted a punch right into her face. Take this, Maria. And then we broke out into a catfight. But to our horror, we went crashing into a vase that was 1,000 years old, and our manager, Mr. Saichi, cherished it more than his life.
Girls!
He looked raging mad and punished us by asking us to clean the entire orphanage and do all the work for a week. And lunch was assigned to Maria. During lunchtime, while she was pouring food into our plates, I saw a wicked smile on her face. And later, as we started to eat, I saw a big cockroach in Amaya's soup. I grabbed the bowl and threw it right into her face. Are you out of your mind? Why'd you do that? What else am I supposed to feed you freaks? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want it alive? Everyone else burst out laughing at her silly joke, but Amaya didn't take it too well. She picked up the cockroach and jumped onto Maria, insisting that she eat it. Come on, open your mouth now. Let's see you getting a taste of what you serve. I tried to pull her away, but it was already too late. The manager was already there.
That's enough. I want you both in my office right now.
I was horrified. We were so doomed now. But to my surprise, the manager didn't scold us. Instead, he introduced us to a very handsome man named Mr. Lee.
Oh, girls. You're just 15, but you're so amazing. I have seen you guys perform your little tricks. You're so talented. Would you like to come with me?
I looked at Amaya and hugged her. This was awesome news. But then the manager said he couldn't take us with him.
Why not?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but you'll need a partner to adopt the girls. You can't do that alone. So this time, Mr. Lee came back with a bearded woman. After the adoption papers were signed, Mr. Lee took us to a freaking awesome place, the circus. We thought we were there for a show, but then he asked us to go backstage. This was weird. The bearded woman asked us to put on circus gowns, then handed us some juggling balls and stuff. And with that, Mr. Lee pushed us onto the stage.
Go, girls. Do your magic.
Magic? This was crazy. Everyone was looking at us like we were some zoo animals, and we couldn't even juggle the balls properly. And in no time, people were laughing at us like we were some clowns. But you know what they say, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This wasn't half as bad as cleaning the orphanage, and we even got to travel the world for our shows. But soon after, we realized we weren't really happy. It was so exhausting and not a place to call home. I don't want to live here anymore, like this. Let's just leave. But I knew Mr. Lee wouldn't let us leave so easily. So we made a plan to run away at night, but just as we were sneaking out, we saw Mr. Lee talking to some man.
These are the animals we stole from the zoo, and there are more on the way. You better hurry up with the payments.
You will get your payment.
But we need more unique kids, too, like the Siamese sisters. Kidnap them if you have to, but I need to expand my business.
OMG! He was such a cruel man! How did we not see this before? We should definitely run out of here. He's so dangerous. No, Amaya, we can't. Think of all the other people he's gonna trap, and these innocent animals? We have to do something about it. We immediately went back to our tent and called the police. Within the next few hours, there were cops swarming in like bees and arresting anyone involved in the illegal buying and selling of animals, including Mr. Lee. After the chaos was over, a police officer came to us and told us we were going to receive a huge amount of reward money for giving them such a big lead. Yippee! This was super awesome! There were also news reporters and TV channel reporters to interview us for our bravery, and all of a sudden, we were like celebrities. After receiving the huge reward money, we shared some of it with the other circus workers too. And from our share, I insisted on buying a small house for both of us, and Amaya saved the rest for her secret plans. Then one day we were eating out at a restaurant when I bumped into a table and almost fell to the ground when a guy caught us. He was our age and had such gorgeous eyes. I almost fell in love with him at first sight when Amaya interrupted. "Are you blind? Can't you see?" "Amaya, it's not even his fault. I bumped into the table." I hushed her, and the guy even asked me out later. This was crazy. I went home and tried all the best dresses, but Amaya didn't seem to be a sport. During the dinner date, he held my hand and we were having romantic talks when Amaya went all bonkers on the waiter. "What is this? You call this food? My vomit looks better than this. Take it away." And Amaya, being Amaya, chased the guy away. Later, when we reached home, I was super mad at her. "Why'd you do that? Why are you always so angry? Do you even realize how much I have to adjust and sacrifice because of you? I like that guy so much." "What? How can you even say that? Do you think you're the only one adjusting here? Well, I'm here too, in case you didn't notice." Of course, I was wrong to say that, but I was angry too, and this was one of the times I hated us being inseparable. Later, when Amaya wouldn't talk to me for hours, I made a plan to cheer her up. "What are you doing?" "Going out." "But I don't want to. I want to sleep, but I do want to go out." I pulled her out to see the stars and hugged her real tight. "I'm so sorry that I was mean to you, but I swear I'm never going to do it again. You matter most to me in this world, Amaya. I love you, and happy birthday." Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry too, sis. You have to live with my stupid temper all the time, and you never complain about it, but you don't have to anymore." "What? What do you mean?" Amaya told me she wanted to consult a doctor and get us separated so we could live our lives like normal people. This was crazy. She even said we could use all the reward money for our separation operation. But that would mean we won't be together like this. "Yeah, I know, but we will always have each other, right? We deserve to be happy and live our lives, Aiko, and fall in love like you want." I was speechless. This was the best birthday gift ever. The next morning, we went to see the best doctor in the city for our operation. "All right, blood tests are fine, girls. I think a few more tests and we can proceed." "Wow, really? But we don't have any risks, do we?" "The risk is very low. You don't share organs, that's fortunate. There are other Siamese patients who are not so lucky." We were so happy. After meeting the doctor, we went back home, and there was a middle-aged woman who came running up to us and hugged us. "Aiko, Amaya, my daughters, I missed you so much." What the freaking heck? She was our mom? You're our mom? How did you find us? Oh, I'll do better. Why did you leave us in the first place? What do you want now? We had so many questions, but she just burst into tears. "Oh, my babies. I'm so sorry. I left you both alone, but your dad and I were so poor back then, and we freaked out. Please forgive us." "Forgive my butt? I don't believe you. You can't be our mom. We look nothing like you, and if you're insisting so much, then why don't we get a DNA test right now?" I was fired up with anger, but she was indeed our mom. She even had our birth certificates with her. Then she told us some shocking news. "Your dad is super ill, and he wants to see you both. Please, I beg you both to come and see him for the last time." It didn't feel right, but she was literally holding onto our pants and wouldn't let them go. And that's when Amaya said, we should give her a chance. I was super shocked, but then I could understand her emotions, so I let her meet them once. When we reached their place, we saw a man lying in bed all sick, and all of a sudden, he turned into a drama queen.
My daughters. Oh, my daughters. I'm a criminal. I was such a bad dad. I deserve to die. I did so wrong to the both of you. Please forgive me.
He hugged Amaya and she went all emotional. We sat and talked by his side for a while, and then Mom told us how they needed money to get Dad treated. Of course, I wasn't liking any of it, but Amaya seemed to connect with them so soon. Later when we got back home, she told me she was going to use the money for Dad and not our operation. But why? They left us when we were just babies and now they want to use our money? So what? They're our parents and they're miserable right now. We should help them. No, Amaya, this is what we've always wanted, to live normal lives. You can't give it away just like that. But more than that, I've always wanted a family, Mom and Dad. And we've lived like this all our lives. We can live the rest of it too. Please, Aiko, please. I didn't know what to say after that. She was so happy after meeting Mom and Dad, and I didn't want to take away her happiness. So I decided I was going to support her decision. We went back to tell Mom and Dad, but what we saw shocked us to our bones. They were partying and eating tons of dinner kept on the table.
These stupid kids have no idea we're gonna take that reward money and run with it. I could tell they grew up into such fools when I saw them on the TV. Good that we left them.
Yeah, they were so dumb. But do you think they'll give us the money? This was it. Amaya had tears in her eyes, and I couldn't take it anymore. We went in and I threw the garbage bag I picked up from outside straight onto them. That's what you deserve, and that's what kind of people you are. Garbage. Yeah, I trusted you guys, and I thought you were genuinely sorry. But I was wrong. You guys are the most horrible people I've ever met. And I've met a lot. Saying that, we stormed out of their place, and we realized the only family we had was each other. And it was enough. A few days later, we even discovered that our parents were serving time in jail for not being able to pay their debts. Well deserved. Of course, after that, we got our operation and we were successfully separated without any complications. And now, we're free to live life as we want. Hi, my name is Daisy and I live in Vermont. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both astronauts, so they spend most of their time in space. I grew up with my aunt, who was a space research scientist too. She was mostly busy with her work in the lab, and that left me with none other than Sarah, my childhood friend. I met her when I was 5. My aunt threw me a huge birthday party, but just as I was about to blow out the candles, another girl jumped in and spoiled my moment. Hey you, why did you do that? But she just looked at me and smirked. I got super angry and smashed her face into my cake, and a war broke out. She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair. And that's when Sarah came to my rescue. She was like an angel. She held that mean, witchy girl by her hair and swung her into the swimming pool. You just saved my life. Oh, she deserved it. And she did the same thing to me on my birthday. This was it. I felt like I'd found my soulmate. And that's how we became besties. We played together all day long and even went to school together. And life was pretty much fun until the 9th grade, when a new guy, Jeff, transferred into our class. Once, Sarah and I were getting some lunch in the cafeteria when she tripped over something and her food tray fell straight onto Jeff's face and clothes. All the kids in the cafeteria burst out laughing and his face went all red. And then he came charging at Sarah like a mad bull. How dare you? Do you have a death wish? Stop! Don't you dare touch her! I went in and pushed him aside and he fell straight to the ground on his butt. You'll have to pay for this. I'll make sure. Before he could even finish that sentence, I tossed some coins at him and said, "Will that be enough, or do you need more tips?" I took Sarah's hand and we both walked out of there. But little did I know that this was the beginning of a never-ending war. The next day, as I walked into the class, I could see Jeff with a wicked smile on his face, and I knew something was off. Just then, Sarah saw me and got off the seat. "Hey, Daisy." Suddenly, there was a loud ripping sound across the room. It was Sarah's skirt. Those evil morons put super glue all over her seat. She looked super embarrassed, and Jeff and his minions were laughing like crazy. I quickly went in and wrapped my jacket around her skirt, and then I walked towards that moron Jeff. "You did this, didn't you?"
Oh, did you see me do it? Wait, you didn't. And it's best that you don't come to me with false accusations like that, you know. I'm a very dangerous man.
Just then I stomped on his feet and he yelled in pain. "Dangerous? Look at you whining like a puppy. You better remember this and stay away from my friend, or I'll—"
Oh, such a deep friendship. I've got tears in my eyes. But don't you worry. I'll stay away from her, 'cause now you're my target, and I'll come for you next time. Just you wait and watch.
I was about to punch him in the face when the teacher entered and all the kids ran back to their seats. Later, while we were walking home, Sarah told me she was worried about me. "You know, you shouldn't mess with him. His dad is the richest man in the city. What if he—" "Oh, he's just a loser who's insecure about himself, so he picks on other kids. And he messed with you today. I can't let him go just like that. He's a jerk who needs to learn his lesson. But you're not. You're better than this. Let it go. I made a mess out of him in the cafeteria and he pulled a prank. Not a big deal." But before she could even finish, a car flashed past us and all the water by the roadside splashed on us. The car stopped a few steps ahead and that jerk Jeff looked back at us out of the window.
Oh, shoot. I told the driver to ride over you, but he missed. I guess you just earned a few more hours to live.
I was so gonna kill him this time, but Sarah held me back. "Why did you do that? Why didn't you let me go?" "'Cause he's crazy, but you're not. You want to teach him a lesson? Use your mind, not your hands." Well, maybe she was right, but what I saw the next day at school shocked me. Jeff was leaning over at Sarah's desk like a lost puppy.
Oh, Sarah, I'm so sorry about yesterday. You see, you're so pretty, and I didn't want to hurt you. But that witch, Daisy, she made me do it out of anger. You forgive me, right? I really want to make it up to you. Would you go out with me tonight?
OMG! He was such a jerk. I went ahead and kicked the desk and he fell to the floor. "I think I told you to stay away. What are you doing here being all cheesy with her, huh?" "Daisy, it's okay. He was just saying sorry for what he did." "Really, Sarah? You think a jerk like him can change? Why don't you ever see the bad in people? Why don't you ever see the good in people?" I looked at that jerk and saw his devilish smile and almost felt like killing him, but I was so mad at Sarah now. And then she said something I had never imagined in my worst nightmare. "I'm going out with him for a movie tonight, and you have to accept that." What? My best friend was siding with some jerk against me after I took her side? She was out of her mind. Fine, do what you want, but just so you know, he's a jerk. He's just playing some game here, and I've warned you. But she kept staring at me like I was some crazy person. Ugh, I stormed out of there in anger. The next couple of days, we didn't talk much, and now she would hang out with that moron most of the time. Then one day, while I was sitting in the cafeteria all alone, Jeff came there with Sarah, and his arms were wrapped around her.
Guys, we have an announcement to make. Sarah and I are officially dating.
What the fish? No, that can't be true. Sarah would never— Oh, Daisy, it's true. It took me some time to realize that Jeff is such a nice guy. He's super rich and super smart. And now that I know him, I'm not leaving him, ever. Saying that, she hugged him tight, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so freaking furious. But what about me? What about us? Oh, honey, there is no us now. And don't act like we broke up or something. It was just friendship, and I can make lots of friends, you know? But guys, how often do you find such a perfect guy in your life, huh? He's not perfect. He's an evil jerk who's playing you to get back at me.
Ugh, you're so full of yourself, Daisy. I really love Sarah, and I can smell the burn. You're just jealous of my beautiful girlfriend and her choice of men.
Choice of men? Ew! I almost puked right then and there. I couldn't stand to see that moron even for a second more. I pushed him aside and went away. The next day at school, I was on my way to class when suddenly someone pulled me into one of the empty classrooms.
Looking for me, baby? I know I'm irresistible, and the way you were looking at me yesterday, well, it's not your fault. I'm just so
stupid. You're stupid and arrogant. Now let go of me before I could even finish, he started kissing me. Ugh, get away from me, you loser. I pushed him away and slapped his face. How dare you? I swear I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl. The fun has just begun. Remember, I told you I was coming for you. Well, here I am. Your friendship, your pride, and your stupid arrogance, I'm gonna take and crush them one by one. And you'll be able to do nothing at all, but just watch from a distance with tears in your eyes.
Saying that, he pushed me aside and left the room. God, now I had blood on my mind. I literally wanted to crush his teeny tiny brain with my bare hands. But first, I was gonna file a complaint against him with the principal about what he did. Before I could do that though, he had already made his next move. A few minutes later, I received a message on my phone, and when I checked it, I was shocked to see our pictures together where he was kissing me, and it was captioned, "Daisy, the boyfriend stealer. If you don't do as I say, I'm gonna make these pics go viral, and imagine what's gonna happen to you and your reputation next." I couldn't believe this guy. He was playing so dirty now. The next day at school, he called me and said,
"Oh, hey Daisy. You know, I'd really love for you to come to my birthday party and serve some drinks there tomorrow. It'll be an honor for someone like you to even be there."
I so wanted to punch him in the face, but then I had to teach him a lesson he'd never forget in his life. So I agreed with a smile.
There, that's my girl. That's how I want you to be in front of me, following my orders. Now get out of here.
I was keeping note of every word, and he was gonna pay big time. The next day when I reached the party, I could see Jeff standing between the girls. I went ahead and held his hand. "Happy birthday, Jeff."
"Oh, but you came empty-handed? Where's my gift?"
"Right here." Just as I pointed in the other direction, the lights went off and a video started playing on the big screen behind him. It was the video of the day he pulled me into the empty classroom. Suddenly, I could hear Jeff screaming, "Stop it! Stop it! It's not me! I swear! Daisy, this witch, she's trying to frame me. It's a fake. She made that up." "No, she didn't. I recorded that." Just then, Sarah came forward and slapped him hard in the face.
"What? What are you—"
Then she put another slap on his face and continued, "The day I saw you pulling her into that empty classroom, I knew something was up. So I recorded it to show it to the principal, but after you blackmailed her, we decided you deserved a grander audience, Jeff."
"We?"
Aw, looks like you're a real moron, Jeff. Did you actually think that Sarah was on your side? Aw, you poor little thing. She's been my best friend for the last 10 years, and you really thought she'd give up on me for a filthy rat like you? You're not the only one who knows how to act, Jeff. The day you almost crushed us under your car was the day we planned to get back at you. And this ain't the only birthday gift for you. We have your cell phone and all the pictures and messages in it, and everything you have ever done to bully the other kids.
How did you get that?"
The same way she got that video up on your private projector. Of course I helped her, you dummy. Remember, I asked you to throw this party? And why do you think I became your girlfriend in the first place? Feeling the burn, Jeff?
"You witch, I'm gonna kill you. That's enough."
Suddenly, his dad came rushing out and said,
"I can't believe you're my son. You have let me and my reputation down. I'm disowning you and sending you to a boarding school forever."
"Dad, no! Please! Dad, no!" He kept holding onto his dad's feet and crying like a little baby as he walked back into the crowd. And I couldn't help but say, "It was an honor, Jeff." Then I looked at Sarah and she had this awesome smile on her face. "Told ya, use your mind, not your hands. You slapped him twice." "Oh, you got me there. I love you." "I love you too."
Hi, I'm Sage, and I have the wackiest condition on the planet. Every time I want to cry, I end up laughing instead. Yikes. Have you ever laughed at the wrong moment and it's been super awkward for you? Well, that's my life. Every single day. At first, my parents thought I was the happiest baby in the world because I laughed at everything. When I started teething at 6 months, instead of crying because it hurt, I'd keep my parents up all night because I couldn't stop laughing. And when I started crawling and bumped my head everywhere, I'd just burst into giggles. That's when Dad started calling me a weirdo. He hated anything unusual. What kind of kid does that? There's definitely something wrong with her. She's a crazy baby, and it's embarrassing. She clearly can't help it. Can you, baby boo? But Dad didn't listen. He really started to hate me, and it wasn't just for laughing. Ever since I was a kid, I'd loved to color and paint. When I was 4, I spotted his brand new laptop and thought it was such a dull gray. So I painted the lid a bright red and each key a different color. I thought it looked beautiful, but Dad nearly had a stroke when he saw it. Who's gonna fix this? She's such a pain. Why couldn't you give me a normal child? Even though I was just a kid, his words stung, so of course I burst into laughter, which just made him angrier. But it wasn't just Dad. Everyone misunderstood me all the time. One day in 1st grade, Monica, the richest girl in my class, was crying because her dog was stolen. You lost your dog? What kind of a person steals a dog? That's so sad. Everyone hugging her turned to me in shock. Monica looked at me with sheer hatred. Get out, Sage, you're so mean. After that, I became the mean witch in class. Everyone started picking on me, especially Monica. And no matter how hard I tried to explain that I didn't mean to laugh, no one seemed to believe me. I wanted so badly to be normal. I started watching the saddest movies, listened to the most heartbreaking songs, and read the newspaper to get all the worst news. Nothing helped, because I still burst into giggles at my grandma's funeral. I was actually so sad. I loved my grandma. But as I cackled away, everyone stared at me like I was crazy, and I ran off. Over the years, Mom came up with a way to cheer me up. Every time Dad got mad at me, she put $1 in a jar in my room. By the end of each month, I had enough money to buy art supplies. But obviously I hid this from Dad because he didn't want to spend a single cent on me. In the 6th grade, I entered an art contest in school. I worked really hard to make a nice painting with my cheap paints and paper. But as soon as Monica saw I was participating, she just had to one-up me. She took classes with a fancy art tutor and brought her expensive canvas and paints. She won by a landslide. I was so disappointed that I wanted to cry. So, in the crowded hall, I burst into laughter instead. The art teacher turned to me confused. What's so funny, Sage? Are you making fun of Monica's work? No, I swear. She's just laughing because she's a sore, crazy loser. Well, I had a bad reputation back then, and everyone thought I was mean. I stopped entering art competitions after that. I stayed in my room all day, and nothing Mom did cheered me up. After my homework, I'd spent the rest of the evening painting away and posting pictures to my art account on Instagram. Until one day in 8th grade, I got a really unexpected message there from a stranger. I just love your painting. I want to buy it. Will you take $150 for it? Someone wanted to buy my painting? For the first time in weeks, I was flying. When I got the money from selling it, I bought more supplies and started painting my butt off. For the next few months, everything I made got sold immediately. I was so over the moon. So one day in the cafeteria, while Monica was going on and on about her fancy French art teacher, I casually mentioned I'd sold 10 paintings for $150 each. Monica was livid. She practically choked on the caviar she was eating. There's no way you and your trashy art will sell on my watch. Oh, and how do you think you're gonna stop it? You'll see. And just a few days later, I did see how low Monica could go. Someone stole my sketch pad from my bag. And right after, a new Instagram account sprung up with all my artwork on it. I knew it was Monica, obviously. I ran to complain to my teachers, but I was pretty upset and couldn't stop laughing. So they all thought I was joking. Why would I do this when I'm so much better than her? Monica convinced everyone that I was a jealous liar who tried to frame her. And then she and her minions started blaming me for all kinds of things I'd never done. One day, she put super glue on the teacher's chair, and when the teacher got up, the chair was stuck to her butt. As everyone started giggling and she tried to pull it off, her skirt ripped. Monica pointed straight at me. I saw her with the glue. You can even check her locker. As everyone stared at me accusingly, I laughed until my stomach ached. And that's how I started ending up in detention every week, because teachers thought I was rude and a troublemaker. At first, I was furious, but suddenly I realized I loved detention. No one could bother me here, and I could paint in peace for hours. As I was busy painting one day, someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned to see a boy who gently wiped my cheek with a tissue. "You had some paint on your face." I just stared at him like a dummy. Who was this cutie? "I've seen your paintings and they're amazing." "Well, you're amazing. Do you think you could teach me?" Eugene was a new boy at school who got stuck in detention often because he'd always prove his teachers wrong. I became his detention art tutor. He was really kind and clever, and somehow he didn't judge me for my laughing. "I don't think you're crazy or mean at all. It could be a medical condition, you know. Maybe my dad can help. He's a neuroscientist." I did go see his dad one day without telling my parents. He explained that I had a condition where my brain would get the wrong signal when I felt sad, and my body's response was laughing instead of crying. He said it wasn't in my control at all, and I never needed to feel bad about it. A week later, Eugene made an adorable hand-painted card to ask me to go out with him. Of course I said yes! One day, I was putting away my stuff in the locker when Eugene came running to me excitedly with a poster for a national art contest. "You should enter this, Sage. You're really talented. I'm sure you can win." Just then, I heard Monica's nasty voice behind us. "Ew, why are you telling this crazy loser that she's talented and raising her hopes for no good reason?" "Because he's my boyfriend, that's why. And why are you even talking to him?" "My step-cousin is your boyfriend? Are you out of your pea-sized mind? It's my turn to laugh at you." But I'd had enough. I pulled Eugene close and gave him a long, steamy kiss right in the middle of the corridor. My eyes! Ew, I can't watch this." "Oh, no problem. We can just make out in the janitor's closet." And with that, I dragged Eugene into the closet while everyone was hooting outside. Obviously, both of us got detention again, but we didn't care. That was our happy place anyway. I started focusing on the upcoming competition, and I was really pumped for it. With my Instagram sales, I'd even made enough money to buy good quality materials. On the day of the competition, as soon as I started to unpack my supplies, I knew something was wrong. I started laughing. This could not be happening. My tubes of paint had been squeezed almost empty. Just then, I spotted Monica staring at me with a big, evil grin on her face. I couldn't give up. I wasn't going to let her bring me down. I did the best I could with whatever little paints I had, and miraculously, I won. But as I got off the stage with my trophy and a $1,000 check, Monica walked up to me. "You think you can fool everyone, but I know you're just a big fraud." I was wondering who that idiot was who keeps commenting on your Instagram and buying your paintings. And well, I had them tracked down. All this time, you've been pretending to be a great artist when your mommy has been buying your lame art. What are you talking about? Go on, run home and ask Mommy Dearest. Monica was just a lunatic. But when I got home, I saw something that made me actually like Monica more than my own mother for a minute. Mom was carrying something down to the basement. When I followed her, I saw that every single art piece that I'd ever sold on Insta was lying there. "Mom, are you my mystery Instagram buyer?" She turned to me in complete shock, and then she started to cry. "Yes, it's me. You were so sad after losing that contest, and I just wanted to encourage you. You lied to me. All this time, I thought I was actually good enough." "Honey, you are really good, and that's the truth. I only bought these paintings to make you believe in yourself." "You what?" We turned around to see Dad in the doorway, looking beyond furious. "You're telling me that you spent my money just to make her feel more talented?" "I want every cent back. Give it back to me right now, Sage." Just then, he spotted the check in my hand and leapt forward to snatch it, but Mom stepped in. "Don't you dare. It's her money and her talent." "Well, it's my house, and I want you both out of it." Mom and I spent the night at Grandma's. The next day, when we went back home, hoping Dad would have come to his senses, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He'd thrown all my paintings in the yard, and he was driving over them. "Mom, I'm not staying here another minute. Dad doesn't love us or care about us, and he's a maniac. Let's just leave him. We can manage on our own, I promise." We took all our stuff and moved to Grandma's for a while. After graduation, I worked super hard and built a new website to sell my art. Mom found a new job, but in another city. I was really sad to leave Eugene behind, but I knew Mom needed me. We tried to make it work long distance, but with work and school, it was really hard. Eventually, we both decided to call it quits. I laughed over my broken heart for days. Eventually, I got into a great art college on full scholarship and had my projects exhibited in many galleries over the years. On graduation day, I broke down into fits of laughter 5 times during my valedictorian speech. Soon after, someone emailed me saying they wanted to be my agent. We set up an interview at the cafe the next day. When I saw the agent, my heart stopped. Eugene! Ha! I knew you'd be surprised. I ran up to him and gave him a hug. He said he'd been following my work, and he couldn't wait to represent me. He booked me for shows that same week. During the last one, he whispered in my ear, "I made a painting for you. Do you want to see it?" I followed him to the end of the gallery and saw a painting of me and Eugene sitting in detention at school. I felt so moved. Suddenly, I felt something I'd never felt before. Wet tears streaming down my face. Was I finally crying? It was the best time of my life because that's when I fell in love with you. Sage, do you want to be with me again? I threw myself in his arms and gave him a kiss. Yes! Eugene was actually so excited that he'd made me cry. This had to be the weirdest romantic moment ever. 2 years later, we got married. We have 3 children, and the youngest, Freya, is just like me. No tears, only laughs.
Mom, am I weird? Everyone else gets to cry. Why can't I?
No, you're strong and you just laugh everything off, even when things are hard. You're not weird. You're absolutely okay. I made sure that not only her, but none of the kids in her school would be bullied. I studied to be an art therapist and started after-school programs for kids to help them channel their emotions into art. Little by little, I tried to make things better for our kids every day.
Hi, my name is Leanne, and boy, do I have an extraordinary story to share. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a really happy childhood as the only daughter of 2 loving, wealthy parents. We lived in a beautiful mansion with huge gardens, a pool, and practically a zoo in the backyard. My parents would take me traveling with them around the world, and my favorite thing to do was taking pictures. Everywhere I went, the camera went with me. Life was great until one day it took a tragic turn. When I was 8, we were on our private jet to the Bahamas when suddenly the plane started shaking violently. The pilot and other crew members were shouting and running about, and I just knew something was very wrong. Minutes later, I felt a strong blow and everything went black. I opened my eyes when I felt something wet on my face. I nearly died of fright when I saw that it was a gorilla licking me. I thought she wanted to eat me. I ran away from there like a bullet. But after running around in circles a few times, I realized something. I was stranded on some deserted island. I had no idea what happened to my parents, and I felt really alone and afraid. I was terribly thirsty and tried drinking the seawater, but it was so salty, I spat it out instantly. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Well, not a human hand, because it was the gorilla again. I was about to flee when I saw her offering me a coconut. I gulped down the coconut water greedily. Thank you. That's when the most incredible thing happened. The gorilla took me by the hand and led me with her. I felt so scared, and my heart was beating like crazy. The gorilla stopped and brought my hand to her chest. She actually calmed me down. I smiled slightly, and I swear she smiled back. We arrived at a forest clearing with a beautiful waterfall, and I gasped. There was a whole herd of gorillas of all sizes. They welcomed me, and over time, I became one of them. I walked like them, ate like them, and even started communicating like them. Life was good. And as years passed, I began to forget my previous life. There was only one problem. Grumpy. He was my older gorilla brother, who clearly hated me. He was always daring me to do dangerous things and setting up traps for me. But luckily, Mom always came to the rescue. One time, though, he went too far. He dared me to step on a thin branch to reach some fruit. The branch snapped under my weight and I fell to the ground, seriously injuring myself. When I woke up, Mom was holding me and sobbing. They laid me on a mattress of leaves and gave me coconut water to drink. I recovered over time, but I found out that the herd had kicked out Grumpy for his mischief. One day, we heard a loud, strange sound, and we all went running out to the forest. To my shock, I saw something familiar. A helicopter was landing on the island. 4 people got out, and I saw 2 of them had weapons, which they were pointing straight at us. Terrified, all the gorillas started running away. But just then, I saw one of the men pointing a gun directly at Grumpy, who was all by himself. I dashed forward and stood with open arms between Grumpy and the man. At that moment, I heard a really familiar human voice. "Leanna, is that you?" "Oh my God, don't shoot! She's my daughter!" Oh my God, she was my mom. Mom ran towards me and hugged me tight. "Leanna, remember me, baby? 10 years ago we had an accident, and we've been looking for you ever since. Oh, I can't believe it." "I'm Dad, Leanna. We never gave up hope. And here you are, all safe and sound." I knew who they were, and I could even understand them. But I'd just forgotten how to speak like them. Ooh, ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ooh. They looked at me like I was crazy. But then, they started leading me away to the helicopter. When I realized they were taking me with them, I pulled back. They gently kept telling me I had to come home with them, but I refused. But they weren't willing to leave without me. One of the men picked me up while I bit and kicked and screamed. My gorilla family rushed forward to help me, but he just put me in a cage and the helicopter quickly lifted off the ground. Mom joined me inside the cage and held me close as I cried and fought. But I tired myself out and fell asleep. And just like that, after 10 years, I'd been found and was back with my loving parents. I should have been happy, but it wasn't that simple. I only knew life in the jungle now. My parents tried to return me to normal, but I continued to behave like a gorilla. I ate like one, scratched myself, and slept on the floor. That's when my parents decided to get me a tutor, Mr. Drotaire, and he looked like a mean old man. "I train and teach brats for a living. I'm sure I will succeed with you too. For everything you do well, I'll give you a banana. And for everything that you get wrong, well, you'll see." That man made my life miserable, and my parents had no idea. Anytime I did something wrong, he went mental and screamed at me. He'd make me stand with my face towards the wall for hours while he kept calling me a stupid savage. Oh, I just hated him. But I tried to learn fast so I could get rid of him. After months, when I joined my parents one day for breakfast, they couldn't stop staring at me. I was perfectly dressed, with my hair combed, and I was eating with a spoon. When I asked my mom to pass me the sugar in perfect English, both of them burst into tears and started hugging me. "Oh, Leanna, you look so pretty. Just perfect. Now that you're back to your old self, love, it's about time we sent a press release announcing your safe return. So many people helped us look for you and prayed for you. They will be so happy to hear the news, and we shall organize a grand party in your honor." I was glad to see my parents so pleased with me, and a party sounded nice. A few days later, Mom took me to the mall to shop, and I was so surprised by everyone's reactions when they saw me. I didn't even know I was famous. Crying women hugged me and Mom and said they were so happy for us. People asked me to take pictures with them and wanted my autograph. It was crazy. I felt overwhelmed by everything, but I stayed quiet and smiled for the cameras. But the truth was, I really missed my life on the island and my gorilla family. On the day of the party, I had hairstylists and makeup artists working on me for hours. I wasn't even allowed to eat much because I had to fit into some ridiculous ball gown. Okay, it was beautiful, but I was starving. As I walked down the stairs, I was suddenly blinded by the flashes of so many cameras. I felt like a wild animal in a zoo, with people gasping and staring at me. Just then, Mom came forward and took my hand. "Smile, sweetie. Everything's okay. You're doing great." I tried to reply, but I couldn't. I just wished I was anywhere but here. Suddenly, a boy whisked me off to dance, and he kept talking nonstop. And then another boy asked me to dance, and then another and another. I was beginning to feel nauseous. As I stopped to rest, a pompous-looking lady walked over to me, along with Mr. Drotair. Gosh, why was he even invited? Oh, how can anyone be so beautiful? Everyone said you were a wild beast. People really love to gossip, don't they? Mr. Drotair, you've taught her right. Oh, yes, I have. Miss Leanna is my star student, and she has turned out even better than I expected. Well, darling, I'd like to introduce you to my son. He has a very good heart and a very big pocket. I'm sure your parents will be so pleased if you two hit it off. I don't know if it was her shrill voice or Mr. Drotair's evil smile, but I just exploded. Literally, the buttons on my dress started to pop. One of them hit the screaming lady straight in the eye, and I felt pure joy. One by one, I took out all the hairpins that were practically stuck in my brain and let my hair go loose. And like the gorilla that I am, I jumped onto one of the hanging lamps, making sure to kick Mr. Drotair on my way up. From the lamp, I jumped to another and then leapt onto the stairs. I turned around and mouthed, "I'm sorry," to my shocked parents, and left. As I burst out of the hall, I ran headfirst into someone and fell down. As he helped me up, I saw he was the most gorgeous guy. He introduced himself as Rocky, the chef for the party tonight. Oh, I would have loved to taste your food, but I won't be attending the rest of that party. As my stomach loudly growled, just at that moment, Rocky asked me if I'd like to join him for a private dinner. And, well, I couldn't say no to that dreamy face. It was the most amazing time I'd had since I'd returned. Rocky was funny and sweet, and being around him felt so easy. Of course, the news of the disastrous party was everywhere. My parents didn't say much to me, but I knew they were disappointed and embarrassed. I decided I wouldn't be seeing any people for a while, except Rocky, whom I'd started seeing quite often. Even though being around him made me feel happy, I couldn't keep ignoring how much I missed the jungle. And I decided to talk to my parents. But before I could, they came to me one day and said they had something to show me. We're not sure if you remember, but before the plane crash, you used to love photography. We thought this would cheer you up. And on all the walls were framed pictures that I'd taken as a kid. On the other side of the room, there were cameras, tripods, lights, basically my very own studio. Wow, you guys, this is amazing! Thank you! I really love you both so much, and I know you'd do anything for me. But what? Why are you unhappy? I told him that I missed my gorilla family and my life on the island terribly. But they are monkeys, and you are human. Mom, they are gorillas, and they took care of me as their own, and I love them. Leanne, sweetheart, what do you want to do? I want to go back. Mom burst into tears and protested and fainted. But Dad supported me, and after much talking, they both seemed to understand that going back was the right thing for me. And now I had another very hard goodbye to say. I told Rocky that I'd be leaving, and he looked stunned. Leanne, you're just breaking my heart. Maybe I can come with you. I mean, I could try. Oh, Rocky, I couldn't ask you to do that. You belong here. You're a brilliant chef and will go on to do amazing things. I know it. And I will never forget you. With tears in his eyes, he pulled me in for a long kiss, and fireworks exploded in my head. I ran off and didn't look back. When I landed on the island, I was so afraid my gorilla family wouldn't even recognize me. But they came running straight at me and knocked me over with their hugs. I was so happy to see them. Weeks later, I saw a boat coming onto the shore one evening, and I nearly fell back in shock to see that it was Rocky. Oh my God, what are you doing here? You were wrong, Leanne. I don't belong there. I belong wherever you are. And now, yes, the end of the story has arrived. At least for you. For us, this is just the beginning.
I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. It was 4 a.m. My heart was beating fast as I hurried out of my room. I hate you! I don't want you in my life, you jerk! I froze. That was my mom's voice, but she didn't normally sound like that. My parents often fought. But this time it was different, and it scared me. "Goodbye, George," she shouted, and I heard the front door slam. Wait, did she actually leave? I ran downstairs as fast as I could. "Mommy, please don't leave," I screamed as I opened the door. She was already in the cab. I was sure she'd wait for me, but she didn't. Our eyes met as she gazed at me through the window, and in just a few seconds, she was gone. Watching the cab leave seemed like a dream. Everything was moving in slow motion, and my vision started to go dark. Suddenly, I felt my dad's arms holding me as I fell down onto my knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. We held each other tightly until the sun came up. "Mila, are you awake? I'm asking a simple question. Why does a mother bear hide her children from their father?" My teacher was angry. There was silence. I didn't want to answer. "I don't know, ask someone else," I shouted. The whole class stared at me in shock. I stormed out and slammed the door behind me. I knew I was getting detention, but that was the least of my worries. I was seeing the flashbacks. The memory of the last day I'd seen Linda began haunting me once again. I blamed Jason for it, my boyfriend who's always pushing me to talk about my feelings. He kept nagging me to tell him what had happened until I had enough of it. To be honest, I couldn't reveal to him that my own mother had left me 10 years ago without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. So I lied and told him she had passed away from a disease. Jason seemed to pity me, but his sorrow meant nothing. Even if I told him the truth, he wouldn't realize how I really felt, abandoned. I waited outside for my driver, Andrew, to come pick me up. Andrew was like a father to me. He always listened to my problems. Sometimes it felt like we had a better relationship than the one I had with my dad. As soon as I got into the car, Andrew informed me that my father wanted to have a talk with me. It seemed strange as my dad never asked to have a talk, not even when I did terrible things at school. When I walked into the living room, my father looked devastated. "Hey Dad, did the school call?" "I swear I can explain," I started nervously. But then my father covered his face and started to cry. Feeling really worried now, I asked him what was going on. His reply completely shook me. "Mila, it's Linda. She's back and she wants to take you away from me." Completely taken aback, I just stood speechless as Dad went on to explain that she had finally filed for divorce after 10 years and was demanding full custody of me. The world felt like it was spinning. My mother? That's impossible. Why now? I clenched my teeth. I hated her guts. I went over to my dad, and even though it felt a bit awkward, I hugged him and promised that there was no way I would ever abandon him to go live with her. "You're my only family, Dad. We'll get through this together." The date for the divorce trial arrived. My father and his lawyers had prepared me well on what to say. I wasn't really nervous about going to court, but the idea of seeing Linda after 10 years kept me on edge. What would she look like now? Would I be able to recognize her? I was going to keep hating her, of course, but a part of me was kind of excited to see her. When I went inside the courtroom and looked around, she wasn't there. I thought she'd show up at some point, but she didn't. It was just the lawyers. I couldn't believe that she'd be this heartless. After 10 years, she didn't even make the effort to show up in court. As the trial went on, things just got worse. Linda's lawyer claimed that my dad was an unfit parent who kept my mother away from me by force. They also claimed that my father was involved in some serious illegal activity and should be in jail. On top of that, they made it very clear that they had evidence to prove it. After the court session, I was shocked when my father pulled me aside and admitted that he had stolen money from his company. It was a long time ago, but it could still send him to jail. He went on to say that he only started doing those things because Linda had left him. Life had been so cruel to him, and he had temporarily stopped caring about right and wrong. "I'm not proud of it, but it was your mother's fault," he said, looking ashamed and avoiding making eye contact with me. It's okay, Dad," I stuttered, with tears in my eyes. "I can't judge you for what you had to go through. I will stay by your side and help however I can." My dad went silent for a while, but then he said, "There's actually something you could do." "There is?" He told me that Linda's lawyer had suggested that I spend the week with her, and if I agreed to it, I could help my dad find the evidence she had against him. I immediately agreed, even though it kind of scared me. Spending a week with the mother I hated sounded like a trip to hell, but I had to save my dad. As soon as we got home, I packed my bag and sent a message to Jason telling him I would be away for a few days. Linda sent a cab to pick me up, and apparently she had moved back to the city. When I arrived at her house, I was shocked to see that she was staying in a huge villa. My heart stopped for a second when I saw her waiting for me outside. I hated to admit it, but after 10 years, she still looked beautiful. She greeted me with tears in her eyes and said, "Welcome home, honey." She hugged me tightly for a very long time. All I could think was, if she missed me that much, she should have shown up a little sooner. Linda showed me around the house as she explained that we'd have a lot of time to argue about the past. For now, she just wanted us to relax and get to know each other. I mean, sure, let's just skip over the fact that you were gone for 10 years and act like a normal mother and daughter, I thought, but didn't bother to argue. I was here on a mission, to get rid of her for good. The next few days were a bit of a nightmare. I wanted a little time by myself to snoop around the place, but my mom was stuck to me like a magnet on a fridge. Every time I thought I had a chance to look through a drawer or closet, there she was with a tray of freshly baked cookies, asking me to come try one while they were still hot, or asking me to go on a walk with her. As it was such a lovely day, it was always one thing or another. The only option I was left with was to try looking for the documents at night when she was asleep. On my third night at her house, I crept out of my room and looked down the corridor. The room and her light was off. Good. I quietly went down the stairs and headed straight to the library. I was really hoping I'd find a folder or something there. As soon as I turned the doorknob, oh my God, make that terrible screeching stop! I just stood there completely in shock as alarms blared all around me. In a matter of seconds, my mom had come running down and switched all the lights on. She had a baseball bat in her hand, and she looked pretty scary. "Mila, oh thank God, I thought it was a break-in," she said as she lowered the bat. I stammered, trying to think of something quickly. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd just come downstairs and grab a book to read. "Don't do that again, Mila. It would be better if you didn't leave your room at all at night," she said in a quiet voice. I just nodded and headed off to bed without saying another word. Okay, that was really creepy. Other than the fact that I was completely failing at my mission, I eventually found myself having a good time with her. I didn't want to like her, but I couldn't help myself. She was charming and funny. It would have been nice growing up with her around. The thought made me really angry too, and gave me the urge to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. My father was my priority, and I had to stick to the mission. On the last day of my stay, I was very nervous. My time here was about to end, and I still hadn't found the evidence. "Mila?" I jumped as Linda shouted from upstairs. "Can you get me some shampoo? I'm in the shower." I went into her room and handed her the bottle from behind the door. But as I was heading out, I noticed something that looked like a folder peeking out of the drawer near her bed. My eyes widened as I opened it. These were the documents I'd been looking for all week. I grabbed the folder and hurried outside with my packed bag. Andrew came to pick me up in seconds, and he started asking questions, but I refused to tell him why I was upset. I stared at the house with tears in my eyes as he drove off. I would have had a nice life, if only it were real. When I arrived home, my father greeted me with the joy of victory. "You're my little hero," he said as he looked through the documents I gave him. After my return, the court arrangements stopped abruptly. Linda knew that I'd taken the evidence, and she had nothing to go to court with. Now that my father was safe and my manipulative mother was no longer an issue, I thought things would be different between my dad and I. But I was wrong. The truth was, I couldn't blame him. How could he love me when I reminded him so much of her? After a few days, I was unpacking the bag I had with me at Linda's when I noticed an envelope inside. I opened it with shaking hands as I read my mother's words. "Dear Mila, in case we part ways before I get a chance to speak to you, I want you to give me one last chance. Go to your father's office. He has a secret drawer near his desk on the bottom left side. That's where he hides all of his secrets. You must remember, there are two sides to every story. Love, Mom." My heart started racing. How did she slip the note inside my bag? Suddenly, I heard loud knocking at the front door. Oh God, it was her. "Open the door right now." You scared the hell out of me," I shouted at Jason as he walked in, looking a bit angry. "I scared you? You're the one who disappeared for 2 weeks. What is going on with you?" I handed him the note and confessed that my mother was alive. His jaw dropped. I promised I would explain everything, but first I needed his help in finding my dad's secret drawer while he was still out. We both went to my father's office. We looked around for the secret place for a long time before we found it. What we found was shocking. Hundreds of old envelopes with my name on them. The envelopes seemed as if they belonged to a fake magazine subscription. As soon as I opened one, I found that they were secret letters from my mother. Quickly, I took everything out of the drawer and we ran to my room. I quickly told Jason everything about my past and what had been going on lately. As I started reading the notes, I couldn't stop. There was so much information to process. I started to understand a lot of things. How my mother was kicked out of the house, how my dad forbade her from ever contacting me, and how he even threatened her and demanded that she move to another state. She had left him after she found out that he was embezzling money. She wanted me to go with her, but my father was a very powerful man, and he knew dangerous people. She couldn't do anything about it. Just then, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was my dad. Quickly, I slid all the notes under my bed and pretended to kiss Jason. I needed to hide what I was actually doing. My dad opened the door and said angrily, "What is this?" I moved away from Jason and saw to my horror that my father had a letter in his hand. We must have dropped one by accident. My father smiled, and I felt a shiver down my spine. "You stupid girl. You just opened the gates of hell. Don't talk to her like that," Jason warned him. My father started laughing like a lunatic. "At least I can tell you now how much I hate you. You're just a copy of your terrible mother. I guess it's time that you know that the only reason I've kept you around was to make her suffer." I stood still as a statue as I tried to process what was happening. I remembered the way he was crying when Mom left. That was all an act? Jason grabbed my hand and said, "Mila, grab your stuff. We're leaving." I gathered my things quickly. I wasn't going to live with this monster anymore. I didn't even know who he was. "You can't leave," he laughed. "You're still in my custody. I'll have the police bring you back soon." He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, blocking our way. "It's too bad that you think the police will return her to a monster like you," Jason said, shoving him aside as we stormed out. Jason's car was outside. We got in fast and drove off. "This isn't over," my dad shouted. Shocked at what had just happened, I hugged Jason and told him I was sorry he had to witness all this drama and that I wished I'd told him the truth sooner. He wiped away my tears and said he was just glad he'd helped me get out of my evil father's clutches. Jason dropped me off at my mother's where she was waiting at the door, as if she were expecting me. I went inside quickly. My whole body was shaking. My life was a lie. For 10 years I despised my mother, while the real enemy was him. "He's gonna come for me, Mom," I said, shivering. "I know him. He won't let it go. He's gonna hurt us both, Mom." I was scared to death. "I won't let him, honey. I've been preparing for this." She held my hand tightly. Life with him was a nightmare from the start. Not only was he cheating on me, I found out that he was a criminal and a very dangerous man. I started to secretly gather evidence against him, but when he found out, I had to leave. I always wanted to come back to you, but he always had people looking for me to find the proof I had and destroy it. I was always on the run. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I had no idea you—" Before I could finish my sentence, the house alarm went off. "He's here," my mom said calmly. I hurried to call the police, but it was too late. My dad had already broken in with 2 of his men. "Oh, Linda, it's such a pleasure to finally see you after all these years. Boys, why don't we give her a nice welcome gesture, eh?" The 2 men grabbed my mother by the arms. "I'm not scared of you if that's what you think," my mom said, daring him. My dad came closer to her, smiling. He placed his hand gently around her neck and said, "You know what I'm capable of, Linda. Don't test me." "What if I do?" she said with a smile. My mother was acting insane. "I will finish you," my father said, not smiling this time, as he started to tighten his hand around her neck. "Father, no!" I cried while trying to get him off of her, but he was too strong. All of a sudden, everything went completely dark, and I felt my body hit the floor. I saw Andrew coming in before I lost consciousness. "Hey, honey, are you okay?" my mom said with her soft voice. "She's alive, but how?" I looked around, and the police officers were all over the place. My father and his men were nowhere to be seen, and one of the investigators was speaking with Andrew. "What is Andrew doing here?" I asked. "Did you really think I would leave you without making sure someone was watching over you?" Mom said. Andrew looked over at us. "Glad to see you 2 back together," he said with a wink. I was speechless. The only thing I could do was hug my mom and cry. I was so glad she was okay. Andrew came along and joined us. I couldn't thank him enough for what he did for me. As for my father, he was going to be behind bars for a good long time. If he were to come back for revenge one day, my mom and I were strong enough to face him. He didn't scare me anymore, but I do know him well. He said this wasn't over, and he's a man of his word.
I whispered to myself as I scaled the wall. Just a few more feet. My dad would kill me if he knew what I was up to tonight. I know you're thinking I'm some kind of cat burglar, but it's not that bad. Oh, hi there, Daddy.
We need to talk about your behavior, Jessica.
I was just out studying with some friends and didn't want to wake you up.
I've had it with your made-up stories. I know you've been sneaking off and meeting Armand. Ever since you started dating him, you've been out of control. You need some supervision.
I started to laugh at him. It didn't work when I was a kid, and it's not going to work now. My father just looked at me and slammed the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall and broke. The next day, I slept in super late. Oh, it's already 1 p.m. I need to get ready. What the? The shocked boy looked at me with surprise in his eyes.
Are you supposed to be Jessica?
How old are you?" I pushed him down with all my might and ran down the stairs to my dad's office, screaming for help the entire way. The boy chased me all the way. "Daddy! Daddy, help! This guy is trying to kidnap me!" He looked over his glasses and chuckled. "So, I see you've already met your new babysitter, Liam?" "Babysitter? I'm a teenager." "If it makes you feel better, we can call him your bodyguard." "Ugh, I don't have time for this. I have to go meet Lisa at the mall." "Great. I hope you three have a good time." I thought it was all some kind of sick joke until Liam hopped in the limo with me. "And what do you think you're doing?" Liam let out a long sigh. "I'm following your father's orders and supervising your little trip." "Aren't you a little young to be a bodyguard? Who even takes creepy jobs like following teenage girls around?" In my defense, the ad made it seem like it was an actual child who needed babysitting. I rolled my eyes at him. "Well, then, why don't you just leave?" "Well, I made a promise. This is a great job and I intend to stick with it." I sank back in my seat. Good luck with that. No babysitter has lasted more than a week with me. Lisa leaned in and whispered to me as she stared up and down at Liam with a judging glare. "So, this is your new babysitter?" "He's my bodyguard, Lisa." "Right. Well, I'm not into the whole stalker vibe, so maybe I should just leave." "Oh, trust me, Lisa. He won't be around for long if I have anything to say about it." We went into any and every store that guys would find embarrassing. Lisa even held up a pretty pink miniskirt and asked, "Is this your size, Liam?" He was so red in the face, but he never complained. No matter how hard we made fun of him or tried to shake him off by dragging him into girly stores, he stayed. Lisa pulled me in tight and whispered, "I have an idea." "Oh, Liam, we need to make a detour." We rushed to the bathroom, but stopped Liam right outside the entrance. No boys allowed, Liam." He said he would wait for us outside. Well, he's gonna be waiting a long time. As soon as we made it to the bathroom, we crawled through one of the windows and ran across the street to our favorite cafe. We were there for maybe 10 minutes sipping on smoothies when an announcement made Lisa spit it all over me. "We'd like to report a missing child. Jessica went missing from the mall across the street. If found, please bring her to the help desk so we can reunite her with her guardian." The announcement went on to describe my appearance and outfit. People started to stare and point at me. "Isn't she a little old to have a babysitter? Wow, something must be wrong with her. I'd be so embarrassed if I were her. Maybe we should go walk her to her babysitter?" I ran out of there so fast to avoid any more humiliation. I went right up to the help desk where Liam was standing with a huge smile of relief on his face. "That's the girl I'm watching. You can cancel the announcement." The attendant even handed me a balloon, like I was a child, and told me what a smart girl I was to come there. I was about to flip out when Liam rushed over and hugged me. "Your father said I needed to stay with you. I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're okay." It was actually pretty pathetic how worked up he got over a stranger. Maybe losing him was going to be harder than I thought. Needless to say, Lisa said she was done hanging out with me until the Liam fiasco was taken care of. No matter what crazy things I did or how horrible I was, he stayed. One time, I stole a penguin from the local aquarium and let it loose in the gift shop. I mean, I tried everything. I made him come with me to this super sappy rom-com movie night at the local theater. I thought any boy would run straight out. Liam, he just cried. I was about to go crazy from how nice this guy was, until my prayers were answered by a little text from Armand at 2 a.m. I figured everyone was sleeping, so I scaled down the house again when I heard something rustling in the bushes. "Where do you think you're going?" "Don't you sleep?" "It's my job to watch you." An idea crept over me. Your job is to watch me, not stop me from going places. Why don't you just come with me? I don't know what your father would say about that. Please, I begged, and he agreed. What a sucker. I told Armand that Liam had to go. I just meant I wanted him scared off or something. Even I had to admit that what we ended up doing was pretty cruel. We went to a 24-hour diner and ordered a bunch of food. Liam insisted that he just wanted the free water and wasn't hungry. When the time came to pay the bill, Armand and I ran away as fast as we could. We were laughing so hard. Our little outing cost Liam over $100. Armand and I were hanging out in the woods when the diner owners spotted us. They yelled at us to come back and pay for our food or join your friend with the dishes. Armand pushed me toward the owners.
It was her idea.
I stood there shocked as he scurried away like a bug. Armand just yelled that it was my idea, pushed me over, and ran. Unfortunately, when he pushed me over, he pushed my wallet into the lake too. That meant Liam and I had to do the dishes all night to pay for our meal. Ugh, this is taking forever. Why don't you just pay the tab? You've seen my Lamborghini collection. I promise to pay you back with interest. Liam shifted uncomfortably for a bit before muttering, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I don't have enough money in my bank account right now. I nearly fell over. You're kidding, right? That was like 1/10 of my allowance when I was 5. You have a job? Are you that stupid and irresponsible you blow your whole paycheck? He got really quiet and said nothing at all the rest of the night. We got home around 4 a.m. and were greeted by my very angry father. I braced for the lecture of a lifetime, but when he started shouting, he was looking at Liam.
What do I even pay you for? You're fired.
Mission accomplished, right? It was weird though. I'd tried all that time to get rid of him, but once he was gone, I was super sad to see him go. The house felt so empty without him, especially since I was grounded from seeing Lisa and Armand ghosted me yet again. I decided the least I could do was bring him an apology gift. After all, the guy didn't even have $100 in his bank account. I looked through my dad's pictures and found his address. I nearly fainted when I made it to the house he had listed. It was a dump. I nervously knocked on the door and was greeted by a frail woman with breathing tubes. Phew, I made a mistake. Can I help you? Sorry, ma'am. I was looking for a guy named Liam, but it seems like I had the wrong address. Oh, honey, you have the right house. Liam is my son. He's out picking up my medicine. She invited me in for a cup of tea, and I felt too bad to say no. She told me all about her kind son who got a job babysitting to help her pay her medical bills. The woman coughed. I wouldn't get better if it wasn't for him. I'd never felt more horrible. Liam suddenly walked into the room and looked shocked to see me. Okay, upset to see me might be a better description. He pulled me into the kitchen with him and whispered, Haven't you done enough? Oh, I'm actually here to give you your job back.
Are you now? Your father seemed pretty upset.
No. Daddy insisted you come back. I'm here because he wanted me to.
I don't know. I don't want your pity.
Don't say that. It's not pity. You need this job and I need you. Please come back. Liam heard his mom coughing in the other room and did something unexpected. He pulled me in for a hug and my face turned scarlet red.
Thank you, Jessica. Truly.
I felt so awkward and said, I don't know what you mean. My dad made me come. Of course it was a lie, but I didn't want to give him any wrong ideas. I just felt bad for him, right? Now, on to the next part of my mission. Convincing my dad to rehire him. That was actually easier than expected. Daddy, please, just give Liam one more chance. It was all my fault. I'm sorry.
An apology? Who are you and what have you done with Jessica?
Just please, Daddy?
Fine. You get one more chance, but only because I think this boy is a good influence on you.
I rolled my eyes and left. Liam owes me big time. Now that I knew about Liam's personal life, I couldn't help but like him a little more. In a sad puppy kind of way. My heart started to flutter every time I saw him sipping his coffee in the morning. Every time I caught him staring, I couldn't help but blush. I wasn't being very good at hiding my girlish stares though. This one time, I was watching Liam carry in some packages and Lisa snapped at me. Earth to Jessica, you can't seriously be pining over that guy. Don't you have your super hot dream boyfriend already? I don't know. Do I? I'm not even sure who's my dream guy anymore. Lisa said Armand and I were just having a rough patch because of the whole dinner thing. I shrugged. When it struck 12 that night, I kept waiting for that loser to message me or call me to wish me a happy birthday. For half an hour, nothing. I went downstairs to get water from the kitchen and saw a nicely wrapped package on the table. I gasped when I opened it. It was a rare, signed edition of Harry Potter. Of course, Liam knew what a huge fan I was. While I was dreaming of Liam and me, my phone beeped.
Hey babe, sorry for being missing in action. Meet me at our spot at 2 a.m.
I messaged Armand to say I was done with him. Armand reacted pretty horribly, but it was his last text that really hit me hard.
Oh, don't tell me you've gone and fallen in love with the help.
It was that moment I realized I'd really fallen for Liam. In fact, I loved him. I walked toward his room in the middle of the night to confess. When I heard him talking to another woman, I pushed the door open a bit and saw he was sitting on the bed, hugging a very attractive young woman. I was filled with so many emotions, I ran away. I never wanted to see him again. I ran back to my room and called Armand and said I took everything back and wanted to meet him tonight. This time, Liam was too preoccupied to notice me leaving. We hung out at a park and spray painted a wall. Of course, Armand left when the police came, but they caught me. They had to drop me off at my house at 4 a.m. My dad was so mad I thought he was going to explode. He ran over to Liam's room to yell at him and I followed. When he pushed open the door, he saw Liam sleepily getting up off the floor and the surprised woman sleeping in his bed.
And you brought a girl here? You are fired. Don't count on getting your last paycheck.
I stood there as the young girl screamed, "What are we going to do about Mom?" before crying and running out. "Oh, does your girlfriend have a sick mom too?"
Girlfriend? That's my sister. Our mom is in the hospital right now and she didn't want to stay at home alone.
My heart sank. I had jumped to conclusions and possibly ruined everything. Before I could say anything, he ran after his sister. I hesitated a moment and then followed him out the door. He was out of breath, standing on my lawn looking around. I'm really sorry.
It's not your fault. It was my job to watch you and I shouldn't have snuck a guest in.
If you tell my father it was your sister and not a girlfriend, he'll understand.
Why do you all assume I'd have a girlfriend? After how close we got, you really think I would want to be with anyone else?
What do you mean?
I think I love you.
Liam, I think... We locked eyes for a moment when an irritating voice ruined the moment.
Hey babe, sorry about ditching you again with the police, but this time, I came to apologize in person.
Armand looked at Liam and me skeptically.
Sorry, am I interrupting something? No, you're not. I was just leaving, forever.
Wait, Liam.
Stop. You don't have to feel bad for me. It was stupid of me to think someone like you could ever like a loser like me.
He ran off crying before I could stop him.
Wow, what a pathetic guy.
Armand leaned in for a kiss when I slapped him. The only pathetic person here is me for sticking around with someone like you for this long.
Babe, is this about the cops? I said I was sorry.
He continued to apologize as I went into my house and slammed the door behind me. I ran up to my room and texted Liam to say we had to talk. I hoped Liam would show up the next day to work something out, but he didn't. I stood by my phone anxiously waiting for a response. When my phone started buzzing, I excitedly picked up.
I knew you'd answer, babe.
Great. I don't want to talk to you.
Just hear me out, babe. When you love someone, you need to swallow your pride and go to them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Actually, Armand, I think I do.
Great. So that means you'll come and meet me tonight?
Not in a million years. I hung up, hopped in my limo, and told the driver to take me to Liam. When I knocked on the door, he answered this time in total shock.
I told you, I don't need your pity. My family is fine.
Before he could say another word, I interrupted him. Liam, would you be my boyfriend?
What? I don't understand.
I don't understand either, Liam, but I love you. I love the way you help your family and work hard no matter how horrible I'm being. I love the way you cry at movies and always have my best interests at heart. Now, I'll only ask one more time. Will you be my boyfriend?
Nothing would make me happier.
We smiled at each other and he got closer when his sister suddenly said, "So, your babysitter is now your boyfriend? We should send this story to My Story Animated. I'm pretty sure people would love it."
When I got home from school one day, I heard loud laughter and glasses clinking from the lounge. I got out of sight quickly before anyone spotted me. Ugh, it was Mom and her friends. They always sounded like a group of hyenas when they got together. I heard one of her friends say, "But seriously, you're so beautiful. Can't believe your daughter is that ugly." Mom laughed, and so did everyone else. In case you haven't guessed already, I don't like my mom. In fact, I hate her. She really seems like such an airhead. She enjoys nothing except gossip and shopping. And I hate the way she dresses. Once she came to school, and I wanted to die of embarrassment. She was wearing the tightest, shocking pink dress and had a ton of makeup on. And she was strutting down the street like she was a runway model. The boys in my class were staring and grinning at her. It was so gross. To make it worse, I heard one of them say, "Wow, now we know where Ella gets her looks from. I should ask her out already." Yeah, great. Except they weren't talking about me. My name is Mallory. My sister, Ella, who's a couple of years younger than me, is one of the most popular girls in school. People are so shocked when they find out we're related. She looks just like Mom and acts just like her too. I told Dad about how Mom had turned up at school and how I hated the way she acted. He sighed and said she didn't used to be this way before, but she changed completely after her sister left. I didn't even know she had a sister. But her ditziness wasn't why I really hated her. I still couldn't forget that night when I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling really thirsty. I was on my way to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard Mom's loud sobbing and Dad's voice coming from their bedroom. What's going on? I wondered. I crept up to their room and peered in through the slightly open door. Dad was sitting on the bed, his head in his hands, and Mom was kneeling next to him, crying and begging him to forgive her. "How could you do this, Melissa?" Dad said, his voice full of despair. "And with my best friend, you ruined everything. Please don't say that." Mom sobbed even louder. "Please say you'll forgive me. It was a terrible mistake." I couldn't listen to any more of this. My head and heart felt like they were going to burst. Mom had been cheating on Dad with Jack? God, I had never liked that scumbag. Dad packed his bags the next morning and left. He kissed me on the cheek and said he was going away on a business trip. He looked so heartbroken. I knew he wasn't going on any trip. He was moving out. I couldn't even say anything. I just choked back my tears and nodded. I couldn't stand to be around Mom. I could hear her crying in her room, and I just wanted to smash something in her face. It was all her fault Dad had left, and he might never come back. Just then, the door opened, and it was Dad. Oh, thank God. Clearly, he had decided to forgive Mom and give their marriage another chance. I was so relieved to see him, but I just couldn't look at Mom in the same way ever again. I had no respect for her. The secret had been eating me up inside. I hadn't told anyone except my best friend. If I told Ella, she probably wouldn't even have believed me. She was Mommy's little puppy dog. I could hear Mom calling me down for dinner. At the table, she asked me how school was, and I pretended I hadn't even heard her. I turned to Dad and started talking about an upcoming sports event at school. When I took the first bite of the meatloaf Mom had cooked, I made a disgusted face and pushed my plate away. Yuck. That tastes awful. I'm just going to make myself a peanut butter sandwich. Again, I said. I could see the hurt look on her face, but I didn't care. I wanted to hurt her. "Mallory, it tastes just fine," Dad said sternly. "Just sit down and finish your food." "No!" I screamed, getting up from my chair. "Her food is terrible. I'd rather go hungry." And with that, I ran upstairs to my room. Before I slammed the door shut, I heard Ella talking in her sickly sweet voice. "Mommy, the meatloaf is delicious. Mallory is just going through a phase. Probably boy troubles." And then I heard them both giggle. I felt so pissed off. Gosh, could she ever stop sucking up? A couple of hours later, my stomach was growling so loudly, I was pretty sure the neighbors could hear it. I snuck into the kitchen and took a look in the fridge. Sadly, they finished the meatloaf. Ugh, I really would have to eat that peanut butter sandwich now. I was sneaking back upstairs when I heard my parents' low voices in the lounge. And I heard my name. Mom was telling Dad that she just had about enough of my behavior. Dad said he'd talk to me later, but it was probably just me acting out as a teenager. A couple of days later, I woke up to some shouting. "Too early to hear your screeching, Mom." Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I walked downstairs to find Mom waving something in Dad's face. "I just want to know how these got in your car. Who do they belong to?" she shrieked. Dad stood there silently, which seemed to make her even angrier. She threw whatever was in her hands to the floor. It was a pair of earrings, and I recognized them immediately. They were mine. I rushed over and picked them up. I felt so furious. How dare she accuse Dad of cheating? I turned to her, not bothering to hide my hatred for her one bit. "Mom, you're such a stupid psycho!" I shouted at her. "They're my earrings! I probably forgot them in Dad's car. You have no right to talk to Dad like that. I don't even know how he puts up with you. No wonder your sister left you." Mom looked completely shocked for a minute, and then she burst into tears. Just then, Ella came running to Mom's side, and she glared at me and started screaming. "Don't talk to Mom like that, you dumb cow! Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Ella said. It was Dad's turn to be furious, also at me. "Mallory, that's it! You are grounded for a week! Go up to your room, now!" Dad said. I ran up the stairs, tears pouring down my cheeks. Thanks to Mom's drama, I was now grounded. Mom gave me the cold shoulder, and I was more than happy to not talk to her. On Sunday, I heard my family leave for church service, and I let out a big whoop. Great! Finally, I could go watch some TV in the lounge. I ran downstairs joyfully, grabbed lots of snacks, and settled down on the couch when I heard something from the basement, where Dad had set up his home office. I froze for a second. No one was supposed to be home. I tiptoed down the stairs, and as I got closer to the door, I heard Dad's voice. Phew! Relief flooded over me. I was about to go back to my spot on the couch when I heard a woman's laughter. Feeling really curious, I turned back around and peered in through the door. Dad was having a video call with someone on his phone. Emily, we have to be really careful. I have to make sure my wife doesn't suspect a thing, Dad said. I tiptoed back upstairs, feeling a bit sick. Suddenly, I lost my appetite for snacks and TV. Dad couldn't be, could he? Well, even if he was cheating, I couldn't really blame him for trying to find love somewhere else. Mom wasn't exactly wife of the year material. Later at lunch, Mom walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers and a wrapped present, which she placed in front of Dad. She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Happy 15th anniversary, darling." Why thank you, Melissa. Dad looked completely surprised and flustered. He started apologizing and saying it had slipped his mind. Mom said it was totally okay, but I could tell that she was really trying hard to not look hurt. Ella squeezed her hand and gave her a sympathetic look. What a goody two-shoes. It made me feel sick. I was tired of being in the house around the two of them. I was dying to go to my best friend's house and vent. I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen when I saw Mom in the lounge, all by herself. She was curled up on the sofa and sobbing like a big baby. What now? Geez, Mom, your favorite soap actor died? I said sarcastically. She looked so dumb with all that mascara running down her face, but her sad face turned to a furious one in seconds. She jumped up from the couch and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. She was a small woman, but it scared me. "I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to throw you out of my house, and your good-for-nothing cheating dad, too," Mom yelled. "You're a paranoid freak. Dad would never cheat on you," I managed to scream back. Ella had heard our screaming and come running. To Mommy Dearest's defense, I'm sure. "Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. And of all the people, Anna sent it to me. She'll make sure I'm a laughingstock." And with that, she thrust her phone screen in my face. I could tell in an instant that it was Dad, in what seemed to be a really fancy restaurant. Sitting next to him was a beautiful blonde woman dressed in red. They seemed to be having a good laugh. I fell silent for a few seconds, trying to take it all in. Could this be, what was her name? Emily? I just looked at her coldly and said, "So what if he is cheating on you? You deserve it. You cheated on him first." Mom stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Ella looked equally stupid. "Aha! I know you cheated on Dad with Jack, and I will always hate you for it." I was shaking now. Mom sank to the couch. After what seemed like ages, she looked at me and said, "Oh, Mallory, you've got it all wrong." She then explained that she had made a bad investment decision with Jack behind Dad's back. Jack had turned out to be a con man and had run away with all their money. It was a huge blow. Wait, she expected me to believe her nonsense now? Really? No. My dad was better than her, and we all knew that. Ella had the phone in her hands now, and she was staring at the picture. Finally, she said angrily, "How could he do this to you, Mom?" I looked at them and said, "No, he isn't a cheater, you idiot. Dad is innocent, and we can ask him together." Mom was hurt and said he wouldn't confess. Then I said, "You know what? I'm going to spy on him just to prove you wrong." So here I was the next day, a couple of blocks away from Dad's office, hiding out in Mom's car. She'd made me skip school and sent me off in her car. Half the day had gone by with nothing happening. I'd almost dozed off when I saw Dad walk out of the building. A shiny black car had driven up outside the main entrance. A leggy blonde in high heels stepped out of it. My dad kissed her on the cheek, and then he got into the car with her, and they drove off. I frantically revved up my engine and started following them. Where were they going? I wondered. We had been on the road for 2 hours now. We left town and were on an empty road between a stretch of fields. Just a few moments later, the car turned left onto a smaller road leading up to a huge mansion. I parked my car at a distance and walked up to it on foot. I quietly slipped in through the main door. I walked down the large hallway and heard Dad and that Emily talking in another room. Suddenly, I could hear her clicking heels getting louder, and in panic, I ducked behind the huge plotted plant near me. "Wow, this really is a beautiful place, Em," Dad said. "And it'll all be yours soon." "Yes, thanks to you," she said, looking at him with a huge smile. "As soon as you can get that wife of yours to sign the papers." Her evil laugh echoing through the hallway made my blood run cold. And what was worse, Dad joined her. That wasn't the worst of it. They started going up the stairs, and suddenly Emily lost her balance. Dad was quick to catch her. "Oh my God, Em, are you okay? You really shouldn't be wearing such high heels," Dad said. "Oh goodness, yes, I'm fine. You're right, I should be more careful. What with the baby on the way?" She smiled shyly up at Dad, who smiled back, and they went upstairs. My legs shaking, I bolted towards the door and ran to my car. I'd heard enough. Dad wasn't just replacing Mom. He was about to replace me with a shiny new baby. I felt so heartbroken. I drove back home like a mad person, rushed out of the car, and called out to Mom. There was no reply. I ran up the stairs and looked in every room, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had her car. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, I noticed a large note stuck on the fridge. Hey Mel, your dad sent a card for me to take somewhere secret. I have to go see what this is all about. Maybe I'll get some answers. Don't wait for me for dinner. I've taken Ella with me. Oh, no! I frantically tried to call Mom, but there was no answer. This was so bad. And there I was on the road again, driving another 2 hours like a crazy person to some unknown location. I knew exactly where that was. I parked my car at the gate and rushed to the mansion. Emily's car was still there, and Mom and Ella must have been inside because another car was parked outside. I ran in through the main door and looked in all the rooms downstairs. Nothing. I ran upstairs and heard voices from one of the bedrooms. I peered in and saw all 4 of them in there. Mom and Emily were crying. I still don't understand why you suddenly left. Mom wept. You just broke my heart, Em. Oh, Mal, you know how hard it was with Mom and Dad. I couldn't live that life anymore, and I didn't even find out till much later about their accident, which is why I never came to the funeral. Just please forgive me. I will make it up to you. Emily sobbed. I stood there in shock. So this was the long-lost sister. My sister was there, crying like an idiot. Then Mom hugged Dad and thanked him for reuniting them. And behind her back, he mouthed, I love you, babe. Then he winked at Emily, who also mouthed, I love you too, babe. I looked at my sister, who had just witnessed this. We exchanged worried looks. Then Mom said, we are all going to have so much fun together. Oh, poor Mom. For the first time in years, I felt sorry for her. Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty, like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now, but when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted. Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different. Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the 1st and 2nd grade, but it's when I got to the 3rd grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you. Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks? Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. You wish! And went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half-sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. You're just useless, Sarah! I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just stay in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap. I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. Your sisters are lost because of you! Oh, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already. Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park. But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. I wish I'd never given birth to you. Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, Sierra, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy. I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired. But you didn't even interview me. There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something. But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters. Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave. What a total jerk. I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, Oh, they're prettier. Not fair. And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them, and it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye. Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people, and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser! Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you. I just lost it and started yelling at her. Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life. She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you. I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? You have the opportunity to be part of My Story Animated family and help tell people stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless? I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated. The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her. You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again. I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you? Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying. I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama. She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do. Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest.
I packed my bag and I ran out of the house. I'm running away, Mom, and I'm never coming back. Literally, no one cared. No one in my family even came out. And my family wasn't small. I had my mom, my dad, and 11 sisters. That's right. Hi, I'm June, and I live in a madhouse. It's impossible to get your parents' attention when you have so much competition. When I wanted a hug, my baby sister December needed it more. When I wanted a snack, I literally had to wrestle a wall of girls for it. Every charging port in our house was a war zone. I want to charge my phone. No, my phone. Ah! There were 14 people in my family, and we had one car. Every night, my sisters would battle it out in the front yard over who drives where. The entire street called us that crazy family, and honestly, we deserved it. With my elder sister's dates and my younger sister's after-school classes, I never got to go anywhere. I was so sick of always missing out on stuff. One day, I decided enough. There was a concert tonight, and I was gonna be there. I stole my mom's keys and silently got into the car. I turned it on and just started driving. I was enjoying the thrill of it when I heard a scream. June, what are you doing? Oh my God, my sister April was in the back seat making out with her boyfriend. Stop this car right now. No, I'm going to this concert and no one can stop me. Mom can. She called Mom. My parents dragged my butt back home and then grounded it. I was so mad at April, I lashed out. I told them April's most treasured secret. April is still dating Matthew. My parents lost it. They absolutely hated Matthew. They'd forced April to break up with him after they found his, poems about April's hot body. April was so in love with this guy and swore us all to secrecy, which I totally broke. She was furious with me. She refused to speak to me for weeks. One day I jumped into her room and locked the door behind me. April, I told you I was sorry. Now we're making up today or you're never leaving. Much to my shock, she didn't fight me. She just started crying. What? June, I'm pregnant. Oh my God. A high holy meeting of all the sisters was called immediately. April told us how she and Matthew had some fun in the car and she was going to have a baby now. She actually wanted to be a mother. I have a job, I can do it, but Mom will end me. I felt so guilty about ratting her out that I jumped to help. We just won't tell Mom. We can't hide a pregnancy. Yes, we can. I have a plan. And so began the great lie. Every morning, one of the sisters would lie in April's bed pretending to be her while she puked in the bathroom. I made sure April ate lots of junk food in front of my parents so we could just call her fat as her stomach grew. My eldest sister, January, was a gynecologist, so she checked up on April all the time and made sure she was doing well. We sneaked her away from Mom during the last few months, and with our help, April actually did it. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and our parents had no clue. Now for the tough part. What do we tell Mom about the baby? I had that all planned out. I ran home in tears one day with the baby in my arms. Mom! Someone abandoned this baby at our door. I gave her a fake note written by the mother who couldn't take care of the baby anymore. April stepped in just like we rehearsed and convinced Mom to keep the baby. I was so proud of my sisters. We really acted like the perfect, loving family. That was until the baby came home. So, it's time for our reward now. What? Well, June, you made us do so much for April. Now it's your turn. Wash my shoes. Oh, heck no. Then I'm telling Mom the baby is April's and that you made us hide it. Oh my God. I wanted to hit her, but she pretended to call for Mom, which totally broke me. Fine. But before I continue, guys, please know that this video is sponsored by FireGuard VPN. With one click on this app, you can prevent anyone from accessing your personal information. Click on the link in the description below to download FireGuard VPN to stay safe on the internet and enjoy watching YouTube videos privately. Okay, so back to my annoying sisters. I washed her shoes, hoping this would end at one favor per sister. Obviously, it didn't. I had to do everyone's chores and keep their secrets so they wouldn't reveal April's. April herself was untouched because she was the new mom and no one wanted to bug her. But I suddenly became the least powerful person in the house. One day, May ran inside screaming her head off. We have a new neighbor and he is hot. We all rushed to our front yard to stare at the newcomer. My sisters literally crowded him. You are so cute. Will you be my boyfriend? Will you be my husband? The boy was so shocked he started choking on his donut. He grabbed his throat to show the international sign of choking, but my sisters were too busy hitting on him to even notice. Get out of the way, you idiots! I grabbed the boy and gave him the Heimlich maneuver. He spat out the food and looked at me with sparkling eyes. You're amazing, ma chérie. Oh, God. He was French? I was melting. I'm Henry. Who are you? I opened my mouth to reply, but my sisters yanked me away. She's just our dumb sister. She's not important. Well, she saved my life. So, I'm going to talk to her. Henry offered me his hand, and I took it. He took me to his house, and his mom made us some hot chocolate. It was so weird to be in a house that had less than 10 people in it. Henry and I had such a fun time hanging out. When I was leaving, he asked me to go on a date with him. He was so cute and dreamy, I said yes right away. When my sisters learned that he asked me out, they started threatening me again. Okay, just because you saved that boy's life doesn't mean you get him. Yeah, back off or we'll tell Mom the secret. Fine, tell Mom everything. I don't care. June, no, you have to keep my secret. I've had enough. April, if they want to out you, it's on them. I'm done. May ran to our parents and ratted us out. The baby is April's. She lied. Dad nearly fainted and Mom just started screaming. April ran out of the room in tears and I was so angry. How could my sisters do this? I lost it. One by one, I unleashed all my sisters' secrets on my parents. January is cheating on her boyfriend. October failed all her exams this year. May steals money from your purse. World War III broke out in our house. This fight was real. It got so bad that January decided to move out and took 8 of my sisters with her. At first, I was so sad. Who wouldn't be after fighting with their family? But suddenly I realized I didn't have to fight over food anymore. I could charge my phone anytime I wanted. When I brought Henry home, there wasn't a gang of girls ready to steal him from me. It was so good. Until it wasn't. Without my sisters, my parents suddenly turned their attention to me. I had to cancel all my weekend plans to do chores with them and give them company. Without the chaos of my sisters, it was so silent. I kept making long, awkward eye contact with my parents. So, how was your weekend? You know how it was. You were with me every second. I couldn't get a moment alone anymore. Mom kept showing up in my room with weird hangout ideas, and Dad would not stop sending me lame jokes on my phone.
Did you see this joke, June? Was it funny, June? Did you see it?
Remember how no one would drive me anywhere when my sisters were here? Now, my parents wanted to take me to every single event. It was so embarrassing. God, I miss taking the bus alone. One day, I was trying to leave for a date with Henry when they stopped me. Where are you going? We can drive you. I'm good. It's just a date. June, about that boy you're seeing. My parents told me about a new set of rules they were launching at home. No more boys, no more dates, and a strict curfew at 5 p.m. You're joking, right?
We don't want you to end up like your sisters. We're going to do things differently now.
No! They were actually serious about this. My mom started following me everywhere I went so I wouldn't see Henry, and she even started checking my texts. She wouldn't even let me put a passcode on my phone. My dad literally built a wall between our houses so Henry and I couldn't make eye contact through our windows. The only time I could see Henry was in school. They're obsessed with me. It's driving me insane.
Hey, we still have prom night, right?
That did make me feel better. I was so looking forward to prom. I'd already borrowed an amazing dress from April, and I was ready to rock it. The night of the prom, my parents stopped me.
Prom? You mean teen pregnancy night? Not happening, June.
They locked me in my room and took away the key. I was in tears as I called Henry and told him I wasn't going to be there. I was so shocked when he didn't give up on me. He rushed right over to my house with a ladder in his hands.
Climb down. We are doing this.
Oh, wow. He was amazing. We sneaked away to prom together and I danced my heart out with him. Thanks for coming for me, Henry.
Anything for you, ma chérie.
I leaned in to kiss him when I heard a scream. June, you sneaked out? Oh my God, Mom, Dad. Get away from that boy. Do you want to get pregnant? The whole school laughed at me as my parents literally tried to drag me away from Henry. This was so humiliating. I pushed them away from me. Enough! You both are crazy.
You are the one who is out of control. We were right to transfer you out of this school.
You did what?
You will be homeschooled from now on. We spoke to your teachers and already gave them the paperwork.
No way! They were going to stop me from going to school now?
I know it sounds bad, but I will leave my job and stay home with you, June. I'll give you the attention you need every single day.
I knew what I was looking at. My parents had gone mental. They needed all 12 of us to feel sane, and honestly, I did too. I needed my sisters back. I grabbed Mom's keys and ran to her car. I didn't give a hoot about their screams and just drove out of the school and straight to my sisters. I told them to come back home. Our family needed them. The minute my sister's boyfriend heard me, he started crying hysterically.
Thank you. There's 8 of them. 8. I'm only one human. I'm going crazy.
I know how you feel, buddy. I want to be a crazy family again. Will you come back home, girls? Please? May started weeping and hugged me, and all my sisters followed. I'm so sorry I bullied you. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry I told Mom and Dad your secrets. I missed you so much. When we stopped crying, we made a pact to never betray each other again, and we finally went back home. My parents were so happy to see them that they all started sobbing. There were so many hugs to give and apologies to share that they even forgot I was there. Perfect. I was finally home. Hi, I'm Gabrielle, but everyone calls me Gabby. But before I continue my story, click like and subscribe. I've been hearing the story of my birth from Mom ever since I can remember. Oh, you were so lazy. You came out 3 weeks after my due date, and you were almost 12 pounds. My arms would hurt after holding you for a minute.
You were worth the wait, Gabby. You were just the cutest baby ever, and you still are.
Dad adored me, and so did my older twin siblings. I'm sure Mom loved me too, but she had a funny way of showing it. Once when I was 3, everyone was eating pizza for dinner, but Mom just kept popping boiled carrots in my mouth. I suddenly leapt onto the table and bit into her pizza slice. She pulled it away, but I clung onto it like a puppy.
What are you doing? Let Gabby have pizza. Come here, sweetie. I'll give you the biggest slice.
Mom looked mad. She doesn't need more calories. You're turning my daughter into an elephant. But I didn't care. I was eating pizza. Once on Halloween, I went trick-or-treating with my siblings and came home with my bag full.
Everyone said I was so cute, and they gave me extra candy.
But Mom snatched it from me. That's going to make you fat. Just give them to me and leave. I was really sad that she took it away, but Dad snuck me a few pieces every night. Growing up, Dad and I read lots of books together, and in the 1st grade, I started writing poetry. My teacher entered one of my poems in a school competition, and I won 2nd prize. Dad was so proud, he had it framed for his office. At Thanksgiving dinner, he asked me if I'd recite my poem for everyone, and I was happy to. As everyone clapped for me, grumpy Auntie Polly walked in.
Good God, child. You look like you're about to burst out of your clothes. You've gotten so fat.
That's the first time I saw Dad get really mad.
How dare you say that? She's just a child, and she's perfect.
With that, he picked me up and told my family that we were leaving. In the 5th grade, we were at the beach once, and I was going around happily in my new pink bathing suit. I went over to some girls my age and asked if I could make sandcastles with them, but one of them rudely pushed me away.
We don't play with fat girls. You're ugly.
I burst into tears and ran off, and Dad was furious.
I'm gonna tell those girls exactly what I think. Where are their parents?
Oh, can you stop creating drama everywhere? I told you not to buy her that ridiculous bathing suit, and she does need to lose weight. Of course people will make fun of her. And that evening, Mom told me I was going on a diet. Your sibling's 16th birthday is coming up in a few months, and I'll buy you an amazing dress if you lose some weight. You'll feel so good about yourself. Later that night, I snuck downstairs to the kitchen and started stuffing my face with crisps and cookies. I had to eat as much as I could before starting Mom's stupid diet. Mom took me to the nutritionist's office the next day, and I instantly disliked Dr. Christine.
Come on, chubby. Get on the scale.
Yes, you're really overweight. You need to lose at least 20 pounds. Do you think we can manage this by September, doctor? It all depends on Gabrielle. But yes, it can be done. Do you want to lose weight, honey? Do you want to be beautiful for the party? I remembered the mean girl's words at the beach and said, yeah, I want to be beautiful. So, the nutritionist made a special diet for me, and we had to buy all these expensive products from her. I had to eat some special toast with special cheese, and it tasted disgusting. As I was making faces at the dinner table, Dad ate some food from my plate and almost threw up.
Why are you making Gabby eat this horrible stuff? Just make her some healthy food. She doesn't need to eat rubbish.
No, Daddy, I want to eat this rubbish. I want to be pretty.
But you already are, sweetheart.
It's okay. It's only for a few months. Please? Don't look at me. She wants to be skinny. Dad looked kinda sad, but he didn't say anything after that. I kept doing the awful diet, and I didn't lose an ounce, not an inch. The day of the big party was approaching, and Mom waited until the very last minute to see if I'd lost some weight before she took me shopping. She asked the saleswoman to show us clothes that would look good on me. Oh, I see what you mean. You want her to look skinny. I might just have the right dress. Why don't you try this and this and this? I tried on all the clothes and I hated everything. As I was taking off a white dress in the changing room, I overheard something that broke my heart. How did the dress fit her? Oh, not very well. That white dress makes the girl look like a small refrigerator, short and square. I wish she had inherited my figure. I burst into silent tears. That's what Mom really thought of me? We bought some stupid black dress, and on the day of the party, I held my breath and tucked my tummy in for all the pictures. I just felt ugly and miserable. Being fat didn't affect my ability to love, though. I was falling in love at school all the time, but I'd grown up too insecure and shy to ever ask anyone out, and well, no one ever noticed me. In the 9th grade, I fell madly in love with James, this gorgeous boy who was 2 years older than me. He played baseball, and I'd watch him from a distance and write poems about him. One day at lunch, someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I almost fell off my seat when I saw it was James.
Hey, you dropped this paper in the hall. Did you write this poem yourself? It's really good.
I just stared at him like a dumb goldfish, and seconds later, a skinny girl took his arm and led him away. I crumpled up the paper and threw it away angrily. Of course, he had a girlfriend who looked like a freaking model. Just then, this annoying bully Aaron from my class sat next to me with a grin.
Ah, Chubby Gabby. You like James, don't you? I've seen how you stare at him every day.
I do not.
I don't care, girl. You want to get noticed by someone like him? You should hang out with me. I'm like the most popular guy around. Come to a party at my place tonight. James will be there too, and I'll introduce you guys.
But he has a girlfriend.
Oh, that's not his girlfriend. Trust me, he's single.
That offer was too tempting to resist. So I went to the party that evening, and when I got there, the first thing I saw was James dancing with that girl. Aaron, I think those two are together. This is stupid. I'm just gonna go home.
Oh, poor dummy. You don't know the first thing about guys, do you? Give him something to be jealous about, like this.
And suddenly, Aaron pulled me in and kissed me. I immediately shoved him away.
What's wrong with you, Gabrielle? You just show up uninvited at my party, begging to kiss me? Does being fat make you needy and desperate for love?
I stared at him in horror as I felt everyone's eyes on me. You liar! I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. I gave him a hard slap and then I ran away from there. But since Aaron was a popular jerk, he made sure I became known as the fat, desperate girl, and my self-esteem hit rock bottom. Suddenly, I just lost my appetite and stopped eating. Dad was worried and kept asking me what was wrong, but Mom was delighted when I got skinny. Wow, Gabby, you look amazing. Wanna go shopping? No, I'm good, thanks. But you're in those big clothes. Fat clothes, you mean? Why are you talking to me like that? What did I do to you? Nothing, Mom. You're just perfect. When I went off to college, I finally made some friends there. Suddenly, I fit in the clothes. I fit in with others. But then I discovered something. No one here cared about my looks. People were interested in my poetry and the things I had to say, not the way I was on the outside. For the first time, I felt I could breathe. I started relaxing, eating more, and having fun. When I went home for Christmas, I took my coat off and found Mom staring at me like a hawk. Gabby, did you gain weight? I don't know, Mom. I didn't check. But it's such a shame that you're getting fat again, honey. You have to be careful. So what if I get fat? Will I be ugly, useless, worthless? What's wrong with you? Are you upset about something? Mom, I'm mad at you. You made me feel my entire life that being fat is the worst thing in the world, that it's the only thing that defines you, but it's not. I was only looking out for you. I want you to be healthy. Are you sure? Because I was unhealthy and miserable when I got skinny, and you weren't bothered about that. The only thing you ever wanted for me was to be pretty, no matter what the cost. You've just never loved me the way I am. That's not true. I care a lot. Yeah, I'm sure you care, Mom. Just not in the way that's any good for me. I'm leaving.
Well, we're coming with you. I'd like to enjoy a family dinner for once.
I turned around to see my dad and siblings looking really angry at Mom. We all left without her, and we had an amazing Christmas dinner at a restaurant. As Dad dropped me off at college, he put his hands on my face and said,
I'm so proud of how smart and strong you are, and I'm glad you're realizing your own worth. You are and always will be perfect to me.
Time passed and I gained and lost weight all the time. And even though my confidence was better, I still had a hard time believing that someone could love me just the way I was. But one day, someone tapped my shoulder at the supermarket.
Hey, Gabrielle, right?
Oh, yeah, hi. I'm sorry. Who are you?
James from school, remember? I think I was your senior. I recognized you because you still have those beautiful eyes.
Oh my God, it was James. The James. We went out for coffee the same day and talked for hours over chocolate cake. I even shared the poems I was writing for my first book. It was perfect. And soon after, we started dating. Slowly but surely, I was changing and fixing the damage. My mother still gives opinions about my body all the time, but she no longer affects me. I finally understood that her problem was about her own insecurities. Now I love myself just the way I am, when I'm skinny and when I'm fat. Also, I have this wonderful man next to me who isn't shallow at all. He knows how to love unconditionally. After so much suffering, I now know I am beautiful no matter what.
I was screaming when the enormous black dog started running after me. I should keep on running. I have to think about my mother. I opened my eyes and tried to speak, but instead of words, a bark came out of my mouth, and that's how I became the dog woman. Hi there. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment while reading this weird story from the internet. I'm Erica, a certified bookworm. I have a huge collection of books in my room, from textbooks, encyclopedias, to all kinds of fiction. There's just something addicting about learning new stuff and stories. But one day, my world crashed when my mom lost her job and she could no longer afford to buy me books. And online books hurt my eyes. I couldn't stop whining about it. My mom should find another job as soon as possible, or else I might go crazy. I have been rereading my favorite novels for the past 2 days, but I can't be satisfied. I badly need new books to read. One night, my heart broke when I saw my mom crying inside her room. The first and last time when I saw her crying was when Anna, her partner and my other mom, died 10 years ago when I was just 8. And now she's crying again. So it means that she's miserable. Mom, I called her. She turned away to wipe her tears as I entered her room. Are you crying? No, I'm not, silly girl. She chuckled a little. I just chopped some onions. In your bedroom? I sarcastically replied as I lovingly hugged her. Go get back to sleep, she said. I promise I'll find another job as soon as possible so I can buy you a new book already. I should be looking forward to what she said, but I felt terrible instead. I realized that I had been insensitive about the situation. I kept asking for the books when her savings were just enough for our food and bills. She didn't even get her last paycheck. I just realized how stressful it was on her part. I'm worried about our unpaid loans and bills. I've applied for 10 jobs and was unsuccessful, and I'm just really tired, Erica. Tired of what, Mom? I felt some warmth building up in my chest when I looked at her face. The lines and wrinkles have become more prominent, making her look older than she really is. I'm tired of being alone in this. I just wanted you to always be happy. She sighed and blinked the tears away again. Forget about the books, Mom. I can go to the library and read for free. How can I help you? I offered. I couldn't stand seeing her like this. She's the only treasure I have.
Something. I can't just sit here and watch my mom in misery. I have to help her. I have to be strong. I have to find a way to make her smile again. But first I have to read a real book again. I needed to recharge. So I went to the local library the next day. So many books, so many stories, I gasped as I looked around. My moment of wonder was broken by the noise of the people around. followed by the old librarian enforcing the rule of silence. In all the commotion, my gaze was drawn to one woman sitting among the piles of books. She was just typing on her laptop, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around her. I spent my whole day reading and marveling around the library, and I couldn't help but worry about my mom. Even the stories couldn't help me with the peace of mind. If only I could do something to help. An idea came to my mind. I wanted to ask her if there were any vacant jobs here so I could apply, but I didn't know how to approach the librarian. She looked very strict and scary, like she was always ready to hit me with a stick. She reminded me of Edna Mode from The Incredibles. What if she'll turn me down or shut me up even before I could say something? I needed more time to gather up some courage for this. I came back to the library for the next 3 days and experienced the same scenario, but with a different set of people, except for that beautiful lady who was nonstop typing on her laptop. Every time I looked at her, she was always typing with her eyes seemingly glued on her laptop screen. I was reading my 5th book of the day, which was written by Rainbow Girl, my favorite author of teen fiction. Reading 5 novels in one day is quite impressive. It was Mrs. Anderson, the librarian. I didn't notice her presence approaching me. How did you get such passion? I rarely meet people like you nowadays. Most people now are all over the internet and prefer ebooks. There was a smile on her face as she spoke, so I felt at ease. It was my first time seeing her smile. I immediately stood up to answer her questions. It was my chance to inquire about the job. My other mom used to collect books, and I kept on reading them. It has become an addiction ever since. A bookworm, I see. She eyed me closely. I didn't know what to say next, so I awkwardly struck her up with some random trivia about books. Did you know that the longest title of a book has 3,777 words? She dropped her jaw in astonishment. You must be joking, my dear. No, I'm not. Then what is it? I bet you can memorize it. Yes, I do, but do you really want me to recite it here? It would take us years before I finish it. I could have read about 1,000 books by that time. You can check it in the Guinness World Records by yourself. To my surprise, she started chuckling. I think I like you. Why don't you help me manage this library as a part-time job? I suddenly saw some imaginary fireworks blasting right before my eyes. I couldn't be more relieved and thankful at her offer. They say don't judge the book by its cover. And I say, yes, indeed, Mrs. Anderson is one perfect example of it. She may be strict at times, but if you think about it, she was just doing her job. She actually seems nice. I think you're my fairy godmother. I was about to ask you if there was any vacancy here. My mom's lost her job and I really wanted to help her. Well, you can help her now and actually do what you like at the same time. Just help me around here. I think that's the best offer that I have ever heard in my life. I wanted to surprise my mom with my first salary at the end of the month, so I decided to keep this as a secret first. It was like heaven for me. This is actually what I wanted, to become a librarian or a book editor. Mrs. Anderson just made my dream come true. I have another dream that I wish to happen, and that is for my mom to be genuinely happy again. She hasn't been in the dating game for a long while now. The world is not all about money anyway. It's about following your passion and finding your happiness. Mrs. Anderson then started orienting me about my job responsibilities as her assistant. All I have to do is help her with some paperwork, assist the readers here, and make sure that they are following the rules of the library. On my first day of work, a guy came in with a blender and started doing his banana smoothie. Excuse me. I cleared my throat as I approached him. This is a library, not a kitchen? Yeah, I could tell by the books, he casually replied while he continued doing it. The loud whirring sound of the machine was scraping in our eardrums. Do you mind stopping it? Some people are studying, while others want to read in peace and solitude. Thank you. Do you want some? To my surprise, he offered me a glass of smoothie and a cheeseburger. I suppressed the urge to give in as they looked delectable. My mom cut down my school allowance and the budget for our food, so we'd been eating less for a week now. Please read the rules about food consumption inside the library. I pointed to the board with a list of rules with a serious face, but my stomach betrayed me. It growled so loudly in anticipation, and everyone must have heard it. The guy just started munching the cheeseburger in front of me, obviously teasing me. I was about to give in when Mrs. Anderson suddenly interrupted us. What is this all about? She asked sharply. The guy stood up and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. We were just doing a prank video for our YouTube channel. He turned to me again. Do you mind if you're in it? There was another guy at one corner secretly taking a video of us the whole time. So it means that everyone will get to see my face on YouTube? No. I don't want anyone to see me online, especially my mom. My job here will remain a secret until my first salary. I politely declined the vlogger's offer. As soon as they left, Mrs. Anderson then pulled me to her office and gave me her breakfast. I'll handle the library for the next hour. Just have a rest and eat. You need it. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. You're the best. I couldn't resist her offer now after what had happened a while ago. She just smiled at me before closing the door. While I was eating, I thought about how wonderful it would be to have her as my grandmother. Both of mine were dead already. Days rolled so fast, and it was Friday already. It was the day before the weekend, so I expected to see less people in the library today. Mrs. Anderson didn't come, so she left all the responsibility to me. The library was totally empty when I arrived, except for the laptop of that beautiful woman on the table, where she always sits. Did she forget this here? I walked up to the table and started cleaning it. A part of me wanted to open her laptop and check what was making her busy all the time, but it's not good to touch other people's things without their permission and spying on them. While I was wiping the table, my elbow accidentally touched her mouse, and her screen suddenly lit up. It was just in sleeping mode earlier. Out of curiosity, I leaned down to see what was on the screen. It was like a manuscript. So she was a writer after all? I have been dying to meet one. I read a few paragraphs and just then found myself digging into the story. It was very fascinating, and her writing style is quite familiar. Do you like the story? I fell on the floor and hurt my butt when the beautiful lady suddenly appeared in front of me with a couple of books pressed against her chest. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for frightening you. Are you all right? She offered her hand and helped me get back to my feet. Sorry for sneaking into your laptop. I was cleaning the tables when your manuscript caught my attention. That's one nice story right there. I'm Denise, by the way. Denise and I became the best of friends in an instant. She was a 35-year-old aspiring author living in the city alone and was working at a publishing company. Over the next few days, I would help her out by giving her some books that could help her improve her story, and then review every chapter. I was enjoying this at the same time. Oh, and your mom died? I thought she just lost her job, she asked when I told her about my mom, Anna. Oh, I mean my other mom, I clarified. So you have two moms? She seemed confused by the setup. Yes, they were partners. I cleared it out for her. Oh. She looked down and I noticed the blush that crept across her face. Her reaction made me wonder for a moment, but I just brushed it off. I'm sorry about what happened to your mom. She must have noticed the sadness on my face and hurried to change the topic. So how was it, your early childhood? Well, whenever I had to ask something to one of them, she'd always be like, go ask your mom. And when I'd ask the other mom, she'd say again, go ask your mom. They'd keep at it until I gave up. It was hilarious, but it was a long time ago. But now I think we are okay. Life's not fiction where you can manipulate things according to your desires and create your world, like awakening the dead or changing your mom's life in an instant, I bitterly said. We can always turn fiction into reality, Erica. Only if we believe that we can do it. Always remember that. Denise's words stunned me. A month had passed and I finally got my first ever salary. Mom got a job as a babysitter next door last week, but what she was getting was really low. I surprised her with a very delicious dinner that night. Surprise! I handed her an envelope with money inside. What's this? What are you up to lately, sweetie? My mom asked me with surprise and curiosity all over her face. I've been helping Mrs. Anderson in the library. I have been working as her assistant for the past month, and that's my first salary. Erica, this is huge! Her eyes widened when she finally opened the envelope. It's just enough for our bills and food. I'll look for more jobs. I'm also helping out my new best friend, Denise, an aspiring author who I met at the library. Why don't you invite them here for dinner so I can thank them? That's a great idea! The thought of Mom meeting those equally wonderful women made me excited. It's time for her to meet new friends and have a social life again. The next day at the library, Denise finally submitted her first manuscript to her editor, and it got approved right away. But what caught my attention was her pen name written in her final manuscript. Rainbow Girl? Your pen name is Rainbow Girl? That famous teen fiction author? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was it just a coincidence? Since you're so special to me now, I wanted you to know it. But just keep it a secret, okay? She winked at me, and I almost fainted at the revelation. She really wanted to keep her identity anonymous so people could judge her stories without any bias. Oh my god, I can't believe it. You're actually her! I can't thank you enough for this, Erica. My work on this novel got easier because of you. What can I do to make it up to you? I acted like I was thinking for a moment before finally inviting her. Just have dinner with my mom and Mrs. Anderson later at our house. She looked like a snake had bitten her neck for a moment. With your mom? She's blushing again, and it gave me the impression that she's a generally shy person. I went home early to prepare for our dinner date. Mom had already prepared all the delicious food on the table, and she was currently doing her makeup. Wow, I barely recognize you. You look so beautiful, Mom. She stood up and twirled around to show off her pretty dress. The look of excitement on her face was overwhelming. They will be here any minute now. Minutes later, the doorbell finally rang, and both women were now waiting at our front porch. Denise was wearing a beautiful black dress and makeup tonight, and her beauty made me speechless. She looked even more stunning now. I hugged them both and happily introduced them to my mom. I elbowed my mom when I noticed that she was not speaking. She was just staring at them, specifically at Denise. And so was Denise at her. I smirked when I realized something. How could I be this slow? Sorry, I was just... My mom stuttered, but I was able to get a grip right away. I'm just thrilled to finally meet you two. Erica has been talking endlessly about you. My heart leapt with joy when I saw the sparkle in her eyes as we chit-chatted with both women over dinner. I was so happy to see that Denise and Mom were like best friends right away. Mrs. Anderson was also cheerful all night, and I was delighted that I got to know her even more. Things got more interesting when Mrs. Anderson revealed that she'd actually brought some wine. It was one of the best nights of our lives. My mom looked happier ever since she'd met them. Denise offered her an essential position at her publishing company, which was actually the biggest one in the country, while I continued to work as Mrs. Anderson's assistant at the library after school. When I arrived home one night, I heard some voices from the kitchen. I discreetly headed there to check who was Mom's visitor. It was Denise. Why was I not surprised? My mom was cooking food for dinner while Denise kept on tickling her. As revenge, my mom smeared mayonnaise on her nose, and they ended up in fits and giggles. It eventually faded when they stared at each other with some sort of tension. They took about 10 steps apart, as if they were allergic to each other upon seeing me. "Sweetie, what are you doing here?" I laughed upon seeing how my mom's face became red as the ripest tomato in town. Denise just turned to her laptop on the table and pretended to be busy typing. "Don't mind me. Pretend that I'm invisible," I said with a wide grin before leaving them. The smile never left my face until I reached my room. The look of happiness on my mother's face felt so satisfying. Well, I guess fiction and reality aren't that different after all.
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the second grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my second time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. "Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math." I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what do you think you're doing? There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. "Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid." And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're, like, super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
Hi, my name is Dawn. My mom named me that because I was born at dawn in the basement in secret. Mom was dumb enough to have me when she was 17. Back then, things were different in my country, Armenia. My grandpa was really strict, and he would have kicked my mom out if he found out about me. Although back then, 17 was the legal age. The moment I was born, Grandma said, "Oh, God, she looks exactly like her jerk dad. She's the ugliest baby I've ever seen. Let's just get rid of her." She wasn't wrong. Dad wasn't handsome, and neither was I, unlike my gorgeous mom and grandma. But I knew I was special in some other way. I just had to find out what it was. But because I was a secret child, I was never allowed to leave the basement and had a weird childhood. Mom would leave me with grandma and go to school, and when she came back, she'd switch shifts with my grandma. When I was 3, Mom and Grandma tried to teach me Armenian, but I just couldn't understand it. Isn't it bad enough she's a secret child and ugly and now also dumb? All our family members are geniuses while she's a dyslexic. You really should just put her up for adoption.
Grandma, you're meanie. I am smart. Smarter than you. Wait and see.
One day when I was 4, Mom was reading something in English, and I took it from her and started reading fluently. My grandma, who was a professor in linguistics, looked very shocked and said that I was dyslexic in my mother language, but fluent in English. One day, Grandma and Mom came to me crying and said that Grandpa was dead. Mom was sad, but said she would finally marry my dad. Dad was a genius like the rest of the family. He was a professor of mathematics and aerospace engineering. At first, I thought I'd finally meet Dad now that Grandpa was dead, but Mom told me that if she told Dad about me, he might run away. So I had to stay in the basement a bit longer. But there was no way I was going to do that. Finally, when I was 5, I had the perfect opportunity to escape. My Aunt Mary from the States came to visit us. She was also a professor in something so fancy. I got my opportunity to escape. I left the basement and ran to Dad. Daddy, it's me, Dawn, your daughter. Dad looked stunned.
Who is she? And what is she talking about?
Daddy, look at me, please, But I looked at his face and he looked like he was gonna explode, and I just knew I'd messed up big time. I needed to say something, so I said, I'm like your daughter. Mary adopted me last week. I'm from the States. I'm a genius in English literature. I can write sonnets. Please, just teach me to become like you. Dad was super impressed. He smiled and said,
You talk like a genius. You have the genius's eyes, the genius's face. Welcome to our family, Dawn. Dawn, the adopted girl from the States.
His tone suggested that he knew something. I was afraid he didn't believe my lie. My dad asked my aunt if she could leave her adopted child, aka me, here. He began to love me so much. He used to say,
She's special. She's something else.
One day when I was in the 2nd grade, Dad found out that the teacher didn't make me the star of the week. He went insane. The next day, he came to school and insulted the teacher for deliberately trying to destroy my career. The teacher started crying. I hugged her and said, "Oh, please don't cry. Dad can be awful sometimes, and it's awful being awful." Dad heard me, and in front of the entire classroom, he roared,
What did you just say, you moron?
Dad, people make mistakes.
Some people make much more mistakes than other people, and we don't want them in our lives. Come with me, right now.
And after that, he decided that we would move out of the country altogether and go live in the States for better education. Mom refused to come. I have a life here that I love. I don't want to leave it.
You love life? That's the most foolish thing a person can do.
Darling, I'm a human.
Save it. We're over.
And just like that, my jerk dad left Mom there. I was enrolled in the best school in the entire States, and Dad made the principal dedicate one day for me to teach the entire class because he said I was smarter than my own teachers. My classmates hated it and thought that I was trying to act smarter and more important than them. As a result, I never had friends until I reached the 6th grade, when a new boy came to our class. He was from Belgium. He sat behind me, and the teacher asked him to introduce himself. And he said,
Hi, I'm Belgium from Ben. No, I'm Ben. Yes, I'm Ben from Ben.
Never heard of that country before. Where is it? In nowhere? Next to your brain? Everyone started laughing. What mean kids? So I got up and defended him. You guys are awful. Ben is my friend, and if you annoy him, then you're annoying me. And that would not be okay. And you know exactly what I mean. Everyone went silent and turned their heads to the board. From that day on, we became best friends. But when we were in the 9th grade, that changed. One day, Ben and I had a presentation in physics class.
Sir Isaac Newton quantified the gravity between two objects when he formulated his 3 laws of motion. There are 10.
Suddenly he tripped and took me down with him. We both fell on the floor, and the chart paper in his hand floated down and covered us. Look at Ben 10. He's real smooth, isn't he? But Ben and I weren't even listening because he was on top of me and his blue eyes were hypnotizing me. Slowly, he inched closer. I froze, but suddenly the teacher told us to get up. From that day, I really started to have feelings for him, but I had to make sure Dad never found out. He would ground me for life for just having a crush. He always said,
Smart people don't fall in love, and genius people don't even know what love is.
A few months later, though, Ben asked me out. He said I was smart and pretty. I wasn't pretty, and he wasn't telling the truth. but I appreciate what a man in love would say. I agreed to date him, but told him to keep it a secret. We had the greatest time of our lives. But all that came crashing down when Alina joined our class in the 10th grade. She was from Belgium, and even I knew she was a goddess. I mean, at first it was fine, but then one day she asked Ben if she could borrow his notebook to take some notes. He agreed and gave it to her. When she took it, she touched his hand, like touch them, not by accident at all. And then she said something in Dutch, and whatever she said made Ben laugh and blush. I was so annoyed, but I asked him about it, and he told me it was nothing. I got crazy mad and went back home and started Googling ways to look gorgeous. One website said that eating flowers would make me beautiful, so I filled up my plate with rose petals and started munching. Oh, phew. This is horrible. What am I even doing? I suddenly realized I didn't need to look beautiful to impress him. I was already a genius. So I started learning Dutch. Since I was a Germanic language genius, as Dad was always saying, I became fluent in Dutch in 2 months. Then one day, while Ben and I were having lunch, Elena came and asked to join us. Ben scooted over a little, but I didn't budge. She turned to Ben and in Dutch she said, "Ben, you're a good guy. You should be with someone who understands you. Someone like me, and not some Armenian Dumbo. You and me." I jumped to my feet and replied in Dutch, "I think it's time for you to finally shut your mouth, you witch." They both looked stunned. Then she said something in French, and I said, "I can understand that too, you moron. Leave my boyfriend or I'll make you regret the moment you move to the States." I thought she'd have some shame, but no. To my utter annoyance, she turned to Ben and said something in German. Ugh, Belgium, why do you have to know so many languages? Just choose one. She grinned at me like the witch she was and pushed me aside. Sounds like you didn't understand German, huh, genius? I lost control. That's it, you witch. Before I knew what was happening, I slapped her hard and pushed her on the ground. Ben was shocked. What's wrong with you? I had to fight because words in 3 freaking languages did not stop her. Just go home, Dawn. And then he helped Alina and left with her. I went home that day feeling so furious. I told Dad everything. He laughed at me and said I was stupid for believing Ben at all. He's a jerk, and he's obviously crushing over this other girl, Elena. He was right. The next day, I broke up with Ben. The rest of high school just flew by, and I graduated with honors. At graduation, Ben came to talk to me, but I ignored him. A month later, I moved to another state to specialize in teaching English to foreign kids with dyslexia, but Dad was dead set against it. After weeks of begging, he finally agreed, but only after he made me promise him I would publish 25 research papers every 4 months, and he really bought it. Pfft, as if. When I entered my dorm room, what I saw made me scream. Ben! Hey, roomie. What are you doing here? Are you crazy? Yeah. Crazy about you. Please, don't let your dad control you when he's 1,000 miles away. I suddenly realized I wanted to say something to Ben, and I tried to pronounce it. But I couldn't complete it. I know, Dawn. I love you too. I love you so much. And with that, we shared an intense kiss. From that day on, we became inseparable again. But after a while, Ben started to spend a lot of time outside. I asked him about that, and he assured me everything was fine. But I was suspicious. A year later, Ben's dad lost his fortune, and Ben decided to drop out of college and start working to help his dad. He left and would visit whenever. One night, I was waiting for Ben in my room when I heard a knock on the door. It was Dad, and he was livid. So, who is your roommate? What about saying hi first? You're with Ben, aren't you? Dad, listen, he's not what you think. He's a good guy. Oh yeah? If he's such a good guy, why is he in prison? What? Ben was in prison? You heard me. He and his dad are in prison. You don't read the news? Some embezzlement or something. I can't believe you're dating a thief. Dad, don't call him that. I'm sure he's innocent. Are you hearing yourself? What language is this, you idiot? The language of love, Dad. I want him, and I love him, and I'll wait for him. That's so stupid of you, Dawn. I didn't raise you to become like this. Are you sure you're ready to pay for this mistake? Mistake? If falling in love is a mistake, then I want to live with this mistake for the rest of my life. Then forget you had a real father. Now I see you like the adopted girl you pretended to be. From today, you're a stranger to me. So all this time, he knew that I was his real daughter and didn't say anything to me or Mom. A month later, Ben got out of jail and I was happy to see him, but also thought about what Dad said. And sure enough, Ben had changed, and not for the better. He became distant and cold. Then he started asking me for money. I would give him some at first, but then I started feeling something was fishy. I decided to leave him, but he didn't take that well. He started threatening me and stalking me everywhere. I felt really scared, so I decided to go to my dad. Sure, he was a jerk sometimes, but he would forgive me just like he forgave Mom, right? Wrong. As soon as I entered the house, Dad smirked.
I don't even want to know what he did this time. Get out.
Dad, please forgive me. I made a mistake.
Everyone makes mistakes, but some mistakes are unforgivable. Dawn, get out of my house.
Why? What crime did I commit? Who do you think you are, huh? I'll tell you who you are. You're a pathetic, bitter man. I stormed out. I had some savings and started working online as a freelancer, and I made a lot of money. I didn't even try to talk to Dad for years, but then one day he called me. I went to see him. He looked tired and sick. He looked into my eyes.
You're a brave girl, Dawn. You're brave for making different decisions.
But I failed. I lost everything.
No, you didn't, sweetheart. You gained experience, and you became wiser. Forgive me for not understanding you, my darling. I love you so much.
I love you too, Dad. After that day, we became closer, but Dad left us after a few months. I never forgot him and his last words. Now, 8 years later, I'm married and a mom of 2 beautiful boys. I did become a professor and published tons of research papers to help millions of kids around the world. And I still sometimes make bad decisions. But the important thing is that I learn from them and become wiser.
I was sunbathing my Barbie dolls in our front yard when suddenly, a ball went flying from somewhere and hit me on my head. A boy from across the street walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm Xander." I felt like my world had stopped the moment I looked up at his handsome face. "What's your name?" I'm Quinn. Do you want to be my king?" Before he could answer, Mom dashed out of the house in panic. When she saw the scratch on my knee, she turned to Xander like a raging bull. "What did you do to my precious little daughter, you little jerk?" Xander ran back to his house looking horrified. "Don't ever talk to that boy again, okay?" "But I want to play with him, Mommy." "Basketball is a physical game. It's okay for boys, but you'll ruin your perfect skin. You play with your dolls." "But they don't talk to me." "Just go to sleep, sweetheart. Your bed is safer than those stupid boys." "You're so mean, Mommy. I don't like you." Starting that day, Mom homeschooled me and forbade me from playing outside. Now all I could do was watch Xander from my window every day as he played basketball with his friends. One day, he looked up at me and smiled. And at that, I swore to myself that I would marry this charming boy when I grew up. Hi, my name is Quinn. I'm an only child of a crazy overprotective mom. And this is my story of how I let my crush's smile destroy my life. Please hit that like and subscribe button before I continue. When I turned 15, Mom finally allowed me to go to high school where Xander was also attending. I was so over the moon. He was going to be mine now. He was popular at school for being rebellious. He would skip classes just to feed street animals and fail his exams because of partying all night. Every boy in school kept asking me out for a date, but I only wanted Xander, only him. We were graduating soon, so I needed him to ask me out already. It was my last shot. One day, I peeked from the classroom window when I saw Xander skipping class again. My best friend Jessica joined me and said, "Why are you so into him? Don't you see? He's fake." "What are you now, my mom?" "Plus, this is so romantic." "You call his rebellious behavior romantic?" "Ugh, you won't get it. You don't know why I want to be with him. You'll never understand. What I really know is that you're so not his type. He likes cool and bad girls, not someone who lives in the library." "No, I am bad and cool, and I can do crazy, exciting things. Will you stargaze with me and my dolls tonight?" Jessica looked at me in horror. Just then, I saw a girl hopping onto Xander's motorcycle. Chloe, our school's famous gangster girl. "Wait till I get your boyfriend from you, you witch!" Just then, I decided I'd do anything to get him. Not even Mom could stop me now. The next day, I tried to change my style. I wore shorter clothes, put on some dark makeup, and constantly chewed gum. Mom almost fainted when she saw me. "Sweet Jesus! Why did you turn into a goat?" "Mom, why do you have to be like this?" "What do you mean?" "Overprotective and a bit crazy. It's not like someone is going to eat me up. I have to protect you. Look at you. You're so beautiful. So, if I wasn't beautiful enough, you would be different? Listen. You're a smart kid and you know what I mean, okay? So I'm smart enough to understand what you mean, but not smart enough to take care of myself? I think that's it. I'll always protect you, and you can't do anything to stop me. We'll see about that. And with that, I left. Everyone at school looked so confused. Oh my god, who are you? I look cool, right? Maybe I need to get my nose pierced too. And oh, maybe a tattoo. You don't need to try that hard. Just try to be less perfect, you know? Just then, Xander passed by and winked at me. Great looking, Quinn. Oh my god, it was working! My popularity increased when I finally joined Xander in his group. Thank God for Jessica. She was always covering up for me in front of Mom. But the principal called Mom and told her about my failing grades. How did you go from a genius to an idiot? Mom, all this smartness doesn't make me happy. I want to feel loved. What is this nonsense? Mom, don't you want to see me happy? Yeah, of course. But I also want to see you perfect. Perfect? I'm just a kid after all. No, you're my kid. And my kids are unique. Do you hear me? Mom, don't you think it's time for me to have a boyfriend? That will make me perfect. A perfect girl with a perfect guy, don't you think? What? A boyfriend? But I told you before. You're smart and beautiful and don't need a boyfriend. Boyfriends are for bad girls. Well, maybe I just want to be a bad girl. Didn't you think about that before? Oh my god, what's happening here? Nothing, Mom. It's me being a girl for the first time in my life. I left her speechless and went to my room. Hanging out a lot with Xander and his friends made me a bit distant from Jessica, and she was upset about it. But I couldn't do anything about it. I had to be with Xander. I needed to get him. One night, I took Jessica with me to a party. I wore my prettiest dress, hoping that Xander would finally ask me out. But he was all over Chloe. And worse, Jessica and I were the only ones fully clothed. Jessica was furious. Why didn't you tell me that it's a pool party? I had to get Xander's attention and climbed up at the top of the giant slide. I raised both of my arms and screamed, "I'm a bad girl! Woohoo!" Then I jumped. I pretended I was drowning to get Xander's attention. He jumped in and saved me, and God, it felt amazing. One night, I decided to surprise him with his favorite pizza. From his bedroom window, I noticed his bed arranged romantically with scented candles. Did he prepare it for me? I sneaked in through the window and immediately hid in his closet, to see him walk in with another girl. Who was she? Another witch? To my surprise, they started making out. Oh, what a future husband stealer! I was so mad I barged out of the closet to pull her hair, but I tripped over something, knocking a candle over, which caused a little fire in the room. The girl immediately called 911 as we all panicked. Moments later, a fire truck, a furious mom, Xander's parents, and neighbors all gathered. And I had never been more embarrassed in my whole life. The night was a disaster, all for pizza. The night after that, Xander sneaked in through my window too. Do you want to go on an adventure with me? Was that even a question? But I suddenly remembered something. Why don't you ask your girlfriend? Oh, you mean my ex? I immediately threw on my hooded jacket and hopped on his motorcycle with him. It was a dream come true. Minutes later, we arrived at the principal's mansion. I followed him as we climbed up the gate and we tiptoed to the back where there was a huge pool. To my surprise, he pulled me into the pool with him. Let's have a little fun before teaching that moron a lesson for trying to fail me. Xander swam closer and closer to me while staring right at my lips. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. Before our lips could finally touch, the lights inside switched on. Panicking, we jumped out of the pool and he started pouring red dye into it. We were both laughing our butts off as we fled the scene on his bike. Suddenly, a taxi blocked our way and to my surprise, Mom came out of it. You're seriously choosing that boy over me? Mom, were you stalking us? Oh my God, you're crazy! No, you're crazier for destroying your life with that boy. I've investigated him and he's totally bad news. I'm your daughter, but you don't own me. Now get out of our way. No, you have to come home with me. She started dragging me away from Xander, but I pushed her away. And with that, I told Xander to drive, not minding my psycho mom's protests behind us. That was so cool, Quinn. After ordering pizza, Xander took me to his favorite spot in the city where a very expensive sports car was parked. Is that yours? Yup, that's my bad boy. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. We sat on the hood of his car and looked down at the buzzing city while eating pizza. Call me crazy, but this was what I'd always imagined our first date was going to be like. I still felt like I was dreaming.
It was really nice to see this fun side of you, Quinn.
My heart started beating so fast the moment he held my hand. Jessica had been calling me again and again, disturbing us. She was so annoying.
Look, I've been meaning to tell you this since we were freshmen, but now I finally have the guts.
Oh my God, would he finally ask me to be his girlfriend?
Quinn,
His speech was cut off when I heard the loud blaring of police sirens coming closer.
Hop on the bike, quick!
I was so confused. What's happening, Xander? I held onto him tight as we immediately started driving away like a criminal straight out of a movie. But the police were faster. It ended with him getting arrested in front of me. Jessica sent me a message saying that Mom needed me. But Xander needed me more at the moment. Xander, why are they arresting you? What did you do?
I'm so sorry you had to see this, Quinn.
But what is it that you were going to say to me earlier?
Oh, just tell Jessica that I have been crushing on her since forever, but she has been a total snob.
He wanted to tell me more about it, but the officer had already shoved him in the car. So, he liked Jessica all this time? My best friend? At that moment, I felt like the universe had slapped me out of my fantasy. I couldn't believe how stupid I'd been to believe he was my soulmate. Jessica called again, and this time I was so furious that I finally answered her. What do you want, Jessica?
Why aren't you answering my calls? Your mom is in the hospital.
What? Blood instantly drained from my face. I couldn't stop crying as I went to the hospital as fast as I could, and I almost had a heart attack upon seeing the doctors and nurses standing around the bed, looking so frantic. I rushed towards the door, crying even harder, but Jessica blocked my way. What happened to her?
She had a heart attack from too much stress, and
just then, I passed out. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Jessica, and she wasn't looking sad. Mom! Where's Mom? Jessica dragged me to Mom's room, and I was so over the moon when I saw her radiant face. She was okay. Mom! Thank God you're okay. I missed you. I'm so sorry for everything. I love you.
I'm sorry for being so controlling too, sweetheart. I'll be better. I promise.
Our tearful reunion was cut short when the news from the television caught our attention. It was Xander, and he was getting imprisoned for 5 years for stealing a car from a rich man.
Oh, look, isn't it Xander, your future husband?
Xander who? I heard he's a jackass. Mom became energetic all of a sudden.
Oh, thank God, she finally woke up.
I just hugged them both as I giggled in happiness.
Hi, my name is Tracy, and this is my story of how I went from rags to riches in the craziest way possible. For as long as I can remember, Mom and I have lived at a shelter. I never knew my dad, but I did know that he must have been a massive jerk to dump Mom, because she was a legit angel. She was always taking medicine for her heart problems, but she was also helping people at the shelter even though they didn't pay her. She taught me that the most important thing in the world was to always be kind. On my first day in first grade, I noticed that everyone was wearing the prettiest clothes, while I was wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts that came to my feet. As soon as Mom left, I took a deep breath and walked over to a bunch of girls. Hi, I'm the prettiest girl in the group. Amy turned to me and said,
Ew, you look like a cartoon. And so did your nanny.
That's not my nanny, that's my mommy. She burst out laughing.
You're as ugly as your mommy.
Before she could say another word, I attacked her. The teachers pulled us apart and made us hug it out. For the next few years, school continued like that. Amy became my biggest nemesis and was always trying to be a pain in my butt. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I was walking to school when I suddenly heard a strange scratching sound from behind the dumpster. I decided to take a look. It was an adorable little puppy trying to hide under an old cardboard box. I picked it up and wrapped it in my school jacket. Hey there, little guy. You lost? Just then, I noticed it was wearing a collar made of diamonds. Aw, baby. Someone loves you. Just then, a manic-looking man in a suit came running out and out of another alley. The minute he saw me, he charged straight towards me and snatched the puppy from my arms. Hey, what are you? Before I could finish, a woman dressed in really fancy clothes and heels came running after him. and she started screaming when she saw the puppy. Had these crazies broken out of some rich people's mental hospital? Oh, my kushushu, pushushu boo boo, baby, mama missed you. And then she turned to me angrily. You were trying to steal my dog. Excuse me, I wasn't trying to steal your dog. I just picked him up from the street. To steal him? Or his collar? No, to help him. I'm not some common thief. Finally, the woman looked like she believed me, and she said, Fine. You saved my Jimmy, and I don't want to owe you any favors. My car is parked there. Come with me, now. I said no, and that she was a stranger. Then she nodded to her driver, who made me get in the car immediately. Take us to the big bazaar, and let's get her whatever she wants. We reached there, and as the driver was walking in with me, I spotted the nearby pharmacy and said I wanted to go there. When she asked me why, I said the only thing I wanted to buy was medicine for my sick mom. I even took out the prescription and showed it to him. The driver walked back to the lady and explained everything to her. She looked really surprised and then nodded. Once I'd bought the meds, she offered to drop me back home. As soon as we got there, I realized the bridge between our two worlds, her fancy car and my old, shabby shelter home. I felt kind of embarrassed, so I quickly thanked her and ran inside. But to my surprise, the woman was waiting for me outside the shelter the next day, and she had a doctor with her. She had brought him to check up on my mother. After a thorough examination, the doctor said the meds were not the right ones, and he immediately changed them. After the new prescription, Mom started to feel better in a few days. I felt so happy and relieved. I called the woman up and thanked her for her kindness. She laughed and said, Don't go soft on me, kid. Consider this a favor repaid. I thought that was the end of it and I wouldn't see the woman again. But to my surprise, the next day her car was outside the shelter again. As soon as I saw her, I rushed towards her and hugged her. She hugged me back. I gave her a flower I'd picked up on my way, and her face lit up. Now that your mom is taken care of, I hope we can buy something for you today. We went inside the mall and had so much fun together. She took me to every boutique and shoe store in the mall. After I had literally shopped till I was ready to drop, she dragged me to the ice cream place, and then we went to the arcade. We spent hours playing every game we could, although she was even worse than I was. Over time, we grew quite close. One day when I went to school, Amy was lazily leaning against my locker waiting to torture me as usual. Hey, Patches. How many times are you going to patch up that ugly coat? It's beginning to look like a quilt now. I completely ignored her as I removed my coat, and then suddenly everyone gasped. I was wearing some of the new clothes the rich lady had bought for me the day before, and then they noticed my Prada bag. What did you do, Tracy? Rob a bank? Oh, I just decided to take fashion a little seriously. And let me give you some advice. That shade of green on your face is a really ugly look. Everyone was suddenly taking me more serious now that I was better dressed, and even coming over to me for fashion tips. I knew it was pretty shallow of them, but seeing how much it bothered Amy made it worth it. One day when we were at lunch, Amy and her minions walked up to me. She glared at me as though she'd eat me alive. Suddenly, I realized we were wearing the same outfit. Admit it. You're wearing a cheap copy. There's no way you can afford an original limited edition. I don't know, Amy. Yours looks like the wrong shade of white. Are you sure you're not wearing a copy? The minions' eyes widened and they started to whisper, and Amy turned a horrible shade of red. How dare you! I'll tell you what the wrong shade of white is. And with that, she dumped her cup of coffee on my white outfit. I was furious. And before long, we had broken out into a full-fledged food fight right in the middle of the cafeteria. The kids gathered around us, screaming and yelling. Suddenly, 2 teachers broke us apart and dragged us to the principal's office. Oh no, I knew what this meant. Our parents would be called in. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Mom came rushing in. She took one look at us and started apologizing to the principal. Then she turned to me. I'm so disappointed in you, Tracy. I always told you to be kind. But Mom... No buts, young lady. Then to my sheer horror, she turned to Amy, who was scowling in the corner. Where's your mom, sweetie? I'll say sorry to her too. Those stains will be a pain to wash out. But Amy shook her off angrily. Don't touch me.
and mind your own freaking business. The principal told Mom that neither of Amy's parents had time to come, so Mom just smiled and said it was okay. Then Amy and I apologized and walked out. Outside, the rich woman was waiting for me. As soon as I saw her, I ran to her. Suddenly, I heard someone say, "Are you freaking kidding me?" I turned around and saw Amy glaring at us. "You hypocrite! You didn't have time for me, but you do for these down and outs." Wait, what was going on? Hey, watch your mouth. Who do you think you are, huh? Oh, great question. Why don't you tell her who I am, Mom? What? Are you her mom? You said you didn't have any kids. Oh, am I dead to you for good? Amy, stop it. Amy stared at her mother with rage in her eyes. No, you don't get to tell me anything anymore. Don't act all mommy dearest now when you haven't even bothered to talk to me in ages. What? You don't talk to your own daughter? What kind of mother are you? Tracy, Amy, I can explain. I was all so confused and puzzled. She'd been going around acting like a great mom figure to me, while she acted like her own daughter didn't even exist. I just turned around abruptly and ran home. I kept ignoring the rich woman's texts and calls because I was still reeling with shock over what had happened. But eventually, I decided that she deserved a chance to explain herself, and I told her that I would meet her after school. But as I was heading out of school the next day, I felt someone pull me by the back of my shirt. It was Amy, looking like a psycho. "And where do you think you're going? To meet my mother?" I shook her off. "It's none of your business, Amy, and whatever is going on between you and your mom is not my fault. You better not meet her ever again, Tracy, or I'll have you and your mother kicked out of the shelter." "Oh yeah? How do you think you can even do that?" Her face twisted into an evil smile. "Oh, my dad's a really powerful person on the city council. And once he tells the shelter people that you and your mom robbed my poor mother to buy branded clothes, they definitely won't be keeping thieves there." Just looking at her face, I knew she meant what she said. I hated being bullied by Amy like this, but I couldn't afford to land myself and Mom on the streets. I texted the rich woman to never contact me again. I even sent back everything she'd given me and went back to being my old, invisible self at school. Days turned into weeks, and before I knew it, 2 years had gone by without talking to the rich woman. Even though I kept my end of the bargain, Amy kept bullying me at school. And the psycho even started following me around in her car. Once I was buying ice cream at the grocery store when she popped out from behind a shelf and completely startled me. "Aha! That's my mother's favorite ice cream. I know you're still seeing her." She kept accusing me of still seeing her mom, and of course, nothing I said could convince her otherwise. I was just glad I was leaving school soon. On graduation day, I ran to hug Mom after receiving my high school diploma. I heard Amy's voice and turned to see her standing behind us. "Aw, isn't this such a sweet mother-daughter moment? Sorry to ruin it, but I have some news that's too good to keep from you any longer." And with that, she shoved a paper in my hands, and Mom and I stared at it in horror. It was a notice from the city council saying that our shelter would be permanently shut down because it had lost its funding. How can you do something like this? Do you have any idea how many people will lose their homes? I forgot the part where that's my problem. All I care about is you losing yours, and Daddy will make sure it happens. And I will make sure that it does not. We all turned around to see the rich woman. She took the paper from my hand and said she would pay whatever funds the shelter needed to stay open, and there was nothing Amy's dad could do to stop that. Amy looked like she was about to explode. Amy's mom turned to her and said, "Your dad is always trying to make you just like him, Amy, but I know you're better than that. He kept you away from me, but you're old enough to decide now, darling." Amy looked into her mom's eyes and shrugged off her hand. "No, I'm going to stay with Dad. You can be a mother to 100 street rats like her for all I care." Just then, the principal came running towards us and said,
"Oh, you must be Amy's mother. I've been waiting for one of her parents to show up. I wanted to let you know that Amy can't graduate. She will have to repeat a year."
"What? You can't do that." And then she left crying like a little baby. I was really happy to see the rich woman again, and I apologized to her for cutting her out of my life. "There's no need for explanations, Tracy, and I'll save your shelter. But why don't you and your mom come to live with me in my
big, lonely mansion. Long story short, we did finally agree to move in with her, and I was actually really glad that the two had each other's company as I moved away for a few years for university. I met a wonderful guy there, and after graduation, we moved back to my hometown so I could help the rich woman manage her business. I'm a successful businesswoman now with 2 beautiful kids and 2 doting grandmas who are always happy to babysit.
Ever since I was a kid, there was only one thing I wanted to do. Hands up! You can't escape me now, you villain!
Oh my god, Sarah, act like a girl, will you?
I am acting like a girl! My stepbrother pulled my cape off.
You can be the victim, you can't be the hero. I don't wanna! I wanna be a hero! Go play with your dolls like a proper girl and leave us alone!
That was my very first memory. But later, I had other enemies. My mom and my stepsister Ella. What are you doing? Something I should have done a long time ago. You're a 14-year-old girl, Sarah. It's time you acted like one. Look at Ella. She's such a perfect, well-mannered girl. My sister and I might have looked alike, but we could not have been more different. Her room looked like some stupid unicorn had puked glitter everywhere. Oops. These were one-of-a-kind autographed posters. They cost a fortune. I thought I was gonna pass out. But just then, Mom grabbed me and started painting my face in makeup. After she was done, she pushed a mirror in front of me. I didn't just look horrible, I looked just like Ella. Then Mom thrust a pile of disgusting, frilly clothes into my hands and told me Ella had kindly given them to me. At dinner, my stepdad patted me on the back. You look like a lovely doll, as all girls should. The next day at school, as soon as I got to class, the girls glared at me. The class bully even whistled at me and told me to come and sit with him. Another guy jumped up and told him to shut it. Just then, Preston came in. As soon as he realized I wasn't Ella, his jaw dropped. I told him about my makeover, and he simply said, I'm not complaining. I told him to shut up and share his book, and immediately, the guy who wanted me to sit with him jumped in. He slid his book across the table and said he'd tutor me. Man, I'm the teacher's assistant for this class. I've been tutoring you for months. I don't need your help. Go away. Then, thankfully, the math teacher walked in and told us all to settle down. Then he asked us to solve a question on the board. All the boys sank in their seats. Weaklings. This was such an easy one. The boy next to me whispered, Calm down. You don't need to be smart when you're so pretty. The girl sitting in the corner called me a show-off. The teacher looked confused. Ella, you want to solve a math question? I rushed to the board. Being smarter than everyone else was so thrilling. But a girl stuck out her foot and I tripped over. As if that wasn't bad enough, my dress got caught on a nail and ripped. I ran out of the class. This was the worst day of my life. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Preston. You'll show them all one day. I'll always be there for you. What? What was happening? I was so confused. As soon as Preston pulled away, I ran out of there. That evening, I decided I'd clear the air with him. Sure, he was my best friend and all, but he knew there was nothing like that between us, right? Just as I was thinking this, the door flew open. There stood Preston with flowers and a box of chocolates, and was that a love note? Oh no. I tried to drag Preston inside the room, but he didn't seem to care. He simply gave me a box. I opened it. It was a collector's item! Dating him didn't seem like such a bad idea now. Will you be my girlfriend? Before I could reply, Mom jumped out from the shadows. Yes! Yes, of course she will! She isn't going to find anyone else! I looked up at Ella, half expecting her to laugh at me, but she just stormed off to her room. A year went by, and even though I was still annoyed with my makeover, it had really made me popular. Half the guys in school were drooling over me, and the other half over Ella. One day, a rich kid came up to me and said he and his buddies were arranging a special party for his friend who loves superheroes. My friend has a crush on you, and we want you to be the damsel in distress. I'd rather sell my soul to the devil. His dad is a millionaire. We'll pay you $500. She'll do it! I turned to see Preston grinning from ear to ear. By senior prom, I'd acted as the damsel 10 times, and Preston and I were still dating. On the evening of prom, I was sitting in my room. I was just about to put my book away and get dressed when Mom entered the room. No daughter of mine is going to prom wearing that! She said that Ella wasn't going to the prom at all. It was up to me to make her proud by wearing Mom's dress from her prom. I gave it to Ella years ago because I never thought you'd be asked to the prom. Go get it from her. Loud music was blaring from Ella's room, so I went in. She was sitting on her bed and pointed to her bathroom. Mom left it in there. I went into the bathroom, but suddenly she pushed me inside and locked the door. The last thing I heard her say was, Preston is mine! He will always be mine! I hammered my fist on the door, hoping someone would hear, but no one did, at least for an hour. When the music abruptly stopped and I started to yell again, finally, Mom opened the door. I rushed to the prom and found Preston and Ella slow dancing to some random song. I literally roared as I ripped Ella out of his arms and smacked her across the face. How dare you! Preston is my boyfriend! To my shock, she started telling Preston that this is what I wanted. She says she never wanted to date you in the first place. It's me who really loves you, babe. You had a fantastic evening with me, didn't you? Didn't you? Preston just stood there looking dazed for a minute. Then he finally turned to Ella and yelled, Ella, this was a horrible thing to do. I love Sarah. Then he grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Ella stormed out furious. As I kissed him back, I realized that for the first time, I was completely sure I loved Preston and could trust him forever. But my joy was disturbingly short-lived. I woke up the next day to Mom's screams. I jumped out of bed, afraid that someone had died. She was sitting in the kitchen, crying her eyes out. I asked her what was wrong, and she pulled away from me. You horrible, horrible child! You traitor! Did I raise you like this? I asked her what had happened, and she finally showed me. You want to go so far away to study how to design stupid machines and guns? What about Preston? Just marry him like any sane girl would. How did she find it? I'd hidden it. There was only one person who could have done this. Ella. I was surprised you hadn't told Preston either. Preston! I knew Preston would be thrilled for me. We had planned to apply together. He could convince my mom too. I grabbed the letter and ran to his place. To my surprise though, when he opened the door, he looked devastated. I'm so sorry, babe. I'm just so sorry. I had no idea what he was talking about. What happened? What's wrong? I didn't get accepted to the college we applied to together. When Ella called this morning, I knew I'd have to tell you. I still didn't understand what he meant till he clarified. We agreed to go together, remember? I know you can't go if I don't, right? For a minute, I was in shock and then asked if I could go alone. Suddenly, he was yelling, I thought you loved me! I told him I did. After all, just last night, he had proof that I could trust him. Prove it. Rip up this letter and forget about it. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for us at our college. When Ella found out that Preston and I were going to the same college, she ran out of the house and literally never came back. A week after she left, I came home and found Mom passed out on the couch. I rushed her to the doctor, who said that her heart was broken and she needed to be taken good care of. When she woke up, she started crying. He's gone! He took all our savings and ran away with his son! He didn't even say why! After my stepdad left, Mom became my responsibility. I had to join a college close to home to constantly check on her. At first, I thought she'd lay off the advice, but boy was I wrong. As soon as she recovered, she started nagging me to make sure Preston was always happy. Don't let him leave you, Sarah. Take care of him like he's a baby that needs constant protection. But I got really busy with studies and didn't pay too much attention to what she said. Weirdly enough though, Preston slowly started skipping class after class because he was working. And when I complained to Mom, she made me do all his work. He's just being a man and focusing on earning. You should be grateful and help him out. But not long after, Preston came home and started yelling. The house was a mess. You're never around to do chores and I have to eat out every day. I was furious. I was always busy with his assignments, and it's not like he ever gave me any of the money he earned. Just as I started to yell back, he broke down in tears. I'm so sorry. I've been fired. My stupid boss thinks my jokes aren't funny. Can you believe it? Me? Not funny? Oddly enough, I could. But after that, Preston just couldn't get another job, ever. When I told Mom I'd have to work, she said she knew just the job for me. The next day, I found myself in her friend's store. As soon as I stepped in, my boss jumped over to hug me. Then she took me on a tour around the place. She said I was supposed to help customers find outfits. The very thought of staying hours on end in this place horrified me. But with my mom's bills and my college fees, it seemed like the only option. Besides, Preston would be thrilled. I called Preston and said I had great news for him. Then I took Preston out to treat him to a very fancy meal at his favorite restaurant. I've got a job! That's nice. What's the surprise? Suddenly, I lost it. All the years of anger boiled over. How insensitive could he be? I jumped to my feet and threw a glass of lemonade at his face. Your lemons have gone bad, sir. I told him I was done with his selfish, self-centered, good-for-nothing butt. Then I stormed out. But when I got home, I was stunned to see my mom waiting for me. As soon as she saw me, she started screaming at me, saying I was the worst girlfriend ever. Poor Preston. He even rejected Ella for you. And you? What did you do? You humiliated him! She said I absolutely had to beg for his forgiveness because he had already told her he would never take me back. I laughed and said I didn't need him anyway. Then I went to bed, feeling oddly thrilled. The next morning when I woke up, I realized I was late. I ran out yelling at Mom that I was late for work. As I ran into the store, I ran straight into a customer. Ow! I tried to apologize and was surprised to see that I found the face vaguely familiar. I was right because immediately the guy laughed and said, Supergirl Sarah! He introduced himself as Chad and reminded me that we had been in school together. Before we could talk more, a pretty young girl came over and dragged him away to continue shopping, and he yelled, "She's my sister!" Chad kept looking at me and smiled as they shopped, and every time he did, I felt butterflies in my stomach. Suddenly, Preston barged into the store screaming, "Sarah, my love! Where are you?" The minute he saw me, he got down on one knee. "My darling, I forgive you for being rude yesterday, and I will take you as my wife. I will cherish you forever. Marry me!" My mom jumped out from literally thin air and started cheering and saying I absolutely had to accept. She said if I didn't accept, I wasn't welcome in her home anymore. He almost put the ring on my finger without waiting for a reply. I snatched my hand away. I pushed Preston out and tried to get back to work, but he refused to listen. "Just lay off her, man." I turned to see Chad glaring at Preston, who looked shocked at first and then angry. "Oh, so this is why my lemons have gone bad, huh? You dumped me for this guy, didn't you?" In minutes, Mom started yelling at me. When I finally managed to kick them out, Chad was also gone. I snuck home later than usual to avoid Mom, but when I saw the light on in Ella's room, I was really shocked. Ella hadn't been home for over a year. I pushed open the door and there she was on her bed, making out with Preston. I couldn't believe my eyes and started yelling at them. Preston just shrugged and said my mom had given them her blessing since I cheated on him first. "Yes, I did. After what you did to this poor boy, I told him to ask Ella to marry him. And she, like a real sweet girl, still loved him enough to agree." I couldn't believe my ears. Mom was crazy, and she was driving me mad too. Besides, since perfect little Ella was back, I decided I was done with this family. The next day, I moved out. To my surprise, when I got to work, I found Chad waiting for me outside. I was so embarrassed about yesterday that at first, I turned away and pretended not to see him. But he jumped in front of me and simply started talking about when we were younger. He even reminded me of when I wanted to be a superhero and my stepbrother wouldn't let me. Not much has changed. It won't till you make it change. As soon as Chad said that, everything seemed to fall into place. It seemed like I had the motivation I was looking for all my life. I needed things to change, and I would change them. I walked into the store and told my boss I was done. Chad then encouraged me to find a job relevant to my field. And then right after I graduated, Chad and I got married. He finally told me he had loved me since we were kids. Preston just got there first. Years passed, and we had a daughter, Rose. I thought life would be peaceful now, but I was wrong, yet again. On Rose's 6th birthday, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I found Mom standing there. With her was a boy who looked around Rose's age. Mom started to cry as she told me that Ella had gotten tired of Preston and had run away. Preston then kicked the two of them out. "He said we were too expensive to keep." I let her inside, and when she saw Rose, she started crying harder as she pulled her in for a hug. "Your mom was the best child I ever had. She never complained. I was so unfair." Well, to get to the point, Mom lived with us after that. And when Preston found out I wanted to adopt his son, he came to my house to take him away and swore to stop me. But after a long and painful custody battle, Chad and I officially adopted Emmett, Ella's son. A few years later, Mom left us. And despite all the drama and pain she brought into my life when I was a teen, in the end, she began to see the error of her ways. In fact, her last words to me were, "I hope Rose grows up to be a strong and independent woman like you, Sarah. That will bring me peace forever." Now Rose is 13, and as we snuggle in bed, watching videos on her favorite channel, I look at her and remember Mom's words. I'm doing my very best.
Hi, I'm Nadia from Georgia. Please like and subscribe. When I was 5, Mom shook me awake one night and whispered, "Come, Nadia, we're leaving." "Why, Mommy?" She just told me to be quiet and spat on Dad's sleeping face before we left. I wasn't too sad about leaving because those two fought like crazy. Maybe things would be better now. We went to live with my grandma, who wasn't happy to see us at all.
Ugh, you're back. You could have brought me a boy at least. Girls are useless.
But Grandma, you're also a girl. A really old, smelly one, but still.
I escaped her flying shoe by an inch. Grandma made Mom work 2 jobs to provide for us, and we never did anything fun. So I was really excited when my friend Irene invited me to her birthday party. As we were gathered around the table, Irene's mom suddenly came in screaming, "Where's the freaking birthday cake? It was in the kitchen 2 minutes ago." Someone suddenly pointed to the window, and to my horror, I saw Mom sneaking off with Irene's cake. Was she crazy? Irene's mom ran out like a bullet and snatched the cake from Mom, but she wouldn't let it go. And suddenly it went flying and landed on the ground. Irene burst into tears, and I just wanted to disappear. But Mom wasn't even embarrassed.
She said she felt like taking it, so she did. Mom was crazy. Some months later, I told Mom how a parent had donated this awesome computer for our class. And the next day, we walked into our classroom to find it missing. As the principal was investigating the matter, a janitor suddenly pointed to me.
I saw a woman take away a computer yesterday. I've seen her with that girl before.
Oh my God, Mom? And sure enough, when I went home with the principal and the police, we found Mom playing games on the computer. She was in prison for a week, and the police officer said she needed therapy for her stealing problem. Everyone was mocking me at school, but Mom came home dancing with joy a few days later, holding the handcuffs that she stole from the police. I'm getting married, and I never have to see you suckers again. I'm rich, rich, rich. And just like that, she left me with Grandma. When I was in the 5th grade, Grandma made me go with her after school to sell vegetables. But one day when I got to our booth, I saw an ambulance there, and Grandma was being carried away. It turned out she'd died from a heart attack. I wrote to Mom, and she came 2 days later, her eyes swollen from crying. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry you're so sad about Grandma.
Sad about Grandma? Not at all.
I'm crying because of you. Me? What did I do?
I'm back to take care of you because my husband won't keep you. Couldn't you have grown up faster while I was gone?
I was so mad at Mom, I just stormed out of the room. She was so selfish. We got back to selling vegetables soon, and Mom kept stealing from people. I told her I would work more hours and miss school to make more money if she just stopped stealing. She agreed, but I was sure she still stole money from our clients. One day, a beautiful woman stopped by and asked me why I wasn't at school, and I said I was helping my mom. The woman looked at Mom sternly.
This girl belongs in school. If I see her here tomorrow, I'm calling the cops.
Suddenly, Mom went bonkers on her.
Oh, you think I belong here on the street selling rotten vegetables? If you're Mother Teresa, give me some money and take her. She's all yours.
The woman looked angry, but she turned to me and said she'd send me to a really good school if I promised never to miss it. Mom wasn't happy at all, but I was ecstatic. When she left, I saw that Mom had stolen the rich woman's diamond bracelet. I tried to snatch it from her, but she threatened me that she wouldn't allow me to see the rich woman. So I let it go. The rich woman even bought me fancy clothes for school, and everyone thought I was cool, even the snottiest girl in class, Anastasia. All was good until one day I was waiting for the rich woman to show up to my parent-teacher meeting, and I saw Mom walking down the hallway. What was she doing here? I hid behind the lockers so she wouldn't see me, when suddenly I caught her staring at Anastasia. Seconds later, Mom charged straight at her and grabbed her glittery pink hairband.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I want that hairband. Gimme it.
Are you crazy? Someone get this woman off my hair! Mom managed to pull it off, but she went stumbling to the ground, and so many pens and calculators that she had stolen came flying out of her bag. Just then, she spotted me.
Oh, Nadia, come help your poor mommy up.
What? Is this crazy trash bag your mom? Just then, the rich woman came walking down the hall.
I'm her mom.
She glared at Mom and told everyone she was just our crazy maid. She apologized to Anastasia and even arranged a party for all my classmates at her mansion a few days later, just to convince them that she was my mom. But when I got to the 9th grade, the rich woman gave me some really sad news one day. Her husband had lost all his money and she could no longer pay for my school. But even worse, she told me they were moving away. I felt heartbroken. Mom didn't take it well either. She started calling the rich woman bad names for abandoning me. Oh, you think she is bad for leaving me? How about when you left me, Mom? I'm your daughter.
Ugh, don't remind me. I'm so sick of you.
Mom, you're awful. Do I look like I care about your opinion?
And tomorrow, you better pack your stuff from that school. It's back to the veggie stall for you.
I just skipped dinner and went to the park. Moments later, I saw a woman running around and crying like crazy.
Have you seen my little girl? She was next to me a minute ago and I can't find her anywhere. Please, help me find my baby.
I ran everywhere looking for this woman's baby.
Just then, I saw a small figure by the edge of the river. She smiled at me and waved goodbye, then jumped into the water. The woman screamed, and I jumped after the baby and saved her. The woman couldn't stop thanking me. She told me the baby's name was Zoe and offered to pay me some money. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly take it. I only did what I had to. The woman then offered me a babysitting job and said she'd pay me $3,000 a month. I couldn't believe it. I accepted and went home with a big smile. I told Mom about it, but I said it was only $1,000, so I could save the rest for my college. She started jumping and dancing and said I was the best child in the world. Yeah, right. The next day after school, Mom insisted on walking me to my new workplace. It was even bigger than the rich woman's mansion. I was scared that Mom might steal something, so I gave her $200 and told her to leave. I followed a maid to the living room where I found a guy kissing some girl on the couch. Just then, the woman came in with Zoe, who jumped into my arms immediately. This is my stepson, Joseph. He'll be leaving now with his girl, right, Joseph? When he finally broke apart and got up, I saw that he was a couple of years older than me, and so darn gorgeous. But then I saw the girl with him. It was freaking Anastasia, but she had a boyfriend in school. The rich lady introduced me as Zoe's babysitter, and I could see Anastasia's lip curling into a grin. Oh, this was bad. The next day at school, she pulled me into an empty classroom. Well, look who's a big fat liar. I knew you were poor and that psycho was your mom. How do you think everyone in school will react when they find out you've been lying all these years? Oh, how do you think your boyfriends will react when they find out you're a two-timing witch? You wouldn't dare. Fine. I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine. Deal. I didn't care about her love life as long as my secret was safe. 3 months passed with me being Zoe's nanny, and I was loving it. But I'd also become really good friends with Joseph, and now I was hating myself for lying to him about his girlfriend. One time when Zoe was asleep, he slipped into the nursery and showed me this beautiful necklace. Hey, what do you think? Anastasia will love this, right? Oh, yes, she'd be crazy not to. I felt awful, but suddenly he came closer, and my heart started beating faster. He brushed away my hair and said softly, "You've got some ketchup on your nose, silly. Looks kind of cute, though." Just then, Zoe woke up and started crying. Oh, thank God. Before I got to her, Joseph picked her up and started singing. Okay, another cute scene like this, and I will marry him right now. Later that night, I decided I would tell Joseph about Anastasia, even if it meant my secret would be out in school. But the next day when I reached the mansion, the maid took me to the living room where I found the whole family waiting for me. It was my first time meeting Zoe's dad, and he looked mad. It turned out that a really valuable antique vase was missing, and he was accusing me of stealing it. I didn't. Why would you think I took it, sir?
Oh, isn't this your mother?
And then, to my horror, he showed me security footage, and it was indeed Mom sneaking out of their house. I tried explaining I had nothing to do with it, but Zoe's dad fired me on the spot. When I got home ready to kill Mom, she wasn't there. I marched up to her room and looked through all her stuff and found nothing. Just as I was leaving, I noticed that a shelf was placed in front of a door. I pushed it aside and walked into a freaking museum of stolen things. Oh my God, Mom had stolen so much stuff over the years. Thankfully, the vase was there, but I couldn't help going through everything else too. As I was searching the drawers, I came across a paper that left me shook. It was Grandma's will, and it said that she'd left her house to me. What? And Mom knew? And she was hiding it? By the time Mom got home, I was waiting for her on the porch with her bags packed.
What's going on here?
I handed her an envelope with a train ticket and some of my savings. You're going back to your husband, Mom. You're going to leave this place before Zoe's dad sends the police after you. And I don't want you living in my house anymore. Yeah, I found Grandma's will. Please, go away, Mom. But who'll take care of you? You don't need your mom now? I've been taking care of myself since I was a kid. And I do need a mom, but I don't think you know what it means to be one. Just leave and live your life. It'll be better for both of us." Mom just stared at me, then looked inside the envelope, picked up her bags, and left. I sneaked up to the mansion the next day and gave the vase to a maid to return to the owners. I also gave her a note for Joseph, telling him everything about Anastasia. And the next day, I got attacked by her the minute I entered school. You witch. I had 2 boyfriends, and now because of you, I have 0. I'm going to tell everyone you're poor. I don't care. At least my lies didn't hurt anyone, but yours did. We both ended up in detention, and well, everyone did drop me like a dead fly when they found out I wasn't rich. Then one day when I got to school on graduation day, I noticed it was awkwardly silent, and even the gate was closed. What was going on? Suddenly, strong lights came from behind me. I looked around and saw a helicopter with a poster saying,
Natia, will you be my girlfriend?
Then Joseph showed up from the helicopter grinning down at me. Oh my God, just get down here, Joseph.
No, not until you've answered my question.
Yes, I'll be your girlfriend. Get down, dummy. Minutes later, Joseph was kissing me deeply, and everyone showed up from behind us, cheering and clapping. I'm so glad that my hard work has paid off. Remember to always believe in yourself.
A lot of us go through a rebellious phase, but I was a complete monster. I swear I had genuine reasons, though. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad or anything, but I had a pretty rough childhood. I never knew my parents and spent my entire life in the foster care system. I bounced from house to house at least 7 times a year. I know what you're thinking. How could someone just give away a kid in need? Well, I'll admit that I was the one to blame, in the beginning at least. Before I go into any of that, though, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more crazy stories about people just like you. If you do, you'll get tons of likes on your next post. Trust me, I was pretty Insta-famous for a while. See, that was part of my problem, actually. I was convinced that the family life wasn't for me at all. Despite the fact that all my foster families were pretty nice, I was really rude and mean. I only cared about making videos, partying, and taking selfies. I got into the habit of stealing things and skipping school. When I didn't get my way, I would scream and shout at the top of my lungs. I'm embarrassed to think back to this day, but I think it describes the old me pretty well. I was living with this nice old couple and 4 other foster kids. They forbade me from partying on school nights, but I went out anyway and stole their car to get there. When I came home, all they did was ground me and take away my cell phone. I got so mad that I screamed and smashed their things. I made the old lady cry. I feel horrible thinking back about it. I just couldn't control myself. I don't know how I was ever that mean. I wasn't evil, though. I was just a troubled child. I actually had some outbursts that had nothing to do with misbehaving. Sometimes I had horrible nightmares that would wake me up screaming. Mixed with my behavior problems, a lot of foster homes didn't have the patience for my outbursts, hence moving around so much. By the time I was 16, I had been through every single foster home in my city. I tried to keep cool, but I was honestly terrified I'd end up stuck in an orphanage until I was an adult. Now, I may have been a monster, but I was nothing compared to the residents of the local orphanage. It was filled with the worst kids I knew, and I didn't want to end up there with them. They would have beaten me up. I wasn't nearly as tough as I liked to pretend. When my caseworker walked into the room, I burst into tears. I begged her not to ship me off to the orphanage. She thought for a second and said she might have an option for me, but I wasn't gonna like it. How bad could it be? I asked. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. That's exactly what someone says before they walk into the worst possible situation. My caseworker made a quick phone call and let me know that I was good to go. I would be leaving right this instant. I picked up my backpack, which was full of everything I owned, and was put on a bus to the middle of nowhere. I had no clue where I was going. As the bus started driving off, I Googled some pictures of the place. It wasn't even on the map. I was going to the middle of nowhere. I started screaming.
I ran over and begged the bus driver to stop, but he said it was already too late. I posted one last selfie letting my followers know that I was going to be taking a break from social media. Something told me that there wasn't going to be any service out in the middle of nowhere. I was a city girl obsessed with the internet and gaming, and I couldn't even watch my story animated where I was going. My cell phone service cut out maybe a half hour into the trip. 3 hours later, I was awoken by the bus stopping. I looked out the window and saw this huge, creepy mansion. I thought it was the town hall to get my papers or something. I was shocked when the bus driver said, "We're here." I told him he was supposed to take me to my new home directly. "Oh, sweetie." He laughed. "This is it." Then he just drove off, leaving me alone with my backpack at the entrance to the mansion. I walked cautiously up to the door and knocked a couple of times with no answer. I called out but still got no answer. I saw a letter taped to the door and decided to open it. It read, "Welcome home, Charlotte. Please let yourself in." Sure enough, the door was unlocked. It creaked open slowly and creepily. I walked right in and decided to explore. Now, I know I said the outside was scary, but that was nothing compared to the interior of the house. It felt like it was straight from the Addams family. There were huge portraits on the wall with group photos of at least 20 kids, all dressed up in old-timey clothes, as well as all types of taxidermy. It looked like the set of a horror movie or a cult, and I didn't even know the half of it yet. You know that sixth sense feeling you get after watching a scary movie late at night? Like the one where you can feel someone watching you? Well, I got that feeling and all the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I flipped around and saw a serious-looking nun staring at me and frowning. She looked me up and down in disgust. I was wearing pretty short shorts and a crop top, so I could tell she was judging me. I waved hello and tried to introduce myself, but she ignored me. She just started writing something down in the notebook she was holding in her hand. She lifted it up and showed me what she wrote. "No one speaks here." That was weird. I asked if it was because of some kind of medical condition or religion. She simply flipped the page and wrote down, "Follow me," and started walking away while I was still trying to talk to her. I followed her down some winding halls until we ended up in a room with a couple of beds in it. She led me to one bed that had some stuff on it, including folded clothes, a notebook, a pencil, and a piece of paper that said, "This is your new bed. Please use the paper. It will be easier for everyone. Please change into your new clothes." I thought the scariest thing about the mansion was the giant taxidermied bear in the entrance, but I was dead wrong. I picked up my new clothes and nearly fainted. See, if nothing else, I was pretty. I had to give up my city and internet, but I did not want to give up my looks. I kept up with all the latest trends and was an aspiring Instagram model. This outfit was as far away from fashionable as possible. It was a gray dress that reached all the way to the floor and buttoned up to my neck. The dress was like a hideous costume straight from the 1700s. Maybe it was a good thing that there was no internet here because I wouldn't be caught dead in this outfit. I turned to argue with the nun, but she was already holding up her paper that now said, "Hurry, child." Now, I was rebellious, but nuns are scary. I did as she said and made my way to meet the other people here. It took a couple of days to meet everyone. There were a lot of people. All in all, there were about 23 girls living with me between the ages of 7 and 14. This made me the oldest and pretty much the role model to everyone here. It turned out that most of them had severe hearing problems, and some of them were completely mute. Talking was out of the question, so they all communicated through notebooks or sign language. The nun could read lips, but the rest of them were never really exposed to speech. The girls were very quick to take me in. They showed me the fun of country living, and trust me, I was a skeptic. They helped me learn how to braid my hair, and one girl even taught me how to sew a bit so I could personalize my outfit a little more. Sure, it felt like a cult, and that should have been a warning sign, but you have no idea how nice it was to finally feel like I fit in somewhere. It was so weird getting used to the fact that no one could hear me, but it was kind of nice that I didn't need to worry about my screaming nightmares waking anyone up. I liked to think of myself as strong and independent, so I really enjoyed not having to wake up from a nightmare to people fussing over me. I even made my first real friend. She was the second oldest, and her name was Kirsten. She was super awkward, but I really appreciated having someone my age to connect with. She even taught me sign language. I got pretty used to this new lifestyle, waking up at dawn, harvesting all the vegetables, and I hadn't even spoken a single word. I went from an Instagram model who wore hot clothes and got in trouble to a saint. Like, figuratively and literally. Not only was I staying out of trouble and gaining control of my behavior, but the other girls looked up to me like I was a prophet. They asked me tons of questions about life on the outside. Most of the girls were brought here as toddlers or infants, so they had no exposure to TVs, malls, or even processed sugar. This one girl, Susie, asked me how you feed the people that live on TV so that they can perform for you. Kirsten's favorite thing for me to describe was cheese puffs. The concept of such a treat was godly and fantasy-like to her. I told her that I promised I would bring her back some once I moved out. She always got weird when I brought up leaving. I always assumed it was because she would miss me, and I was about to find out it was a little more complicated than that. Don't get me wrong, though. I was ready to leave. I appreciated everything they did. Even after everything, I don't regret the time I spent there. Still, I was counting down the days to my 18th birthday when I could move out. That's when everything changed. I wrote the nun asking what I should do about moving back to the city, and she got really weird. She asked, what about everything here? The life I had with the other children. She asked why I wasn't happy. I assured her that nothing was wrong, and I loved them all. I told her I wanted to go out into the real world, get a job, and fall in love. She seemed to understand, but she said something next that made me question everything. I guess you won't get to meet him if you leave, she sighed. She explained that there was a new boy coming to work at the estate as a gardener the week after my 18th birthday. She'd never mentioned him before, but she said she thought she would keep it as a surprise because she really thought we would hit it off. I should have sensed something was suspicious, but she convinced me to stay. Try not to judge me. I hadn't seen a boy in years. I have to admit, I was pretty happy I did, at least at first. The boy came all right. He was everything I hoped for. He was handsome and seemed very nice. Not only that, he could speak and hear just like me. The nun immediately introduced us and even encouraged me to speak, something she hadn't done the entire time I lived there. It felt so weird talking after a couple of years of complete silence. I was embarrassed by how poorly the words came out and how weak my voice was. But he was super sweet and showed a keen interest in me. He even called my little voice super cute. At first, it was really flattering, but there was something off about him. For one thing, he was very close to the nun and always had private meetings with her. Another problem was that I never actually saw him gardening. One day, out of nowhere, he proposed to me after only knowing me for a week. I freaked out. He was very insulted, explaining he came here and paid big money to take me as his wife. He was promised that I would be submissive, and refusing his proposal was not submissive. He paid the nun for me? I freaked out and ran to my room to pack. That's when the nun came in and tried to explain everything. But this time, she spoke to me. She'd lied about being mute. She explained how she needed money for her medical expenses, and a dowry was the only logical thing to do, and the girls weren't fit for life in the real world. I told her that she needed to give the girls a chance. The world wasn't as scary as she made it out to be. Freedom was everything. The nun simply apologized. I thought she was coming around, but she locked me in the room. I screamed for help, but all of the children were deaf. The only people who could hear me were the nun and the crazy man who wanted to marry me. There was nowhere to go and no one to help me. I only had one option to avoid living in my room for the rest of my life. I agreed to marry him. I put on a big show and he fell for me immediately. Kirsten slipped me a note. She said I wasn't the first person the nun had married off, and they all disappeared shortly after. She knew that she would be next, as the second oldest, so she begged me to follow her plan so we could break the cycle. The nun was grooming submissive girls to marry off to weird men when they turned 18. On the day of the wedding, I pretended to be sick, very sick. The girl who helped me offered to accompany me to the hospital. She wrote a note to the nun explaining that my fever was very high and it was too dangerous for the nun to come near me. She was suspicious and insisted she come. The girl and I got into the car first, and when the nun tried to hop in, we pushed her to the ground, locked the doors, and drove off. We drove over 40 minutes before we found a town. There, we told the police everything that had happened. We were raised on a crazy wife farm. That's not even the craziest part of the story. See, when the police drove out there, they found the mansion, but it was completely empty. They had to use search dogs, which led them to another disturbing discovery. Underneath the farm we worked on, there was a huge secret. All the money she got from selling brides was used to build a giant underground bunker. She was part of a huge church, which included every family she sold the brides to. The kids were all rescued, but the nun was never found. Kirsten and I still live with each other. We are in the process of opening up our own foster home. We still keep in touch with some of the other girls we lived with. And yes, we have cheese puffs almost every day. Still, I can't help thinking she's out there somewhere, plotting her revenge. Sometimes I find crosses left in random places. The worst thing that happened last night, though, I was looking through my camera for some funny photos I'd taken when I saw pictures of Kirsten and I sleeping. I always thought I could sense someone peering at us in the middle of the night, but I chalked it up to my usual nightmares. I don't know if I should tell Kirsten or not, but I'm running out of excuses for why we need to move to a new apartment every month. Hi, I'm Amika from Houston. Before you listen to my story, please like and subscribe. My dad left us when I was 5. Mom took up a job in a restaurant and was always working hard for us. I felt really bad, so I decided I was going to get us a dad again. One day when I was in the restaurant, a boy my age came there with his father. I saw the man holding his son's hand, laughing and giving high fives. I wanted him to be my dad. When he went to the washroom, I walked up to the boy who was eating ice cream.
Hey, you like that ice cream? Wanna have more? My mom works here, so I'll give it to you for free. But can you give me your dad instead?
The little devil yelled. Mom rushed in, and so did the man. Mom then apologized and took me to the kitchen. What was that, Amy? Just go get your things. We're going home. Years passed, but my mission of finding a new dad never stopped. One day, I thought of doing something big. I told Mom I'll take charge of distributing the menu cards. I went from table to table giving the cards, but not just that. I whispered something to every man I saw. Please, marry my mommy. She's over there, the tall, cute one. Some smiled, some ignored, but I didn't stop. There was a big crowd for lunch, and I went to a rich-looking man and said the same. But he lost it. He immediately called the manager and complained about Mom and me. And then everybody else joined him. Yeah, this girl asked me the same stupid thing. I'm married. We're leaving.
Me too. This place is crazy.
What a mess. Mom got fired instantly, and she went bonkers at me. Enough, Amy. Just stop all of this. I don't want another man. Okay, Mommy, not another man. Let's get back the one who left then. My own dad.
Gosh, Amika, how do I tell you this? He's not even your dad.
Wait, what? Are you serious? So, who's my real dad?
I don't think you should know that now. Not ever, actually. Just go to bed. For weeks, I tried asking Mom about my real dad, but she wouldn't budge. So one night, when she was asleep, I snuck into her room and started searching all around for some clue. Then I found an old photo in a drawer. It was a picture of Mom with a man, and next to it, there was a locket that said, "Forever yours, Richard." Now, I gotta find this Richard, because it was quite likely that he was my dad. I took the photo and the locket and left for my room. I didn't ask Mom again. I'd just have to find Dad myself when I was older. I decided to put my head down and focus on studies. And in the 8th grade, I got a scholarship to study in a fancy private school in town for free. That was awesome. I sat in my new class with so much excitement. But then the teacher asked me to make an introduction speech in front of the class. I hated public speaking. My hands started shivering when suddenly a boy held my hand. Hey, chill. You somehow remind me of my dad. He always says it's okay to be afraid. You know what I did on my first day? Just peed my pants. Go, say anything. I'm gonna clap for you anyway. Wow, that was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard. With that, I made my speech really well, and everyone clapped, but only after him. His name was Justin, and I felt some instant connection with him.
and we sat together and shared lunch that day. We became friends and only got closer over the years. Also, he said he didn't have a mom, but was really close to his dad. And then once at the parent-teachers meeting, Justin took me to the cafeteria to meet him. When I saw him, I noticed he had flaming red hair, just like me. But the shocking part was, he was the guy from Mom's album, and his name was Richard. Could he be my real dad? This was unbelievable. He left soon after, but I couldn't get him off my mind. As I saw him leaving, Mom walked in and they almost bumped into each other. And then they started talking like old pals. They knew each other. This confirmed it. So Justin's dad was totally my real dad? I knew Mom wasn't going to tell me anything. I had to see Justin's dad again and try to find out the truth. Just when I was thinking how I'd get myself an invitation to Justin's house, I saw him coming out of the basketball stadium with bruises on his knees, and I suddenly had an idea. Hey, Justin, I think you're hurt. Please, let me walk you home? He said he was perfectly fine, but he invited me over for dinner that evening anyway. Now, I was so excited to meet my dad. The moment I reached his place, though, Justin said his dad was out of town on business for a week. Oh no. He then took my hand and led me to the dining hall, and I was in shock. There was slow music, candlelights, and flowers. Oh no, this sure wasn't right. I was about to drop his hand, but then he pulled me closer and we started dancing. Oh my God, this had to stop. But then he came forward to kiss me and I screamed, No, we can't do this. You're my brother.
Wait, what? If you don't like me, just say that. You don't have to call me your brother.
I don't hate you, but I can't like you either, because you probably are my brother. I explained everything that was running in my head about his dad and my mom, and he looked like he was gonna be sick.
Yeah, maybe that's why you both are similar in a few ways. But how can you be sure with just a photo? We need solid proof.
That was right. The one thing that would really help would be a DNA test. We looked around for his dad's comb so we could get a few strands of his hair, but none of his combs were there. Maybe he took them with him on the trip? After hours of searching, we were unable to find a single strand of Dad's hair. So for now, I had only one option, to confront Mom. But when I got home, a bigger shock was waiting for me. Mom had left a note saying she was going abroad on a sudden trip for a week. Her too? This made my doubts about Justin's dad and her even heavier. I called Justin and told him the news, and he said he was coming over. We talked about our parents for a while and then started watching a movie together. Titanic was the only one playing. I made sure to get the popcorn tub between us while we sat on the sofa, but sometime later, the popcorn was gone, and I realized we were somehow sitting very close to each other now. And when Jack kissed Rose, Justin looked at me with the cutest puppy eyes. Oh no, this wasn't happening. I closed my eyes and started chanting, "Brother, brother, brother."
Ew, heck no.
He jumped up from the sofa and left. This was getting embarrassing for both of us. We had to set boundaries if we were going to hang out together. The next day, before I went to meet Justin, I bought some customized t-shirts for both Justin and me. His shirt said, Amika's brother, and mine said, I am Amika. Better always wear this, so we don't confuse our emotions. He didn't look that happy, but wore it anyway. That evening, as I was cooking dinner, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a man outside who said he was looking for my mom. When I asked him his name, he said it was Richard. Gosh, Mom, another Richard? I wanted to get some more details, so I invited him in. Hey, listen, Mr. Richard, you might want to sit down for this. You see, the thing is, it's quite possible that I'm your daughter. You're probably my dad. He leapt up like he had an electric shock.
What? My daughter? No, it can't be.
And with that, he pushed me aside and ran out like crazy. I ran after him shouting, Hey, wait, I'm not crazy. I'm pretty great once you get to know me. Just stop, Dad. He didn't, but at least I managed to get his car's license plate. I told Justin about this, and he was even more eager than me to find out about this new Richard.
So it's possible he could be your dad too then? If yes, then we're not siblings. Ah, that's amazing. I'm gonna pray for that now.
Justin and I worked hard to trace this new Richard and finally got his address. We went up to his house that evening and sneaked in. We were looking around for clues in the master bedroom when suddenly we heard footsteps outside. I quickly pulled Justin into a small closet. God, how long do you think we'll have to hide in here? I'm sorry to drag you into this.
I don't mind doing anything for you, Amica. Also, your hair smells really nice.
Justin, would you cut it out? You could be my frickin' brother. Just then the closet door opened, and Richard was staring at us in shock as we stepped out. And then he saw our t-shirts and nearly fainted.
Oh my God, are you two twins? This is a nightmare. You have to leave right now. If my family finds out about you, they'll kill me.
Oh, so you have another family, huh? But you abandoned me, Dad.
Shush, don't call me that. They'll hear you.
Dad, Daddy! He shushed me again. Don't shush me like I'm a kid. I'm 15 and I deserve to know the truth.
Oh, thank God. You're 15? I left your mom way before that, so you can't be my kid. I only came to your house the other day because I found an old diary of your mom's and I wanted to return it. But then you called me Dad and I freaked out. But I am so relieved now.
And he started doing a happy dance. Seriously? So it was back to Justin's dad again? We walked back home to my place in silence, feeling upset. As we sat down for dinner, the door lock turned and Mom let herself in. Finally! And right behind her was Justin's dad.
Dad? So we were right about you guys?
But wait, there was another man who stepped in just then, and Mom took his hand. Mom, I am so sick of this. Now don't tell me you brought another Richard.
Yes, but how did you know?
If you don't tell me who's my real dad right now, I'm gonna run away.
Me too. Calm down, darling. Let me tell you everything.
And finally, she did. Turns out, the new guy who Mom had brought was my real dad. He'd been at war when I was born, and then he'd gone missing. So Mom remarried after some time and kept the truth about my real dad from me. But what about Justin's dad? I saw him with you in a photo, and there was a locket too. Isn't he your Richard forever?
No, Justin's dad is just my college friend. The three of us studied together. He heard your real dad had been found, and we went together to get him. This is my Richard forever.
Oh my God! I'd finally found my real dad now. I looked at him awestruck, and he came forward and hugged me tight. I then turned around and saw someone looking even happier than me. Justin? I think you can take that t-shirt off now. I went near him and he pulled me closer to kiss me. And finally, I let him. Hi, I'm Selma from Bosnia. Before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. When I was 4, my parents and I went for Christmas to a little town far from home. The day we were going back, I was so excited at the train station.
Mommy, look! Our train's here!
I turned around to see Mom was gone. So was Dad. My heart raced in panic as I ran through the crowd, calling out to them. And moments later, I saw the train moving. Were my parents leaving without me? I ran after the train crying when suddenly someone took my arm. It was a kind-looking police officer, and I told him I was lost. He asked me to describe my parents to him.
Dad was wearing a brown coat, and Mommy's dress was red.
Sweetheart, can you describe their faces?
I couldn't describe them at all, and I didn't even know where I lived. The police officer dropped me at an orphanage and said he'd come to get me as soon as he found my parents. But days turned into weeks and weeks to months, and no one came for me. One day, I was introduced to a new roommate. When we were alone, the girl spotted my necklace on the bedside table and asked me what it was. It's a present from my parents. Want to try it on? I don't mind. I put it around her neck, and her face lit up. We became friends instantly, and I went to sleep feeling a little happier that night. The next morning, I jumped from my bed when I saw a strange girl in the room wearing my necklace. Hey, that's mine. You can't have that. What? You said I could wear it. I've never seen you before in my life, you thief. And with that, I pounced on her. The warden heard her screams and came running in.
And when she pulled us apart, I saw a woman standing in the doorway. Child, are you crazy? Why are you attacking your roommate? What? I don't know who she is. I don't know who anyone is. The woman hugged me gently, asking me to explain what I meant. I told her that ever since I was a kid, I just couldn't remember faces. It turned out that the woman's name was Sarah, and she was a brilliant doctor. She told me I had a condition called face blindness, probably from birth. But it's nothing to worry about. I can teach you to get really good at recognizing people by their voices and expressions. Would you like to come live with me, Selma? Something about her reminded me of Mom, and I immediately said yes. And before I knew it, Sarah had adopted me, and I was flying to another city with her to live in her beautiful mansion. With Sarah's help, I grew more confident around people. I was homeschooled for many years, but on my 14th birthday, she told me I was ready for school. As soon as I entered the class on my first day, a group of girls flocked around me. Wow, that dress is gorgeous. Looks like you have money and good taste. You're pretty, too. We could be twins. But first tell me, how much money do you have in your bank account? 3 giraffes and an elephant? Oh gosh, you're funny too. Just like me. I'm Laura, I'm super popular, and you can sit with me. The next day at lunch, I saw Laura alone in the cafeteria and I joined her. Seconds later, someone pulled me up by the arm, and it was Laura. Why are you sitting with her? Being friends with me isn't good enough for you? Oh, Laura, I didn't realize. I thought it was you. You thought that was me? Did you just forget my beautiful blue eyes or my swan-like neck? I somehow convinced her that I'd just gotten confused and I had to be more careful. After that, I stuck close to Laura and her group and always waited to hear them speak first. A few months later, the school's winter dance was coming up and everyone was super excited. One day, a boy sat down next to me at lunch and said, I thought we had a moment the other day in the hallway. I'm Ben. Care to go with me to the dance? I had no freaking idea who he was, but I said yes anyway. Suddenly, to my shock, Laura flung her tray aside angrily and screamed, You witch! And then she stormed off. Wait, what just happened? Did Laura like Ben? A little later, I found a girl who looked like her on the bleachers ripping a bunch of roses to shreds. Laura, listen, I had no idea you liked Ben. I'll say no to him. That doesn't change anything. You already said yes, so go with him now. Dance, get married, have babies, I don't care. I felt terrible. I almost canceled the dance, but Sarah said if Laura was a good friend, she'd come around eventually. At the dance, I could feel admiring eyes on me as I walked down the hall. Just then, Ben came running up to me, and without a word, he pulled me in for a kiss. Wow, it was my first kiss ever, and it felt freaking amazing. Seriously, Selma? You just said yes so you could kiss some random dude on our date and humiliate me publicly? No, wait, Ben, this is a mistake. How could you kiss him by mistake? Do you kiss so many guys that you can't even tell them apart anymore? How could I explain this without announcing my condition? I ran out the hall and tripped on my dress, falling face first. No one helped me up, and I blinked away my tears as I ran out. I would have skipped school the next day, but we had a big test I couldn't miss. After the exam, I was in charge of collecting and submitting the answer sheets to the teacher. When I walked to Miss Galina's office, I saw her at the door and waited to hear her voice. Yes, Selma. Thank you. That was definitely her. I handed her the papers and went to the library. But minutes later, Miss Galina was breathing down my neck. I've been waiting for you in my office, and you're relaxing here? Where are the papers? What? Miss Galina, I just gave them to you 10 minutes ago, in your office. Is this some stupid joke? You did nothing of the sort. Just then, I heard Laura behind us. Miss Galina, I just saw her hiding the test papers in her locker. I think she was planning to cheat and change her answers. What? Miss Galina insisted I opened my locker, and sure enough, the answer sheets came spilling right out. How was this possible? I tried explaining my condition to the principal, but she got even angrier at me for making things up, and I was expelled. As I stormed out of her office, I spotted Laura in the corridor, grinning. Laura, did you trick me and frame me? Do you know about my condition? Oh yeah, I've known for a while now. Your cook told my maid who told me. Did you also set me up at the dance last night with that boy? Why? Just because I wanted to go out with stupid Ben? No, because I wanted to go out with you. You're completely blind, aren't you? Too blind to see who really loves you? But no, all you want is attention from stupid boys. I hate you, and I'm happy I don't have to see your pretty face anymore. What the what? Laura freaking loved me? When I got home, I looked around for Sarah to tell her about my terrible day, and I found her in my room holding my necklace. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Selma, where did you get this from? What do you mean? It's mine. My parents gave it to me one Christmas. Oh my God, Selma, I think I know who your real family is. And then she told me the craziest thing. She said the rose symbol on my pendant was the crest of one of Bosnia's richest families. I remember reading in the news a long time ago that they'd lost a little girl. Selma, I've had you for all these years when they live right here in this city. This was unbelievable. The very next day, Sarah drove me to my house, which was basically a palace. When we were finally allowed to see them, I just knew these people were my parents. They listened to Sarah's story in stunned silence. Then they burst into tears and hugged me. Oh, Selma, we've missed you so much. Our sweet, beautiful niece. Wait, what? Niece? The couple then told me that my own parents had died in a car crash soon after I was born, and that they were my uncle and aunt, my legal guardians. We raised you like our own daughter till that awful day when we lost you. We've missed you every day, honey. This was so much news to take in. I was happy to be reunited with my family, but it broke my heart to see Sarah go. She kissed me goodbye and said she'd come see me often. I missed her a lot, but I had a whole new life to get used to. My aunt and uncle were spoiling me rotten by showering me with expensive gifts and having the chef cook up every delicacy imaginable. I was in heaven. But then everything changed. They both thought with my condition it was better if I homeschooled. And after those first few days, I'd hardly ever see them. They were always too busy with their own things, and I felt lonelier than ever before. A few months later, they hosted a dinner for some friends, and the minute I entered the hall, I saw a girl who looked way too familiar. OMG, you're their long-lost niece? Daddy, this is the girl I told you about, the freak who can't remember her own face. We used to be friends in school till she was expelled.
What? You were expelled from school?
Yeah, for cheating. She's such a disgrace. You should just put her up for adoption. I'd had enough. I went right up to Laura and gave her a hard smack on the face. She screamed and pushed me onto the table straight into the food. I grabbed a chicken leg and threw it at her, hitting her right in the eye. And I was immediately grounded, but it was totally worth it. Later that night, I went down to get some food and nearly died when I opened the fridge. A light showed someone sitting in a chair. Laura, oh my God, what are you doing here? Relax, I just want to talk. I think you and I are meant to be together, Selma. It's fate. Are you crazy? I'm not into girls, and even if I was, I wouldn't be with you if you were the last freaking girl. Suddenly, we heard some footsteps, and Laura pulled me under the table. Just then, Aunt and Uncle walked in, talking in low voices. We have to think of something quickly. Once Selma turns 16, everything will legally be hers. This house, our cars, our money will be at the mercy of a stupid teenager.
I guess we'll have to leave her at the train station again, but on another continent this time. Maybe a really remote island.
As they laughed and walked away, I sat frozen in shock. They had left me at the train station on purpose? Whoa, that was crazy. Your relatives are pure evil. I can't believe it. They got rid of me for money? That's why no one ever came looking for me? I'm not letting them get away with this. Laura took me by the hand, and for the first time, she seemed nice. Listen, I'm really sorry about everything. I know you can't like me that way, and I've been really dumb taking it out on you. But please, let me help you now. Laura got me hearing devices to place all over the house, hoping we could catch Aunt and Uncle on record.
And sure enough, one day we heard the two of them making travel plans for Timbuktu so they could leave me there. We submitted the proof to Laura's dad, who was a lawyer, and in no time, those two crooks were in prison. I became the rightful owner of everything my parents had left me, and the first thing I did was convince Sarah to move into my house. I went back to school, and well, Laura and I are now best friends.
I looked over my shoulder, making sure no one was around. Then I grabbed 3 of my shirts and stuffed them into my bag. I had to run away tonight. It was now or never. Just then my mom barged into the room and yelled, "Why are you still here?" I was studying. Studying? Go milk the cows. Books are not for you, stupid girl. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the milk bucket. Hi, I'm Amara from Greece. I was all set up to run away from my village to escape a terrible fate, when I suddenly got an opportunity that changed my life forever. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next day in class, our teacher barged in and wrote a question on the board. Now who can solve this? I looked around and then raised my hand. No sweat! As soon as I was done solving the question, I saw everyone staring at a tall woman walking towards me to the front of the classroom. So, you're the famous Amara. Your teachers did say you were a genius. Signomi, who are you? She's Miss Mercedes, the vice principal of a huge school in the city. She's come here to offer a scholarship to the smartest kid in class. I just stood staring at her, my mouth open. Was this for real? I don't have all day, child. Will you accept it? Yes, absolutely. Just the day I had planned to run away, I'd been given a scholarship? I was being saved by God. 20 minutes later, my teacher was at my house, trying to convince Mama to let me go, but she kept shaking her head stubbornly. Mama, I'm not doing this for myself. I want to be a doctor so I can take care of you. For a minute, I thought she might actually give in, but then she started to scream. I've told you! Your place is here! What will you do at a school? Then Miss Mercedes took out 50 euros and handed them to Mama. Okay, maybe it's not so bad to go to school. The next day, I was at a train station with my mom, and hundreds of villagers had gathered to bid me goodbye. I tearfully hugged Mama, and she spat at me 3 times for good luck. Ftoo, ftoo, ftoo! Then she put a talisman around my neck. My darling girl! Take this. It will bring you good fortune. Come back rich and make your mama proud. I rolled my eyes, but accepted it. And then suddenly every woman was giving me a talisman of her own. I finally hopped onto the train and was so impatient to leave, I could almost push it. Just then, the train started moving away. I couldn't believe it. I was actually getting out of here. I could almost dance with joy. Sit down. I will be watching you constantly. One wrong move, and I'll have your stupid villager butt back here in no time. When we finally got to the house I'd be staying at, I was spellbound. Lots of servants were waiting for us outside. At the front was a man with kind eyes. Oh, I'd seen guys like him in movies. You must be the butler. Please take my bag. There was a pin-drop silence for a moment, and everyone looked horrified. Then the butler burst out into laughter. You stupid girl! Does he look like a butler? He's the owner of this house and your benefactor, Mr. Armitage. What? Sir, I'm so sorry. Oh, never mind. I'm just happy to see you, and I'm sure you'll do wonderful things. I noticed he had tears in his eyes. He seemed nice, but a bit weird. When Miss Mercedes led me to my room, I was thrilled to see it was full of books, and there was a TV and a really fancy-looking laptop. I jumped onto the huge bed in delight. Is this really all mine? Are you crazy? This is Dakota's room and her bed. You will sleep there. Before I could ask her who she was, the door flew open and a girl barged in. Oh my God! Miss Mercedes, why is there a beggar on my bed? Miss Dakota, she's a scholarship student. She'll be sharing your room because she can learn lots of things from you. Like manners. I'm talking to Daddy about this. And with that, the girl stormed off. That's Dakota, a real girl of the city. Later that evening, as I roamed around the house, I was walking past the library when I heard Miss Mercedes' voice. I don't see why you needed to bring that girl here. We have so many other smart kids in our school. I've told you, I have my reasons. I held my breath as I listened closer. I wanted to know why he'd chosen me. Just then someone whispered in my ear and I nearly screamed. Are they talking about something interesting? There was a handsome boy next to me, with his ear pressed to the door. I quickly walked off and he followed me, introducing himself as Gavin, Miss Mercedes' son. He said he and his mom lived here. Are you a new maid? Do I look like a maid to you? Oh, I'm sorry. Save it, city boy. You're all alike. Proud city people. I joined school after a couple of days, and I was so excited. When the first math lesson was about to start, a girl whispered to me, "Psst, you can tell me if you don't understand stuff. I'll help you." I was about to thank her when she continued, "I'm sure the only math you know is counting cows." Why were these people such jerks? Just then, the teacher walked in and started writing a word problem on the board.
There are 85 people in a warehouse. Some of them had turned into zombies, some are still alive. If the ratio of zombies to humans is 2 to 3, how many zombies are there?
Seriously? This was so easy. My pet goat could solve this. But I was shocked to see that everyone in class was just staring blankly. I quietly said, 34. The teacher turned to me.
What did you say?
I believe the correct answer is 34 zombies. He immediately sat down on his desk and started working out the problem. 10 minutes later, he looked up at me in complete shock.
It is 34! How did you do that so fast?
And before I knew it, I was being rushed off to the principal's office and the maths teacher was insisting that I was a genius and should be bumped up a grade. That night, Mr. Armitage couldn't stop raving over dinner about how smart I was, and I could see that both Miss Mercedes and Dakota were not happy. A few days later, Miss Mercedes came to me and dumped a pile of dirty clothes on me.
You lazy girl. From now on, you'll be doing the laundry.
I picked up the clothes and walked to the laundry room. The washing machine with all its buttons was making me feel so nervous. I never used one. But then I told myself, you're Amara. You can do anything. I held my breath and pressed one button. Nothing. Another. Nothing again.
A third, and the machine began to roar.
Foam and water shot out, and I screamed as I tried to stop it. Then I heard someone laughing. I turned to find Gavin leaning against the wall. What are you looking at?
Nothing at all. I was just wondering why they brought you here. But for now, you just need to know that you're pretty cute. Move aside. I'll show you.
And he unloaded the first batch of laundry. As he unloaded the first batch of laundry, he said,
"And that's how it's done."
He wiped a soap bubble off my nose, and my heart skipped a beat. He was looking right into my eyes. Wait, was he about to kiss me? Just when his face was just inches away from mine, Dakota burst into the room, and she looked crazy mad. "What do you think you're doing, village witch? You live under my roof, and this is how you repay me? By stealing my boyfriend?"
Dakota, we're not dating.
"Oh, are you dating her then?"
"Maybe I am. It's none of your business."
She screamed and stomped out of the room. Before Gavin could say anything else, I ran out of there. I really didn't need all this drama. The next few days, I tried to avoid Gavin, and Dakota pretended like I didn't even exist. But then one morning, as I was getting ready for school, she threw something on my bed. It was an iPhone. "Daddy wanted you to have my old one, so whatever. If you have questions, ask Siri." "Who's Siri? A girl at school?" Dakota turned to me. "No, but she's a nerd like you, and you guys will get along really well. Here's her address. You can meet her there." After school that day, I decided to pay Siri a visit. I followed the directions and was confused when I ended up in the creepy parking garage of an abandoned mall. I immediately decided to leave, but just then, someone put a hand on my shoulder.
"What you doing here, kid? Did the cops send you?"
I turned around in horror to see 3 huge men behind me. I tried to make a dash for it, but I tripped over something and fell. Ow!
"Are you hurt, little girl?" "You will be if you don't step away from her this minute."
From behind the goons stepped out Gavin and some police officers. As the police took them away, he helped me walk to the car. Later at home, Mr. Armitage was extremely distressed.
"It's so lucky Gavin tracked your phone's location when you didn't come home. But why would you go to such a place, child?"
"I guess I just got lost. I was only looking for Siri at the address Dakota gave me." Everyone suddenly froze and looked at me like I was crazy. Then Mr. Armitage turned to Dakota and started shouting at her.
"I can't believe you would play such a horrible prank. You put Amara's life in danger."
"But Dad, I didn't think she was stupid enough to actually go."
"Not another word. I'm really disappointed in you. Just go to your room."
Dakota burst into tears and ran away. Gavin helped me to the guest bedroom and gave me a goodnight kiss on the cheek. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I suddenly sat up in bed, startled. There was a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. It was Miss Mercedes, staring right at me.
"Amara, you listen to me very carefully. Stay away from my Gavin. He's supposed to be with a rich girl like Dakota. If you want to keep your little secret, you won't mess with me."
And with that, she walked away. I was horrified. Could she really know? I couldn't sleep. Later that night, I got up to get water when I saw a light coming from the study. I peeked in to see Mr. Armitage at his desk, looking worried. He spotted me at the door and told me to come in. When I asked him if something was wrong, he sighed.
"I don't know why we're making losses. It's just all a mess."
"Mind if I take a look?" He looked really surprised, but nodded. As I started to go through the accounts, I began spotting some problems and gave him a few suggestions to fix them. He looked stunned. Wow, what a gifted young girl you are! I can't wait for you to be part of my company one day. Wait, me? A part of his company? That would be such a dream. Listen, Amara, I'm going away on a business trip, but once I'm back, there's something really important I have to talk to you about. You should go to bed now. But I woke up the next morning to the most horrible news. We found out that Mr. Armitage had been in a bad car accident on his way to the airport. We rushed to the hospital and waited for hours for the doctors to give us some news. Dakota couldn't stop crying, and I put my arm around her. The doctors finally told us that he'd suffered head trauma, but was conscious now. Dakota went rushing to him. Daddy! And she hugged him and cried on his chest. He stroked her hair and said he was just fine. He smiled at everyone, and then his gaze fell on me. And who was this young lady? We all looked at him in shock. It's me, Mr. Armitage. Amara. He looked confused. I'm so sorry, but you're not familiar to me at all. When we told this to the doctor, he said that it was possible the head trauma had made him lose his short-term memory, and he couldn't remember recent events. There was no way to know for sure if it would come back. I was devastated that he didn't even remember me anymore, and now I would never even know what he wanted to talk to me about. A few days after Mr. Armitage had been moved back home, Miss Mercedes walked into the dining room and dumped a bag on the floor. It was my bag. I've made a decision. I'm sending you back to your village, Amara. Mr. Armitage doesn't even know who you are anymore, so I don't see any point of keeping you here. I stared at her in horror. Oh my God, I couldn't go back. Suddenly, Dakota got up from the table. She's not going anywhere. I don't exactly love her, but my dad wanted her here, so she'll stay. Yeah, Mama. Why would she go now? Besides, we really like having her here. The vein on Miss Mercedes' head looked like it was gonna pop, but she just pursed her lips and walked out of the room. A few weeks passed peacefully. Mr. Armitage was recovering well, but still didn't remember me. I was doing really well at school, though, and Gavin and I had started going out. Little did I know that this was the calm before the storm. One night at dinner, there were 2 extra plates at the table. When Gavin asked his mom who was coming, she just said excitedly, "Oh, you'll see. There are some very special guests." A few minutes later, the butler came into the room, followed by someone. When I looked up, I nearly fainted. The whole reason I'd run away from the village was standing in front of me, my fiancé Dimitri, and there was Mama right behind him. "Oh, Amara, my love. I came back to the village when you stopped writing to me, and I found out you were gone." Gavin spat out his food. "What is going on here?" "Oh, this is Amara's fiancé. She just forgot to tell us about him." I rose from my chair. "No, I can explain. I was forced into this engagement because Mama owes his father money. I don't love him. Gavin, you have to believe me." Gavin just looked at me and walked away. I was about to run after him when Dimitri grabbed my arm. "Can you please pay some attention to me, your future husband?" There was complete silence in the room. "You and your family will pay for this, Amara." And with that, he stormed off. Mama burst into tears and said I had to come home and fix things with Dimitri, or she and my siblings would be kicked out of our house. She looked so much weaker, and it broke my heart to see her cry. I said I would leave with her the next day. The next morning, as we were leaving, I told Mama that I wanted to say goodbye to Mr. Armitage. "Mr. Armitage, you don't remember everything you've done for me, but I wanted to thank you." "What do you mean I don't remember, Amara? I know exactly why I brought you here." I looked at him in shock. "Wait, your memory's back?" Just then, Mama came running, saying Dimitri was waiting for us, but she suddenly froze. She and Mr. Armitage were staring at each other like they'd seen ghosts. You, how dare you trick my child and take her away from me? Amara, we're going, now!" She dragged me towards the door and I kept yelling at her to let me go. "Please, just stop. I was going to tell her everything. I'm really sorry I didn't take a stand for you all those years ago, but I'm trying to fix all that now with our daughter." Dakota and I shrieked together. "Daughter?" Dimitri put an arm around each of our shoulders. "Huh, you're sisters? That's so cute. I can't wait to get married to Amara and have daughters of my own." "Get your filthy hands off my daughters!" After he and Gavin kicked Dimitri out, Mr. Armitage walked over to Mom. "Please, give me another chance. For our daughter's sake. She's not your daughter. Her father left us a few years ago. You men are all the same." Mr. Armitage looked stunned. Then he looked at me and said, "Oh, she's not? Well, yeah, okay. Actually, that doesn't matter. I think she's an amazing girl, and I would like her to stay. I can send her to the best school and university, and pay for your treatments. I'll even pay off your debts." For a second, Mom looked shocked, and then she jumped at him and hugged him. "My darling, I missed you so much." Well, long story short, Mom did give him another chance. He paid off our debt, and Mama and my siblings moved to the city too for her treatment. Dakota and I are kind of friends now, although she did kick me out of her room. And most importantly, Mr. Armitage fired Miss Mercedes after he found out she'd try to get rid of me. She and Gavin moved out, but he refused to stop seeing me. So he's still my boyfriend. Who'd have thought things would turn around so much for a poor village girl?
Tiptoed into the lounge. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a voice. "You're gonna be in so much trouble." It was my annoying older sister Natalia sitting in a corner and recording a makeup tutorial. "Listen, you can't tell Aunt I came so late. She'll make me do the dishes and laundry for a month." "I might keep your secret if you do my math homework for the rest of the school year." Just then, my eyes fell on the mound of honey cakes on the table and my stomach growled. "Don't even think about touching these. Aunt wants to sell them at the farmer's market." We came to live with our miserable Aunt Ursula after our parents passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she treated us like we were her servants. I was really hungry, so I just grabbed one and popped the whole thing into my mouth. Just then, my aunt suddenly showed up and yelled, "That's it! I'm sick of breaking my back looking after you girls. I'm sending you off to foster care." We looked at her in horror. Going to foster care meant we'd be sent off to different families. As Aunt stormed off and we heard her making a call, I got a flying shoe on my head. Ow! Oh, I forgot to tell you about my third sister, Tanya. The sleepyhead had been snoring in front of the fireplace, but she was wide awake now and glaring at me. "This is all your fault, Marina. Go tell her you're sorry. I'm not living away from you guys." Natalia and I ran to hug her, and I promised I'd make everything okay. Just then, we heard loud knocking on the door. Aunt came waddling out to open it, and she let out a loud gasp. Standing in the doorway was a huge man with a beard. His voice boomed in the small room. "Did you really think you could send them off and keep taking the money I give you for their care and I wouldn't even know? Girls, pack your things. You're coming with me." "Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm from Russia." My life turned around when Mom's eccentric brother, who I never even knew existed, took away me and my sisters to live in his old mansion. But it gets even crazier from here. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next few weeks living with Uncle Ivan was like a dream. He got all three of us into the best school in town right away. A few days later at dinner, while Natalia and I were busy arguing over something, Tanya suddenly said, Guys, is Uncle Ivan okay?" We looked at him and saw that he sat slumped in his chair. "Oh, no. Natalia poked him, but there was no response. I bent down to check his pupils, and just then he yelled, "Do svidaniya!" We all screamed and nearly fell back in shock. He glared at us. "Can't a man take a nap in his own house?" Uncle Ivan startled us again by suddenly banging his goblet on the table. "I've just decided something. I want to give you $1 million. For a few seconds, we stared at him with our mouths open, and then we started hugging each other in delight. "To one of you." We froze in our spots. "Wait, what?" "Well, if it's only one of us, of course it should be me. I'm the oldest, and I'm running a business already. You know, my beauty blog." "Your business is just Dumbos watching another Dumbo putting on makeup. I'm going to be a big shot singer one day, so I'll need that money for my album." "Guys, come on, $1 million is a lot of money. We can share it." But the other two weren't even listening to me. "How dare you call me a Dumbo, you little bug? I'm 11 and I can kick your butt." And before I knew it, they were attacking one another while I was trying to break it up. Uncle got up and looked at us with sad eyes. "I will make my decision in 3 days." And with that, he walked off. The next morning, when I peeked into Natalia and Tanya's rooms and didn't find them there, I knew exactly where they'd be. And sure enough, I found them standing outside Uncle's bedroom with breakfast trays loaded with his favorite foods. "Seriously, guys, we're family. I swear if I find the money, I'll happily split it with you two." "Well, I wouldn't do that for you." "Yeah, me neither. It's gonna be all mine." And with that, Tanya knocked on the door loudly, but there was no reply. We opened the door, and to our surprise, the bed was perfectly made and the room was empty. Just then, I caught sight of a note on his pillow and ran forward to pick it up. A fat lady with no eyebrows sitting in a frame, smiling strangely at the world. Everyone knows her name. P.S. I had to go somewhere. What on earth is he talking about? The woman he's describing sounds like Aunt Ursula. I'm not going back to her, not even for $1 million. Later that night, when I was in bed, I was still thinking about the strange poem when I suddenly sat up straight. Of course that's what Uncle meant. I quickly put on my nightgown and rushed downstairs. I crept quietly into Uncle's study and switched on my phone's flashlight. I knew I'd seen it here, the Mona Lisa hanging on the wall. I stared at the painting for a while, wondering what I was supposed to do now. Then I took it off the wall and flipped it over. I gasped. Taped to one corner was a small bronze key. I couldn't wait to tell the others. And then suddenly, I felt a hand around my ankle. "Ah!" I jumped back in fright and fell on the floor, and then someone popped up from behind the couch. Oh, hi, Marina. I thought it was Natalia bringing me food. Oh my God, how could it possibly be? It was Petrov, the hockey team captain at my old school and my biggest crush. What on earth are you doing here? Just then the door burst open and she walked in with a tray of snacks. She looked shocked to see me, then quickly smiled. Oh, I see you've met my boyfriend. We were really missing each other, so he decided to pay me a visit. I couldn't believe my own sister would do this to me. She knew how much I liked him, and she'd been dating him behind my back. Just then, Tanya came running in, saying she'd heard my screams. She didn't even look surprised to see Petrov. You knew he was here too? Yeah, I saw Natalia sneaking him in a few nights ago. Petrov, it's really uncool to eat someone's chocolates without asking, man. Petrov stared at her like she was crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't eat your stuff. Well, one of you is lying then because they were in the fridge this morning. Who ate them, ghosts? Just then, the study door behind us slammed shut and we all turned around startled. And then we heard a key turn in the lock. I ran towards the door and pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Who could possibly have locked us inside? Petrov started banging on the door and screaming like a maniac. Help! This house is haunted! I don't want to die here! Jeez, Petrov, you're gonna wake up all the ghosts. He looked even more horrified, and Natalia kicked Tanya before taking him aside and calming him down. Just seeing the two of them sitting so close made my blood boil. And now we were just stuck here and would have to wait for Uncle to let us out. As we all sat there sulking quietly, Natalia suggested that we could play a game to pass the time. Oh, I have a great game in mind. It's called Reflection. I picked the antique mirror from Uncle's desk and shoved it in her face. Mirror, mirror in my hands, who's the worst sister in all the lands? OMG, loser, get over it. Petrov looked really confused and asked what was going on. Natalia just said, oh, nothing. And then she grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him in front of me. Oh, my eyes, my eyes! Tanya ran off to the other end of the room and refused to come back. She snuggled into a big armchair, and after a few minutes we could hear her loud snoring. Natalia opened a packet of crisps for herself and Petrov and glared at me. Don't even think about it. Also, why were you snooping around at night? As if I'd tell you. When Petrov asked us what we were fighting about, Natalia spilled out everything about how Uncle was leaving one of us $1 million. If you're keeping any secrets from me, Marina, I'll find out. Come on, babe, I'm so tired. And with that, she took Petrov's hands and they both snuggled onto the couch. I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing their kissing and giggling sounds. This was just the worst night ever. Finally, after ages, it seemed like they'd fallen asleep. I was still wide awake and my stomach rumbled loudly. A few minutes later, someone shook me by the shoulder. I turned around to see it was Petrov, and he'd brought me some food. We stayed up for hours talking, and I was having the best time. You know something, Marina? I think you're the smartest, and you'll win the money. His face was really close to mine, and he was leaning in to kiss me. Just then, we heard Natalia stir, and he quickly ran off to her. A little while later, I crawled over to the Mona Lisa painting on the floor and found a key on the back. I clutched it tight and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning, and to my shock, the door was unlocked and wide open. I woke the others up, and everyone was so excited we were free. Just as I was walking out, I heard Natalia say, "Hey, why is this painting on the floor?" "Oh, I saw Marina take it off last night. There was something behind it." And before I knew it, Natalia had jumped across the room and pinned me to the ground. "Tell me what you found, you witch!" I tried to push her off me, but she was crazy strong. As we wrestled on the floor, the key slipped out of my hands and Tanya ran to pick it up. "Both of you, shut up!" As we sat panting and staring daggers at one another, Tanya said that there was something written on the key. Together in Paris. We had no idea what that was about and decided we'd come back from school and figure it out together. I went to Uncle's room and slipped the key into a drawer. During the first recess, I snuck out of the school and went back home as fast as I could. I crept into Uncle's room and headed straight for the drawer, to find it empty. What? Just then, I saw the curtain move a little. I crept up to it slowly and pulled it back to see Petrov behind it. "What are you doing here? And where's my key?" I saw you with it, and I just wanted to help solve the mystery for you. You're so smart. I really wanted you to think I'm smart too. He suddenly took my hand and pulled me close. "I like you, Marina, a lot. Let's figure this thing out and get out of here with $1 million. We could go anywhere, just you and me." Just as he was about to pull me in for a kiss, I pushed him away. "Seriously? You were just making out with my sister this morning. You're such a cheater, and I'm no idiot. Give me the key, Petrov, now!" Suddenly, Petrov pushed me aside and made a dash towards the door. He bumped into a small table and knocked everything over. I jumped towards him and managed to tackle him to the ground. The small key flew out of his hand and went skidding across the floor and landed at Natalia's feet. She looked livid. "Oh, so you were going to just take my money and run off with my sister?" He crawled up to her on his knees. "Don't be silly, babe. I didn't mean a word of that. I was just doing this for the two of us." "You mean the three of us?" Tanya and I stared at her in shock, except Petrov, who just looked stupidly confused. "It's not some riddle, idiot. I'm pregnant and you're going to be a daddy." He stared up at her in horror for a second, then ran out of the room screaming. We heard the huge main door slam shut. I ran to Natalia and hugged her. "I had no idea. Petrov's such a jerk. But don't worry, we will be really good aunts and She pushed me off. "Ew, I'm not dumb enough to get pregnant. That was just to get rid of him." Just then, Tanya, who was picking up the things Petrov had knocked over, suddenly screamed, "Look, girls, look what this says!" She was holding a beautiful little music box in her hands, and there was a small carving on the lid, "Together in Paris." I placed the box on the table and we all gathered around as I turned the key. The lid slowly opened and we gasped in delight as we saw two figurines dancing to the tinkly music. There was a tiny compartment underneath and a small note tucked away, 271287. For a moment we just stared at the paper when Natalia suddenly gasped, "These numbers! This is Mom's birthday!" She was right. But what could Uncle possibly mean by this? I have no idea, girls, but Uncle said we only had 3 days, so we have to put our heads together and figure it out soon. Later that night, as I tossed around in bed, I suddenly heard a loud thump from downstairs. I froze for a minute, then quickly crept out of bed and tiptoed down with a baseball bat. I couldn't see anyone around, and just as I was about to turn away, something on the floor caught my eye. Muddy shoe prints. We definitely had an intruder in the house. I followed the shoe prints down the corridors that led to the eastern wing of the house. I'd never been here before. Suddenly, they faded away, and I looked up to see a door at the end of the hall. Holding my breath, I slowly opened it. There was no one inside, but it was the oddest room I'd ever seen. It seemed like a museum of forgotten things, and there were hundreds of clocks on the walls of all shapes and sizes, ticking away and all telling the wrong time. And in one corner was a shiny bronze safe. The minute I saw it, I had a light bulb moment. Of course that's what the numbers were. The combination to a safe. With trembling hands, I entered the numbers and heard a small click. I opened it and squealed when I saw what was inside. Stacks of money. It definitely looked like $1 million. Were you going to keep this for yourself? I turned around to see Natalia and Tanya standing behind me. Of course not. How could you even think that? Come, let's split it right now. There's plenty for us all. Just then, the door burst open and we turned around to see Uncle Ivan beaming in the doorway. "Uncle, you're back!" "I was here all along. Who do you think locked you up when you girls were being so noisy? I just wanted to see how you would play my game. Marina, you really know what family is all about. Good girl. You get to keep all the money." The other two looked horrified. I turned to Uncle and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle, but I couldn't. It'll make me happier to share it with my sisters."
"I knew you wouldn't. Now only time will tell if your sisters deserve their share."
"Yes, we deserve it. We'll prove it. We'll be so good to each other." I laughed and put my arms through theirs. "Let's divide it and go shopping tomorrow, shall we?"
Hi, I'm Crystal from a small town in Alaska. Press like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, I've lived with my rich uncle and aunt and 5 girl cousins. But they've always made me feel like I didn't belong with them. For starters, all my cousins had blonde hair and blue eyes, and I had dark curly hair and brown eyes. They always said I wasn't pretty enough to be part of the family. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the ugliest of them all? Crystal! Your eyes are the color of poop, and look at your hair. I wonder how many birds sleep inside that nest. They were the meanest, but I had no one else. And I swear, I always thought our town was the only place on earth until I saw my cousin's geography book. And that's when I was 7. You see, my aunt and uncle wouldn't even send me to school and just kept me on my toes all day doing house chores. But I'd secretly taught myself to read. I began reading more and more, and all that knowledge just amazed me. One time, when I was 16, my uncle found me reading my cousin's books, and he instantly snatched them from me.
"Do you have any idea how expensive these are? And you're using them for free!"
Why are you always so awful to me?
"'Cause you're kinda weird, and not really one of us.
I pushed him aside and ran out of the room. I just hated it here. A few weeks later, it was Christmas, and I found 5 huge gift boxes under the tree, and another one the size of a matchbox. Of course, that was mine, and all it had inside was a pinch of salt. Just a reminder to add the right amount of salt while cooking our meal. Everyone laughed, and I felt like smashing their heads into the wall. While I was busy cooking, a lawyer visited our house. Curious, I followed him to the study, and when I heard his conversation with my aunt and uncle, I was shook. That girl, Crystal, is worth billions. If you want to keep the money her parents left, you should legally adopt her. Wait, what? I was a freaking billionaire? As soon as the lawyer left, my aunt came running into the kitchen and literally carried me away to the lounge. I was made to sit in Uncle's armchair while he snatched all my cousin's presents and gave them to me. You, girl, give Crystal a foot rub. You, the other one, make her a hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. And the rest, we're changing the dinner menu to all of Crystal's favorites, and you're cooking. Now, chop chop. Wow, just wow. All of a sudden, I was loved and pampered to bits. I decided now was the time to get the one thing I really wanted, going to school. Oh, sweetheart, no. School is such a dangerous place for girls. But all my cousins are girls. They are morons. They're not as precious as you, Pumpkin. We'll get you the best tutor. Well, that was better than nothing. At least I'd get to learn. But the next night, while I was getting water from the kitchen, I overheard them talking. How long do we need to pamper that ugly duck? Don't worry. Once we get her money, we'll ship her off to some orphanage. Who even wants that hairy kid? Ew. God, I knew they were being nice to me because of my money, but these greedy jerks weren't even planning to let me stay. That very night, I packed my bags and ran away, taking the first train out of our town. On the train, an old lady sat next to me, and she told me I was really pretty. She sounded kind, and when we got down, she asked me to join her for a meal at her place. This was the first time someone was treating me nicely without knowing about my wealth. When I got to her mansion, it seemed like she was some billionaire herself. I met some girls older than me, and they all looked really happy. Apparently, the kind woman had given jobs to all of them and even let them stay here. I wondered if I could stay too, and to my surprise, she gladly accepted me. Weeks passed by and all was good, until one day the lady woke me up rudely at 3 a.m. Dress up and get ready. What? Why? It's not even sunrise yet. What are you, a chicken waiting for sunrise? Be out already, or I'm gonna kick your lazy butt. OMG. Suddenly, the fairy godmother sounded more like a Karen. She pulled me down to the main hall where the other girls had already gathered, and then she started explaining how we'd be breaking into some house to steal stuff soon. Wait a second, she was a professional thief? Oh my God. I couldn't believe I'd been living with a gang of robbers for weeks. I wasn't gonna be a part of this. I slipped away and used the old lady's phone to report her to the police. When they turned up to arrest her and the gang, one of the girls turned to me and said, "I always knew you didn't belong with a bunch of thieves. Here, take this, and go see this man. He's a very kind fellow who wants to adopt a daughter." And so I escaped and made my way to Mr. Hammond's address. And well, this guy seemed richer than old Karen. When a butler led me to him, I explained that I had no family, and some girl gave me his details, and he was overjoyed.
Oh my God, yes, I've been waiting to adopt a little girl. I'm so happy to meet you. And Crystal, that's such a beautiful name. Welcome to your new home.
And just like that, my life turned around. I was immediately led to a gorgeous room and given a brand new wardrobe. And when I saw the massive library in the house, I flipped. Oh, sir, you don't know how much I love books. All I've ever wanted is to go to school and learn as much as I can.
Well, my dear, that can be easily arranged.
He made a quick phone call and told me I'd be starting school next week. Was this for real? Even though he seemed lovely, I didn't trust him enough yet to tell him about my parents' money. I knew what that did to people. One morning, while I was still asleep, someone scared the heck out of me by jumping onto the bed. I let out a shrill scream, and then I saw a girl a few years older than me. She was screaming too. OMG, who are you and what are you doing in my bed? Dad! Dad? Mr. Hammond came running, and it turned out that the girl was his daughter, Pearl, who was now in university. I just came home to get some stuff. So what, I left and you adopted some ugly weirdo and gave her my room?
Don't be rude. And yes, I'm all alone now and I'd like some company. Now say hello to your sister.
Sister? Pfft, I don't know which slum you got her from. Just get her out of my room. She stormed off and Mr. Hammond apologized to me. It's okay. I know I'm ugly. My cousins made fun of my hair and eyes all the time. It's nothing new.
What are you talking about? Your hair and eyes are lovely. I only see a girl who's beautiful inside and out. But let me take you to a salon today. Those people will work magic with your hair.
And they really did. They trimmed and styled my wild hair and got my eyebrows done. And for the first time ever, I actually felt pretty. I was so happy, I hugged Mr. Hammond. Thanks, Dad. Wait, did I just call him Dad? Maybe I was starting to like him a bit too fast. I had an amazing first day at school. Everyone was telling me I was gorgeous. A few boys even said my warm brown eyes were adorable. All that was great, except when I got home, I found Pearl had moved back in. I decided I'd try to be friends with her, but she was impossible. I tried talking to her at dinner, but she just gave me silent glares. When I asked her to pass me the water, she flung the whole jug at my face. Pearl! What, Dad? She didn't want it on her face? Oops, my bad. One day during the first class, our teacher kept getting annoyed because of some croaking frog sounds. We all looked around and couldn't find any. Just then, a boy put his ear next to my bag and said, "I think it's coming from here." I opened the bag and dropped it immediately. A dozen big frogs jumped out, and there was almost a stampede with everyone screaming and running out. As the teacher fled, she tripped over a chair and fell down really hard. She hurt her arm, and I got a month's detention for my prank. This was all Pearl's doing, of course. I went to her room that day and asked her why she was bent on ruining things for me. Oh, drop this innocent face, Crystal. I know you're just some gold digger, and my dad is your target. Just because he's too soft and foolish to see the bad in people doesn't mean I am too. I'll make sure you don't get a penny of my wealth. She was crazy. All I wanted was a family. Mr. Hammond had a grand pool party planned, and I was so excited. My jaw dropped when I saw the guests arrive. Actors, singers, and other glamorous people. I was dazzled. Everyone was having a great time, but as some of the guests started to leave, we suddenly heard a woman screaming at the butler. "What do you mean you can't find my diamond ring and my husband's watch? I gave that stuff to you for safekeeping before going in the pool." The butler said he'd put all the guests' belongings in Mr. Hammond's study, but they were all gone. Everyone went crazy, and there was nearly a riot.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. Something like this has never happened before, and I assure you I won't rest till everyone's belongings are returned. You have my word.
As the angry guests went out mumbling and threatening Mr. Hammond, he ordered the servants to strip the house down. Only 10 minutes later, a maid came running with my backpack. She turned it over, and all the rich people's things fell out. Sir, Miss Crystal's bags were packed. It looks like she was planning to leave. I was horrified. Mr. Hammond looked shocked as I protested that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, Daddy, what did you expect from someone like her? I always knew she'd do something like this. We need to call the police. I walked up to Mr. Hammond and looked him straight in the eye. I know I'm just a stranger and not really your daughter, so you'll choose to believe Pearl's words over mine. You can do whatever you want, but just know that your kindness means far more to me than money or things ever could, and I would never do anything to harm you. Suddenly, Mr. Hammond took my hand.
You are my daughter, and I do believe you.
He turned to Pearl with a furious face.
Pearl, if you don't want me to stop paying for your credit cards and cut you out of my will, leave now. I don't want to see your face till you've graduated university.
Pearl stared at him in shock, then screamed angrily and left. I was so touched by Mr. Hammond's words, I finally decided to tell him about my inheritance and my greedy family. He was shocked, and the next thing I knew, he
he had legally adopted me, and we went in person to tell my family the news. Their faces were just priceless. I was the owner of my money now, and I had big plans for it. I set up a school for poor kids, and now I teach there whenever I can.